Gore gets more popular votes, but the election will be decided by Florida's 25 electoral votes, and a recount of those ballots is underway.
While the people of the state of Florida deserve a quick resolution to this issue, they more certainly deserve a methodical, a diligent, and an accurate resolution.
The vote is so close that Florida absentee ballots from overseas may determine who becomes the next president of the United States.
You may have thought you cast your ballot directly for president, when in fact you selected an elector who is the only voter who counts. We'll examine the Electoral College.
It is 1 o'clock on the East Coast, 10 o'clock out west. Good afternoon and good morning. This is the day after Wednesday, November 8th.
And from CNN Center in Atlanta, this is CNN Today.
I'm Natalie Allen.
And this is a fine How Do You Do? 13 hours after the last polling places in America turned out the lights and locked the doors, the presidency now hinges on a few hundred ballots in Florida. And though a statewide recount now is officially underway, we may not get the results till the close of business tomorrow. After all these hours of gut-wrenching ups and downs, the electoral vote breaks like this: 260 of them for Democratic candidate Al Gore, 246 for Republican candidate George W. Bush. As you well know, the magic number is 270, and 25 votes in Florida will put somebody over the top. Oregon also is too close to call, but the outcome there, with only 7 electoral votes up for grabs, is academic. The popular vote is a different story. Gore is ahead by more than 250,000 votes, and it does not seem possible that the Florida recount could put Gore behind in this race. That raises the odd but not unprecedented prospect that he could win the popular vote but lose the presidential election. The popular vote in Florida currently favors Bush by some 1,800 ballots out of 6 million cast.
As if that weren't suspense enough, there are intrigues today in a few Florida counties over potentially mismarked ballots and ballots that may have fallen through the cracks. CNN's Mike Betcher joins us now from Tallahassee with the latest about all of this. Mike.
Well, Natalie, in other places they would say this is the epicenter of the whole crisis problem, the election count. Here in Florida, hurricane country, they're saying this is the eye of the hurricane because it's here that the ballots will be reported, the new count will be made. But this is how it occurs, and that voting is going on right now. We have live pictures from Broward County where the recount has begun. The precincts will recount the ballots. They go to the counties. The county recounts. They have those counts. They move them upstairs here to the 18th floor of this state capitol skyscraper here in Tallahassee, Florida. There they will be tabulated, but they will release the results as the counties give them. It won't be one total of all the 67 counties. It will be released county by county, so you will be able to keep a running total. It will be on the State of Florida Division of Elections website, and this is all due to happen over the next 2 days, although most of it should be done by later today. The counties have until around 7 o'clock tomorrow to get this process done. Clay Roberts, who's head of Division of Elections here, says he wants to make sure it's done absolutely right.
We're going to be very careful. That's why we didn't want to press the supervisors to finish up today. We understood that while the people of the state of Florida deserve a quick resolution to this issue, they more certainly deserve a methodical, a diligent, and an accurate resolution.
Now, the Florida State Democratic Party says it's been receiving many calls of people reporting irregularities. I was sitting in the State Attorney General's office in the foyer for about 15 minutes waiting to see someone, and call after call came in. The switchboard was lit up, and most of those people said they wanted to report some sort of election irregularity. There was a ballot box found in a school in Palm Beach, and the question then comes, what is then counted? Now, the Division of Elections here in Florida, and please follow me with this, says they are doing the recounting right now. And when it comes to challenges and irregularities, that's not what's going to happen right now. They're going to go through, do the recount, count the good, solid, valid ballots, and then report those to the state, the country, and the world. Later on, if there are irregularities and people want to challenge that in court and make other sorts of challenges, that could occur. Also, complicating all of this are probably over around, no one knows exactly sure, but a couple of thousand or more overseas ballots. Now, those ballots, the requirement for them is they only had to be mailed the day of the election. So let's say you're a voter of Florida who's living in Israel right now. You send in your ballot. It's going to take a few days to get here. They'll have to wait for those. If the recount puts that division between Gore and Bush even narrower, then those overseas ballots could come into play, and that could take several days. So we're in the first step now. There could be many steps, but we're trying to keep an eye on all these steps here, Natalie.
You're doing a good job. It looks like a lot of what-ifs to deal with. So, Mike, as far as the ballot box that showed up in that lock box, no one's sure what's going to happen about that, or the Palm Beach County question with the confusion over the ballot. That'll be something dealt with at a later time, probably?
Yes. I mean, well, you know, the ballot box. Now, if they can prove on the local level there that ballot box was part of that precinct's voting, my understanding is that wouldn't be an irregularity, it'd be more of an oversight, and they could possibly count that. Now, that could be challenged by either party, but that would be the sort of thing that could happen. There are other things too. For example, talked to Senator-elect Bill Nelson. He said for an hour and a half this morning, Tuesday morning in the election, in one particular county, in 3 precincts, he said, there weren't pages to vote for U.S. senators. He wasn't on the ballot, neither was his opponent. So that could have skewed the election in the Senate race. There are all sorts of little things, snafus that happens. I mean, elections aren't the simplest, cleanest things. You know, we see that count, but right now, the interesting thing about what's going on is we're seeing all of the little things that could go wrong, because the little things really will make a difference in the final count here, Natalie.
And as you said, they plan to post this recount as they come in, so we might start seeing some numbers at any time now?
Absolutely. We're keeping an eye on that. I just ran up there and ran back down from the 18th floor. Took the elevator, though. You know, trying to see if any had come in, and as of, Natalie, about 10 minutes ago, none had come in. I think some of the people, they were up late. They know they have a day and a half now to go on this. I think that I would say in about an hour, you could see some results start to roll in, and we'll start to compare those and see how that goes county by county. It will be incredibly interesting, I must say, Natalie.
All right, Mike Betcher. Thanks, Mike. We'll be in close contact. Now over to Lou.
And now to Washington. Joe Andrew, the head of the DNC, is speaking. Let's listen to what he has to say about all of this.
Presidency of the United States of America. We want that process to be transparent, to be credible, and we want Americans to feel confident about that result. And that's why we will respect the process, stand to assist in the process in any way, and make sure that we will continue to follow that process and assist in any way that we possibly can. Again, what Democrats want is what all Americans want: for every ballot to be counted and for people to have confidence in the outcome of this election. Now, let me run through some of these races. As the chair of the Democratic Party, we're very proud, obviously, of what happened, particularly in the United States Senate last night. We have one race, obviously, with Marie Cantwell in the state of Washington that is too close to call right now. We may not know until Friday or Monday because of the absentee ballots there as well. In Missouri, the Democrats won, and we're very proud that the governor of the state of Missouri will have the ability to appoint someone who will continue to fight for the causes that we believe in: a prescription drug benefit, a real patient's bill of rights, to raise the minimum wage, to improve public education, to put more teachers in the schools and more cops on the streets. That is the kind of senator that we will have in the state of Missouri. We're very proud of Debbie Stabenow winning in the state of Michigan. Obviously, we are very and extremely proud of Hillary Rodham Clinton winning in New York, John Corzine in the great state of New Jersey as well, and that Tom Carper, a great governor, will now be a great senator as well. We are also very pleased that Mark Dayton won in the state of Minnesota. He'll be an excellent member of the United States Senate as well. Both Ben Nelson in Nebraska and Bill Nelson in Florida will bring not just the same last name, but the same commitment to the kind of principles that our party has stood for more than a generation, and we are unbelievably pleased that they will be there as well. We obviously want to pay particular tribute to Senator Robb, who is someone who has been a great member of the United States Senate, who we're all extremely proud of his service and all he's done. Obviously saddened at his loss. Look forward to making sure we can continue to pick up seats in Virginia and win the governor's office there in 2002 as well. And we're obviously particularly pleased that Zell Miller was returned to the United States Senate. All of those obviously were good for us and clearly puts us in a position to almost have a 50-50 tie, depending upon what happens in the state of Washington there as well. Again, we have obviously very closely contested elections throughout this country, and that is one that we're going to pay a particular amount of time and attention to as well. I want to congratulate Tom Daschle on his leadership of the Democratic Senate, and Senator Torricelli for his leadership of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. They obviously did a phenomenal job. Here we are in a position where all the pundits and political prognosticators never would have thought we'd have an opportunity to do so well in the United States Senate, and we have. And they are clearly ones that we want to make sure that we focus on as we go through this process as well. Obviously, there are a whole set of races there that are all very, very important, and we'll continue to talk about each and every one of those as we go forward in this process as well. In the United States Congress, we have at least 4 recounts that are going on right now as well. In the 2nd District in Minnesota, David Ming is in a recount there as well. The 12th District in New Jersey, Russ Holt is up in a recount that is going on there as well. In the Democratic open seat, the Stabenow seat in Michigan, there's a recount that is going on. That is too close there as well. And we have one Democratic challenger down in the recount in the Clay Shaw seat is right now that in the state of Florida as well. Obviously, we're disappointed in having lost Sam Jenkinson in Connecticut, someone who has served us very well, but pleased, obviously, that we have a pickup in seats. Again, these recounts will determine how much of a pickup that we will have there as we go forward, but we're very confident that we're going to continue to be in a very good position in the United States Congress, not only in this year, but also going into the year 2002 as well. In the 11 governor's races, again, we saw some dramatic successes there as well. A great Democratic pickup in the state of West Virginia, where Congressman Bob Wise ran an excellent campaign, came from behind, has done very well. We held all the Democratic seats as well. Ruth Ann Minner in the state of Delaware. She's also a DNC member, so we're very proud to have her now as a governor as well. Bob Holden, who's come on strong in Missouri and has now been declared the winner there as well, will be a great governor in Missouri to take on the legacy of Mel Carnahan and all the successes that we've had there as well. Mike Easley, who won in North Carolina, who also succeeded Governor Hunt, someone who has truly been a legend in our party and has pushed for so much of the agenda that has been successful. And our 4 incumbents that ran, all of them creating history in one way or the other. Frank O'Bannon in the state of Indiana, my home state. Well, for the first time since the Civil War, Democrats will go into their 16th year. Democrats in the governor's office in the state of Indiana. Truly an historic win in Indiana that we're all very proud of. Jean Shaheen, again, in New Hampshire, an historic win, doing exceptionally well up there, and I think really promoting the message that we know is going to work so well for Democrats, not just now, in the future. Howard Dean, who took on a very hard challenge from Republicans and conservatives across this country as well, held on, got over the 50% margin, and will continue to be one of the most popular governors in the United States of America. And Gary Locke, someone in the state of Washington who is not just a great leader now, but clearly we all recognize has a tremendous future in our party, and someone who we are all very, very happy will continue to lead the state of Washington. We fell short in 2 open seats in Montana, where Mark O'Keefe came very close, ran a great campaign, even a state that George W. Bush obviously was very, very strong in. In North Dakota, where Heidi Handicap, again, came in just short in a state that George W. Bush did exceptionally well in as well. We're very proud, and I want to thank, obviously, Governor Patton, the head of the Democratic Governors Association, who did so much and I think clearly put us in a very good position there, not only to be able to continue to govern in those states that we won in 2000, but for what the big races are in 2002, where there'll be 33, I believe, governor's races, or maybe 32 governor's races on the ballot, and we'll be in excellent position under now the leadership of Governor Patton and our vice chair, Governor Gray of California, who will be the chair in 2002 for all of our efforts there as well. Democratic legislative seats all across this country were won, and we're very proud of our effort at that as well. Many people perceive this as a status quo election for legislative races, both House and Senate across the country, but we picked up seats in one chambers in those crucial areas in the South and the West, in places where we're going to have redistricting, and we're very proud, obviously, particularly of the Washington House, the Colorado Senate as well. We tied the Arizona Senate and the Oregon Senate, and then we've had some both other ties now in the South Carolina Senate and Missouri Senate as well. Maine, as you know, is a tie also in the state Senate.
Joe Andrew, chairman of the DNC, some self-congratulations over last night's election and some Democratic wins in Senate, governor, House races. He's into state legislative races now. We have our own Washington Bureau Chief Frank Sesno working on the balance of power in Congress, which will include some races still being decided for recounts for legislative seats in places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Florida. And of course, we have the recount going on for President of the United States in the state of Florida. And in that regard, Joe Andrews said we want every ballot counted, and we want what every American wants. We want to be confident about the result. Now, if Al Gore winds up conceding this election, it will be the second time he has done so in the last few hours. In the wee small hours of the morning, Gore placed the phone call every candidate dreads, only to call back later and retract. We want to check in now with both camps, starting with CNN's Jonathan Karl in Nashville, Tennessee. Jonathan, how are folks holding up in Nashville?
Well, here in Nashville, Lou, the eyes are firmly on the state of Florida. To give you an idea of just how seriously the Gore campaign is taking this recount in Florida, the Gore team has appointed a delegation to travel to Florida to oversee the recount process and to look into possible legal challenges. That delegation is to be led by Warren Christopher, of course, the former Secretary of State, the person that led the search for a running mate for Vice President Gore, and also the person that headed up the transition team back in 1992 for the Clinton-Gore team. So this is a very serious process down there. They raised the possibility this may go on for some time because they really do see the recount that is currently going on in Florida as a first step. Once that is done, maybe it's the time to look at irregularities, look into what's going to happen there. They are also putting their best face on the situation on the election, pointing out that it looks like Vice President Gore won the popular vote. In other words, it looks like Vice President Gore simply got more votes nationwide than George W. Bush. They also point out that Vice President Gore got more votes than Bill Clinton got in either 1992 or 1996. They feel very good about that. They think this election is a long ways from being over. They still hope it'll be them moving into Pennsylvania Avenue in January, not George W. Bush. But about this split between the electoral vote and the popular vote, you're going to be hearing a lot more about that. Some Gore people are a little upset about that. They think that it's quite possible that you may see a situation when all is said and done that some of these individual electors in individual states may in fact decide to independently cast their vote for the person who won the popular vote, for Al Gore. But on October 29th, CNN asked Al Gore about this situation, asked if it was appropriate if somebody who won the popular vote but lost the electoral college vote would not be president. We also asked if, in fact, the person who lost the popular vote and won the electoral college vote could effectively govern. This is what he had to say.
It actually has happened before in our history. I think it's unlikely to happen. Again, it could, but we won't know until November the 7th. But in all such cases, we are fortunate as a people to have a constitution that resolves all doubt as to what would happen in that situation.
As for Vice President Gore himself, he remains at the Lowe's Hotel, which was where he was watching the returns last night. As of a few minutes ago, he still had not been in touch this morning with his senior aides still here at the Nashville headquarters, resting up because it was 50 hours straight that he was up campaigning and watching the results before he finally got some rest at about 3:45 in the morning. Lou?
All right, Jonathan Karl, keeping watch in Nashville. Natalie.
Now to the other side, the Bush camp says it's just a matter of time before the Texas governor makes it official. But even in Austin, the strain is showing. CNN's Gene Meserve is there on a chilly day in Austin. Gene.
Bush, we've just gotten a comment from Joe Albaugh. He is the campaign manager. He describes the mood is good. He says Bush is confident he is going to be the next president. The press pool has been summoned to the governor's mansion to talk to Governor Bush and his running mate Dick Cheney. We will bring you their remarks as soon as they make them. I can tell you what his staff has been saying today. They track along the lines of what Joe Albaugh just said. They are very optimistic about this race. One staffer saying to me, this race has been determined. We are up. By state law, there has to be a recount. That is proper, but we see nothing that is going to change the result, except, I might say, possibly in the direction of Mr. Bush. Right now, he's up by something like 1,800 votes. That's with 100% of the ballots counted. However, still to be counted are absentee overseas ballots. They expect to have more than 2,000 of these come in past elections, specifically in 1996. The majority of those went to the Republican candidate. The Bush camp believes that is going to be the case again today and that they will take this election. Meanwhile, let me tell you that here in Austin, the word is they want the city to get back to normal. I am told that all the special tents and platforms that were set up for last night's celebration will be coming down starting today. So when and if they celebrate, it's going to be something on a different order than they had planned last night. Natalie.
Thank you very much, Jean Meserve from Austin, Texas. Little unusual goings on this day. Thanks, Jean. Now to Lou.
For Green Party candidate Ralph Nader, the race wasn't so much for the White House as for 5% of the popular vote. That threshold would have qualified the Green Party for federal funding in the next election. But Nader fell short. Nationwide, he captured 2.6 million votes, or 3% of all votes cast. Reform Party candidate Pat Buchanan didn't even manage 1%, winning just 443,000 votes from coast to coast. At a news conference this morning in Washington, Nader said his campaign was not a lost cause.
We have sent a message to both the Democrats and the Republicans that the days of the Democratic Leadership Council and the Republican Party setting the terms of the debate are over. I want to emphasize this. Whatever happens to third parties in terms of winning or not winning elections, this is the beginning of the end of the two-party duopoly.
And in case you're wondering, Nader won 96,000 votes in Florida, far more than the difference between Gore and Bush, and that will be analyzed to death in the days to come, of course.
It will indeed. Well, we've all been watching another big race, and today we definitely know who won. The First Lady marks the first.
When we come back, Hillary Rodham Clinton from the White House to Capitol Hill.
Once again, here's where we stand in one of the most dramatic presidential elections in U.S. history. Democrat Al Gore has 49% of the popular vote to George W. Bush's 48%. But as we all have been reminded many times now, that's not what counts. It's the electoral vote that counts. Whoever wins Florida's electoral votes will win the election, and Florida still too close to call.
In Missouri, a dead man has been elected to the United States Senate. Democrat Mel Carnahan, killed in a plane crash last month, edged out the incumbent, Republican John Ashcroft. Missouri's governor plans to appoint Carnahan's widow. Her name is Jean, to fill the post. Jean Carnahan addressed supporters by phone early this morning, telling them, "You have stayed the course, you have kept the faith, you have carried out our hopes and dreams." Her words. Carnahan won 51% of the vote. Ashcroft won 49%. We're expecting John Ashcroft to step out and speak with reporters. Sometime this afternoon, we will carry that live.
Missouri will not be the only state sending a politician's wife to the Senate. Hillary Clinton defeated Rick Lazio in New York, becoming the only First Lady in U.S. history to win election to public office. CNN's Frank Buckley joins us from New York with more about this one. Frank?
Well, good day. We are at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in New York, awaiting a news conference with Senator-elect Hillary Clinton, her first such news conference since being elected to the U.S. Senate. Last night, Mrs. Clinton was here at the Grand Hyatt to greet supporters and thank voters. She was on track to win the election in pre-election polling as long as her supporters turned out, but no one expected the margin of victory, a double-digit win, after nearly a year and a half of campaigning.
62 counties, 16 months, 3 debates, 2 opponents, and 6 black pantsuits later, because of you, here we are.
Mrs. Clinton's opponent, Republican Congressman Rick Lazio, was cheered by supporters at another Manhattan hotel. Lazio congratulated Mrs. Clinton in a phone call before they both appeared at their respective hotels. It isn't clear what his plans are for the day or with regard to his future. Mrs. Clinton, meanwhile, will appear here at the Regency Room at the Grand Hyatt for a news conference scheduled to begin at 1:30 Eastern, just a couple of minutes away. And then after that, it's possible that she'll take part in a fly around of the state at some point, either today or in the days ahead. She'll want to get up to upstate New York, say her aides, to thank the many people up there who really helped her to get elected. Back to you.
All right, Frank Buckley covering that one. Thanks, Frank.
Despite some Democratic gains, Republicans will maintain control of Congress, but just barely. And as you know, Joe Andrew, the DNC chairman, told us a short while ago there's still some races that are too close to call. There are 4 recounts underway, but CNN's Frank Sesno is keeping track of all of this somehow. He joins us now from Washington with a look at the balance of power in the new Congress. Frank?
And Lou, in a word, the balance of power is tenuous. Let's start in the Senate. We just heard from Joe Andrew, as you said. You just talked about Hillary Rodham Clinton. But in the Senate right now, with one outstanding, it's 50-49. Let's just take a look at a couple of them. In the state of Washington, this is the one we still cannot call and have not called. Maria Cantwell is challenging Slade Gorton. Slade Gorton, the conservative Republican, is, as you see there, ever so slightly ahead, about 4,000 votes. Maria Cantwell and her camp says there are lots of unopened, uncounted absentee ballots, and they're rather confident, so there's no call in that race. Let's go to Michigan. This is a pickup for the Democrats. Spencer Abraham, he was a senator who came in the class of 1994 with the Gingrich Revolution, is defeated by Debbie Stabenow. This is a big pickup for the Democrats, brings another woman to the U.S. Senate. And in Virginia, George Allen, former governor, beats Chuck Robb, former governor, and becomes the new conservative Republican senator from Virginia. Virginia, the old Dominion, becoming virtually all Republican now at its top ranks. Senator Robb had a real tough time outside of the northern Virginia suburbs in the more conservative parts of this state. Over to the U.S. House of Representatives. Again, the Republicans stay in control, but by a very narrow margin. Right now, we've got 218 seats for the Republicans, 211 for the Democrats, 2 independents, 4 seats undecided. So who knows how it'll work out. A couple of key ones we want to tell you about. We watched very closely in California, where Adam Schiff beats House impeachment manager, Representative Jim Rogan. This was the most expensive House race in the country. Rogan spent well over $5 million all by himself. It was a very close one. Rogan even tried to tack back to the center because his district has become increasingly Democratic. He loses, pickup for the Democrats. In Arkansas, another one we watched, Jay Dickey, Republican, goes down to defeat there to State Senator Mike Ross. Jay Dickey had come in 1992 as a Republican there, as we mentioned. This is Bill Clinton's home district. So this one, bitter for the Republicans, sweet for the Democrats. As we say, tighter margins in both the House and the Senate. Joined by Bruce Morton right now. Bruce, you have seen a lot of elections. What did Americans vote for?
Well, I think, although you can make it sound as if there are going to be huge changes, what they voted for is not much change. If Governor Bush is indeed the president, this will be the first time, I think, since the Eisenhower administration that Republicans have had House, Senate, White House. But nothing big is going to happen because the margins are so tiny that moderates, people who cross party lines will have the balance of power. Margin in the House, 4 people switch. It'll change. Well, you can get 4 people to switch because of the weather on any given day in the House. You know, it's just like that. So the radicals aren't going to control anything. It's going to be measured, modest progress, maybe, if the 2 parties can get together.
It raises questions about whether the really big ideas, whether they be reforming Social Security or cutting your taxes. I know you're anxious to have a tax cut, Bruce. $1.3 trillion in taxes, as Governor Bush has said, or some of the proposals that Vice President Gore wants, would make it through. And if so,
no, I'd be surprised if anything that big made it through. I think people want something done about Medicare, but it doesn't have to be some huge reshaping, a little goodness on prescription drugs. People want something done eventually about Social Security, but they're not pounding on the gates yet. Little steps, little bills.
Natalie Liu, I was talking with a Republican senator here in this town just yesterday, and he said, without knowing just how close this was going to be, he said, if there's going to be a honeymoon, it's going to be short-lived. It'll be between the State of the Union and the August recess. Whoever is in gets about 6 months to do the heavy lifting.
historians are also already writing about
their books
about all of this.
Thank you,
We'll
Frank.
check back with Frank.
And in just a moment, we've heard from a lot of people involved in this process. What do the voters think about the goings-on in this race?
We'll get to the voters when we come back. From our CNN Today notebook, we'll take a quick check of some of the major newspaper headlines today. Like the rest of us, they were caught off guard by this drama overnight. The Atlanta Constitution proclaimed George W. Bush the winner in one of its editions. The New York Post said the same thing. This reminds us of the famous Dewey beats Truman headline in the Chicago Daily Tribune back in 1948. Remember that one? That had Harry Truman laughing all the way to the White House. For all the talk about voter apathy, a majority of Americans still took time out to go to the polls. Some folks waited in line for hours to do so. Yesterday's turnout is estimated at least at 51%. That's 2% higher than in 1996. But it's not enough to signal that the fall off in voting that began in 1964 has been reversed. Some folks in New Mexico cast their ballots by candlelight. A snowstorm knocked out power to 2 polling places. These very dedicated voters trekked through at least a half foot of snow. Not everyone made it, though. We hear the deep snow kept some election workers from getting to their jobs.
Let's hear it for those precinct workers as well, working by candlelight. It is the afternoon after, and with nothing decided yet, many people are kind of in a post-election daze. For more, let's check up with our Jeff Locke. He's out checking the pulse in Chicago. Hi there, Jeff.
You said it, Natalie, all over Chicago today talking to people, and we've got a group of largely political science majors at this hour from Loyola University. And anybody vote yesterday, by the way? Okay, everybody voted, and everybody stayed up late.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah, what do you make of what you have been watching? It's been a lesson. It's been a history lesson, hasn't it?
Really memorable. Like, this is my first election that I've voted in, and I have to say that it's so intense. I'm so on edge, and I just don't see it ending. Right after we decide who's going to be president, I see this is going to be a big issue.
How do we think it's coming down? Anybody? What do you think? You think so?
I hope so.
Now, he's way behind, well, I said way behind, but he's significantly behind before this recount. What makes you say that?
The recount in Florida. The shaking of the ballot box and then finding ballots, I think it's going to pull out.
Now, what about this concept, if it doesn't go that way, of the popular vote winner being different from the electoral college winner? Joe?
I think the idea of the popular vote electoral college conflict makes me a bit uneasy, because I think our whole vote is to let the people get to say who their representative will be. But at the same time, I think that it's good that we're sticking to the electoral. Since it's there, it's in place, we're following something that we've instituted, that's been instituted in our country. So,
what do you think, Shrew? Should we change it?
I don't agree. I think there should be a slight change. I think the purpose of democracy is to have the people vote, to have the people decide who they want to run the country.
You all seem very excited about this election. Why? What's the reason for that?
I don't know. I think it was the big Latino turnout. It was the big turnout in general. Most experts were saying that it was estimated that 6 million Latinos nationwide were going to vote, and 7 million turned out to vote. So that really excited me. Everyone was really excited about this election and really enthused.
And Ruby, you said you were surprised that Florida's so close. Why is that?
Yes, to tell the truth, it was because of the large Latino population that they have. However, like Sherry said, you also have Governor Bush there, and I was just amazed. I was thinking actually they were going to be all Gore.
The last question before we get away, whoever wins, it's going to be so close. Does anyone have a mandate to govern in your view? What do you think, Sarah? Is anyone going to have the strength to govern that's necessary?
You know, I'm not sure. This is, I think, drawn so much out of people. You know, everyone's going to be, I feel, I can't say. You know,
Anybody?
I have to.
What do you think?
I think it's going to be close, and it's going to be hard, especially if it is Gore with the president and the House staying Republican. It's going to be tough to get
Guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We've got to
Thank
go
you.
back.
Thanks.
Thanks from Chicago. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. We're going to take you now live to Missouri, where Senator John Ashcroft, who was beaten by the Missouri governor who died last month, is now speaking.
And I want to thank the people of Missouri for their kindness to me and to Janet and my family. I have had the privilege of serving the people starting in 1967, and for the first 5.5 years, I taught at Southwest Missouri State University, and my wife Janet taught with me there. It was a pleasure to be making investments in the future of this state at that time, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. After leaving the teaching profession at SMS it was SMS College then. It's SMSU now. I had the privilege of serving as the state auditor at the invitation of the then Governor Kit Bond. I served for 2 years as state auditor, and then I had the chance to be an assistant attorney general under the tutelage of Senator Jack Danforth, then the Attorney General of the state of Missouri. Both Kit Bond and Jack Danforth are two of the finest public servants that this nation has ever known. After serving as Assistant Attorney General, I had the privilege of being Attorney General myself and spent 8 years in the Attorney General's office exercising the skills that I had developed as an attorney in behalf of the people of this state as their lawyer. And following that, the people graciously extended to me the privilege and the honor of serving as governor of the state, and I had the happy privilege of doing that from January of 1985 to January of 1993. My opportunity to serve in the United States Senate began in January of 1995, and it will conclude in January of the year 2001. It has been a happy privilege of mine. It is both a privilege and an honor to serve the people of this state, and I'm grateful for it. Between now and the conclusion of my term, though, I will be returning to Washington to complete my responsibilities. I, in some respects, wish we had been able to complete those responsibilities earlier, but the Senate has not yet recessed, and this afternoon I will leave to go back to Washington in order to complete my responsibilities there. It would be inappropriate for me to fail to commend my staff, both the campaign staff and the staff at the office of the United States Senate for the state of Missouri. In particular, I want to commend David Ayers, who worked as my chief of staff in Washington, D.C., and as my campaign manager separately when he left the chief of staff's position in Washington here in Missouri. He brought his family to the state again. He's a native of Missouri, of course. The staff did a wonderful job for me in this election. We were leading in this election prior to the great tragedy which struck this campaign and this election and struck the state of Missouri. And they were a wonderful staff whose competence and dedication is unsurpassed in my experience. Now, Missouri is a compassionate state, and I think in a very special way they have demonstrated the compassion which they have. And I hope that the outcome of this election is a matter of comfort to Mrs. Carnahan. And I hope that we can all accord her the opportunity to have the kind of necessary recovery time after such a great personal loss. I have called to speak with Mrs. Carnahan. I haven't yet spoken to her, but I spoke to members of the Carnahan family and expressed to them the sentiments that I'm expressing to you in this moment here today. In commending the staff, I want to say that I really appreciate the way in which they have helped me do things that I believe to have been right. And I'm very pleased that in our development of the campaign and in our completion of the campaign, I don't have regrets about the way we handled things. The tragedy obviously raised issues for us, but some things are more important than politics, and I believe doing what's right is the most important thing we can do. I think as public officials, we have the opportunity to model values for our culture: responsibility, dignity, decency, integrity, and respect. And if we can only model those when it's politically expedient to do so, we've never modeled the values, we've only modeled political expediency. I'm grateful that we've had the kind of opportunities that we've had, and I commend this staff for so nobly helping me do things which I believe to have been right. Now, I started out by thanking the people of Missouri for the great opportunity that I've had over the last, I guess it's a little over 33 years now, to serve them. A servant understands sovereignty. I know what it is to give orders. I know what it is to take orders. You can't have been auditor, attorney general, governor, and United States senator without giving a few orders. But you also have to know what it is when people speak with clarity, how to take orders. Now, I know that there are some serious constitutional issues that surround the procedures of this election. And I know that there are very serious allegations of fraud and corruption as it related to the conduct of the election in the city of St. Louis. But I reject any legal challenge to this election in terms of the election for the United States Senate. I will discourage others from challenging the will of the people in the election of their United States Senator. I will not initiate any legal challenge, and I will not participate in any legal challenge. I believe that the will of the people has been expressed with compassion and that the people's voice should be respected and heard. Now, in that respect, I have an opportunity now to respect some individuals who from time to time have deserved more respect than I've given them. Through the last 3+ decades, my family has yielded over and over again to the public interest when it came into conflict with our private times together. And I look forward to spending time with my wife, Janet, who has always been willing to take whatever steps were necessary for us to work in the public interest, even when it dislocated the private interests and concerns of our family. And of course I want to spend time with my children. My daughter Martha is here with me today. My son-in-law Jim. Yeah, that's little Jimmy's mommy. And I look forward to spending a lot more time with Jimmy as well on the farm just north of Springfield. Let me add one other note. I want to thank each of you for the kindnesses that you have shown me during this opportunity that I've had to serve as a public official and as a candidate. You don't need election.
John Ashcroft in St. Louis, and now we're about to hear from George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. We're picking up this videotape made just a short while ago in Austin, Texas. After the two candidates speak, we'll be hearing from the George W. Bush spokeswoman.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for coming. This morning brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it will be, that we have won the election. The recount is already underway, and I understand the Secretary of State of Florida has announced to the media that it will be completed by 5 p.m. tomorrow. We have asked former United States Secretary of State James Baker to travel to Florida on our behalf. He's a man of impeccable credentials and integrity, and someone the American people can trust to make sure the outcome is finalized as quickly as possible and in a calm and thoughtful manner. The strength of our American democracy was displayed in this exciting election. It was a close contest that produced a huge turnout. I want to thank all the supporters who worked hard on our behalf. I also want to thank the Vice President's supporters for their hard work and their belief in their cause. I want to assure them that should the election go the way that we think it will, that I will work hard to earn their confidence. America has a long tradition of uniting once elections are over. Secretary Cheney and I will do everything in our power to unite the nation, to call upon the best, to bring people together after one of the most exciting elections in our nation's history. Mr. Secretary.
I would simply add what the governor said, that we look forward to getting this matter resolved as quickly as possible so we can get on with the important business of transition, and are optimistic that once this process is complete, as the governor said, that there will be a clear and decisive result once the final count is completed in Florida tomorrow.
Governor, can you describe the events of last night and the phone call from the Vice President?
Got 2 phone calls, and it was we had a good discussion. Last night was obviously an historic moment, and it's going to be resolved in a quick way. I'm confident that the Secretary and I will become the President-elect and the Vice President-elect in short order.
Would it be hard for you, the Governor, if the popular vote goes one way and the electoral vote goes the other, Governor?
George W. Bush and his running mate Dick Cheney at the governor's mansion in Austin, Texas, stepping out to speak with reporters, and obviously not willing to answer questions at this stage, sending James Baker, former White House Chief of Staff, into Florida to represent the Republican campaign in that recount. The Democrats sending in Warren Christopher, former Secretary of State. Here's Karen Hughes, spokeswoman now.
Well, you don't have to be snippy about it.
Well, I understand that it was an emotional moment for the Vice President. I'm sure it was a difficult one. There were 2 phone calls. The first one the Vice President made to concede the election and congratulate Governor Bush. The governor told him he was a good man, and that he had that he respected him. The governor also told him that he understood that this was difficult for him and for his family, and that he gave his best to Tipper and to the Vice President's children. The second phone call was approximately an hour later. It was certainly a surprise that someone who had called to concede the election was calling back to retract that concession, and I think the governor sought to clarify that that was in fact what was happening. I heard the conversation. He said, let me make sure I understand. You're calling me back to retract your concession or something to that effect. And he said the final outcome was, well, Mr. Vice President, you need to do what you have to do. And that was pretty much the crux of it. It was an amazing night. As you all know, since you lived through it, I watched it this morning on television, some excerpts, and I thought that maybe it had all been a dream, but then I realized I was awake the whole time. The governor had, I know you all probably are interested in his schedule. He got to bed, he said, about 3:30. He slept for only about 3 hours. His usual morning routine, he said he did make the coffee and he did feed the animals. Now that's commitment after 3 hours of sleep. And he had coffee with his parents before they left to return to Houston. He has spent most of the morning, he said he's responded to some email. He's been on the telephone. He called the Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House this morning to touch base with them. He has done some mail and been on the phone mainly with people across the country.
Can you describe to us what Secretary Baker's responsibilities will be in Florida, and does this suggest that you're concerned about vote fraud?
No, I think we have, the governor has asked the Secretary Baker to go to oversee the process on our behalf. He is someone with a distinguished career of public service. He has impeccable credentials and is well known for his integrity. And I think he will be a calming presence. We expect this all to take place quickly. The Secretary of State this morning indicated that this would be concluded by, she felt, tomorrow night at 5 p.m. We contacted Secretary Baker a short time ago, and my understanding is arrangements are being made for him to fly to Florida as soon as possible.
Has John Evans already gone to Florida?
No, he is not. He is here.
Will Secretary Baker be allowed to monitor the actual recount, or will he be requesting that access?
Judy, I don't know that at this point. I think he will be there to be a representative for Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney should there be a need for that.
What about the absentee ballot? Could it be 10 days before we know who the next president is?
My understanding is the Secretary of State has indicated she expects the count to be complete by tomorrow. And as you all, I'm sure, know, I checked with Carl, our political guru, and historically, recounts tend to almost always confirm the initial result. And the initial final result this morning shows Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney winning the state of Florida by more than 1,700 votes.
How will Governor Bush spend the rest of his day?
He is going to have lunch with Secretary Cheney and Mrs. Cheney and Mrs. Bush. I imagine he will again be on the phone, be talking with members of our staff, and be in touch with the returns from the state of Florida.
Looking back, do you, this is hindsight, but do you now wish you had spent more time in Florida, particularly early before the Republican convention, before the Democratic convention?
Well, Tom, I'm sure there's plenty of time for that, but as you know, we spent 24 hours of the final 48 hours in the state of Florida, that full Sunday, but before the election. I think it became clear over the course of the fall that Florida was going to be a contest, and given the fact that Jeb Bush won the governor's race in 1998 and lost it in 1994, and that President Clinton won the presidential race in 1996, but President Bush won it barely in 1992. I think the history of Florida has shown that it is a battleground, and it proved to be the case last night.
What sort of mandate do you have, Karen, if you win by such a slim margin?
Well, I think a victory would be a testimony to the power of Governor Bush's ideas and his agenda. By all rights, he should not be close in this election. We have a strong, there's the right track, wrong track measure, which is frequently used as a measure of how people will vote, is strongly on the right track side. I think I saw last night that it was in the high 50s to the low 30s. We are in a time of peace and prosperity, and we were up against an incumbent. And so I think the fact that it appears that Governor Bush may prevail is a strong testimony to the power of his ideas on Social Security. I noticed the exit polling showed that a strong majority of voters agreed with Governor Bush's plan for the need to reform the Social Security system, and so I think that the victory will be a testimony to the power of his agenda for the future of the country.
How do you characterize his conversations with the Republican leaders in the House and Senate? Did they congratulate him as the president-elect?
Judy, I don't know the answer to that question. They had cordial conversations. He was briefing them and letting them know what the status was.
What do you think happened between the day before yesterday, when we were looking at a popular vote victory of 9% in your view, and the possibility of a 323 or even up to 340 in some Bush campaign aides estimations, electoral college wipeout, and now we're into this recount situation? What changed the dynamics?
Well, I don't know that it's accurate to say it changed. I think I think that for almost 6 weeks now, people have been saying this was going to be a close election, and that proved to be the case.
Are you concerned about the confidence of the American people in the electoral process, with the popular vote going one way and the electoral vote going in the other? And if so, is that one of the reasons you're sending Secretary Baker to Florida to try to restore some of that confidence?
Well, I think actually the election was a validation of the process. We have a wonderful democracy. We had a large turnout. We had a close contest. And it was an exciting election, I think, for everyone who was involved. Maybe a little too exciting in a few moments, but I think our democracy does have processes in place, and we're in the midst of those processes right now. And so I think people can be reassured that those will be conducted in a fair and open manner.
Karen, if you take yourself back to yesterday around 6 when it looked like Florida initially was going to go towards Gore, can you just recount a little bit about the emotion and what President Bush and Barbara Bush might have said to their son to kind of help them through a very tumultuous evening?
They were very calm. When I arrived, it was after the networks had declared the state of Florida for Vice President Gore, and everything. They were very calm. They were watching the returns. I think the feeling on our campaign's part was that was a premature prediction on the part of the networks. The reports we were getting from the ground in Florida indicated otherwise, and I think it turned out that was correct on our part. Our reports from the ground were encouraging to us during that period of time, because we were hearing from Florida that we didn't think that we thought that we would carry Florida.
The governor never believed that when it was first announced that Florida went.
I think we were always skeptical, because the reports that we were getting from the ground in Florida indicated that Florida was in fact very close, and that we felt we'd had good turnout in areas where we felt we needed to do well.
Did the campaign ask the networks, did you contact the networks and ask them to reconsider their call in Florida?
I believe Carl may have had some discussions. Carl, did you contact the networks?
Members of the campaign staff did contact the networks. What was ironic was
We've lost the satellite parent. It's back up, isn't it? It's back up.
State that was a lot closer, even in their own exit polling. And what to me was most ironic, to give it to announce it before the polls even closed in that state. Florida is a state split between the Eastern time zone and the Western time zone, or excuse me, the Central time zone, and essentially parts of all of the first congressional district and part of the second congressional district in the Panhandle are in the Central time zone, and the polls were still open for about 35 minutes after the point at which most of the networks had called Florida for Al Gore, which we came out of the first congressional district, the Panhandle's westernmost district, with about 100,000 vote margin.
Are you suggesting that the networks demonstrated some political bias in the states they chose to call?
No,
those they did not.
No, I think that their standards were different for one set of states than for another, and there are states like Ohio and West Virginia in which the Bush margin was substantial, and yet they did not call those states, but they rushed for whatever reasons of their own. Last night, one of the network anchors said they called a state whenever 75% of the polls in that state had closed, which I thought was a sort of an unusual standard.
The second time that they called in your favor, were you surprised they called again? And what did your vote count have at that point? And did you anticipate a recall or a recount anyway?
We thought it would be close. I can't remember exactly what the number was when they called it, but look, it's up to them to decide when they're going to call states. I just thought the early count was premature. It particularly hurt us on the West Coast, where literally people got up and walked out of our phone centers when Florida was called and went home.
Did you anticipate a recount?
We anticipated it to be a close election.
Do you believe that your phone calls had any role in persuading the networks to pull Florida back from Gore early in the evening?
I doubt it.
Do you think you had bad information going into the election, Carl? And secondly to that, what will it say if the governor loses the popular vote to become the Electoral College victor in terms of his ability to govern?
Well, Americans have a tradition of uniting behind their leaders, their new leaders after an election, and we're confident that will happen here. Look, what happened in this election at the end was they got out their vote. They got it out big time, and we got ours out. Fortunately, in critical states, a little bit better, but they did a terrific. My hats off. My hats are off to Donna Brazil and her crew. They did a fabulous job of generating their vote.
When did you see the photo votes starting to slip from you?
Pardon me?
When did you realize that Florida might be lost? I know it isn't clear that it is lost.
Well, I did not believe it was lost right from the beginning, because the evidence was simply not there. We were overperforming in a whole range of counties: Clay County, St. Johns County, Escambia, Okaloosa. There are a whole series of counties in which we were doing better than we needed to, that were coming in early, and the big Democrat counties, Broward, Palm Beach, and Dade, were not yet in. So it struck me that it was a little bit premature, that particularly when you looked at the counties that they had I suspect not really fully taken into consideration. These counties in the westernmost part of the Panhandle, Panama City, basically to the west, they've not taken into consideration in their call, because they had no precinct returns from those precincts to factor into their decision to make this call, because the polls had not closed in those precincts yet. They were on Central Time Zone.
Was it the Social Security issue that hurt you the most in Florida?
No, what helped win it for us in Florida was the Social Security issue. Governor Bush took on the so-called third rail of American politics and survived.
Thank y'all very much. Let's go before we all freeze to death.
Will members of the Bush campaign be overseeing the recount, and are you worried about voter fraud?
I'm confident there'll be a fair count in Florida.
No, they left this morning. They had coffee. They left this morning. May I now?
Karen Hughes, the Bush Communications Director, and the Chief Strategist Karl Rove briefing reporters on what happened last night, as we see some videotape just received on the satellite of the Bushes and the Cheneys sitting down for lunch at the governor's mansion.
I'm upbeat. How many hours of sleep did you get last night?
About 2. How about you?
About 3 and a half, actually.
They're going to do a 7-minute mile today, Governor?
No, sir, Carl, I'm not. I'm going to rest, do a little business. I've been working all morning.
I mean,
How's it feel not to be on an airplane headed somewhere?
not knowing what your title will be in a couple of days.
Well, we feel very good about what our title is going to be, and the results are out there. They're now being certified, and we're pleased with the support we've received.
Do you feel like a president-elect this morning, Governor?
Carl, I feel like a man who worked my heart out, put out a positive message, and a person who is looking forward to a quick resolution of the ballots in the state of Florida.
What were the emotional swings like last night, Governor? It must have been crazy.
Well, it was a great night. It was an interesting night. Needless to say, there was some consternation with Florida's governor during our family dinner when somebody jumped the proverbial gun, as we say. And so he's the person that really went through some, obviously some interesting emotions. I was confident that when it was all said and done, that Florida would be taken off the declared, state role, and that cooler heads would prevail and the count would actually matter. That's what's happened.
What did you tell the Vice President when he called the second time?
I just, I thought it was an interesting comment he made, and listened to what he had to say, and didn't have much to say.
Were you amazed that it took place that way?
Well, I was. I felt like I was fully prepared to go out and give a speech, and thanking my supporters, and he withdrew his earlier comments, and here we sit. I'm looking forward to this being speedily resolved, and that the vote that we believe we've got in Florida is confirmed. And when that happens, I'll be the president-elect, and my friend will be the vice president-elect, and we'll begin the transition. My soup is getting cold. But since it was cold to begin with, no, it's thank you all. Everybody go back and get some rest. We will try not to make too much news for you between now and supper. Thanks, guys. Girls.
Now for your entertainment.
All my tax families.
Governor Bush clearing up some of the drama overnight. If you were watching election coverage last night, you know that the networks projected early a Gore win. In Florida, you heard Karl Rove, the Bush chief strategist, say that the networks may have rushed to judgment in that regard. They later pulled back. Then in the middle of the night, Al Gore called George W. Bush and conceded, and then an hour later retracted that concession. And now the race is too close to call. So close, in fact, with 1,700 votes separating the candidates. An official recount has been ordered in the state. And we wait. And George W. Bush promising not too much news while we wait for the result, expected before sometime around late afternoon tomorrow. Natalie?
And now we're hearing from the First Lady who's won an election. Hillary Rodham Clinton, U.S. Senator-elect from New York, is talking about the issues that will be important to her.
Or you can go right in there and use what additional clout and so on that your celebrity engenders. Have you thought about that at all? Do you know which way you might go? I mean,
no, I really haven't. I think, and to me, it's like a case-by-case basis. I don't see that there's one strategy fits all. I don't think that that's the way it works. Now, I don't expect this much attention after today. And so I think that I'll have more of an opportunity to get down to the work of, becoming a senator and becoming effective. And from what I know about the Senate, it's like any new job. I mean, you've got to find your footing. You have to be, willing to work hard to learn the ropes and the rules, build relationships with people, all of which I intend to do. So I just see this as, an opportunity for me to get to work in the most effective way possible, and there'll be different means I choose depending upon what I'm trying to accomplish.
This campaign, any of the tone that came out of any of the commercials that your campaign ran, or the Lazio campaign ran, any of the effect that it might have had on voters, turning voters off?
I don't know. I feel very good about the vote, and I certainly feel very good about the validation of the kind of campaign that we tried to run.
When your colleague Chuck Schumer travels throughout the state, people can come and go as they please if they care to see him speak or whatever. And obviously there's been a degree of security with your appearances throughout the state because you are the First Lady. But when you're Senator Clinton, can we expect, can the public expect to see that go away entirely, cut down, or will people have that kind of unfettered access they have with your new colleague in the Senate, Chuck Schumer?
Well, I don't know. I haven't even thought about that. But I think people felt that I was accessible. I think people knew that I worked hard to be accessible. I think that literally tens of thousands of people that I had face-to-face conversations with, that I spent time with, that I shook hands with, I think New Yorkers came away feeling that not only had I been, but I would continue to be accessible, and I intend to be. I just don't know. There are issues related to that, and I haven't even begun to sort them out.
A certain number of people voted against you. What will you do to reach out to them? What would you like to say to those people?
Well, I think in any election there are people who vote for you and vote against you, and I'm gratified we had so many more voting for me. But as I said last night, yesterday we voted as Democrats, Republicans, party members. Today, we're New Yorkers, and I'm going to get to work to represent the entire state of New York. I intend to, be a senator for everyone in New York. And, over the course of time, I think people who, might have supported my opponent will understand and see that.
Can you tell us last night when you were watching the return with the president with you, could you describe the scene? And also, could you say how much do you think this victory is his as well?
Well, I think, we had a rather large group of friends, supporters, family with us, and people were in and out of our suite upstairs. The president, of course, was there, and he and my daughter were very excited and very happy about the outcome. And as I said last night, Dean, I would not have been standing there without, the support and work of my husband. And I don't think as a New Democrat I would have been standing there without his leadership of the Democratic Party and of our country. You've heard me say many times over, and I absolutely believe it, that his leadership made a tremendous difference in our nation. We're a stronger and better country than we were. And I think that the ideas he brought to politics, the hard work and persistence that he exemplified is something that all of us can learn from. So you can't separate out a ongoing conversation that we've had about these issues for 29 years from last night. It's all part of it.
Committees yet? Have you heard about committees yet?
I don't know yet. Yes.
Can you tell me what role you think women voters played in your victory?
Well, I think they played a decisive role. I mean, according to the early exit returns, I got 61% of the women's vote. I spoke with a number of people today who were, very amazed by the margin that I received. I think I came close, if not made a near majority of the male vote as well, so I don't mean to leave the men out, but I think that the vote was very, was a very powerful statement about what women voters care about, which is what I care about. So I think that that really resonated, and I was very grateful for all the hard work that so many of my friends did. I mean, I don't know how to really catalog all of my friends who went to parties, went to small gatherings, spoke for me, called their friends, emailed, reached out, and all of that added up over time so that we got a tremendous vote last night.
How do you wear both hats in the intervening time between still being First Lady and Senator-elect?
Well, for example, I have to go back to Washington tonight because tomorrow we celebrate the 200th anniversary of the White House. And that is one of the obligations that I'm looking forward to. We are going to have a number of our previous presidents there. As of now, Presidents Bush, Carter and Ford are scheduled to be there. Lady Bird Johnson will be there. It's a very moving tribute to the House that really symbolizes our American democracy. On Friday, I'm planning a fly around upstate, and we'll be trying to fit in as many stops as we're able to. Then I'll be going to Vietnam with the President, and I'll be working, on all of the transition issues. But, there's going to be a session of Congress next week, and Senator Moynihan and Senator Schumer, our New York senators, they will be leading the debate and making the decisions, and I will obviously support them. So I'm going to be finishing up my responsibilities in the White House while I transition into becoming the senator.
Mrs. Clemson, asked you about those upstate plans later this week. Are you planning rallies? Thank you.
No, we're going to do airport touchdowns, inviting our supporters and the press to come out to the airports, because I want to try to fit in as many as I can. So we're not going to be able to do anything more elaborate than that. But as soon as we have the schedule set, we'll let you know. I feel very strongly about, going back upstate, and I'd hoped to do it today, but, with everything that went on last night, most people didn't even get back home, so it didn't work out. But we will be doing that on Friday.
Thank you, Mrs. Clinton.
Thank you. This is so much fun, Howard. Didn't Howard do a great job? Yay! And look at how
Hillary Rodham Clinton, U.S. Senator-elect from the state of New York, talking about the future as a senator, saying that she wouldn't have won without the support of her husband. Next stop for her is back to Washington for the 200th anniversary of the White House. Then she'll do a fly around of the state on Friday, as you heard, to thank her supporters. And then it's with the president to his trip to Vietnam. Clinton winning over Rick Lazio 56% to 44%, a race that has an ending. Now to another one that doesn't yet, and that, of course, is the presidential race. Pick your description: heart-stopper, cliffhanger, historic. They said it would be close, and by George, it is. A day after voters chose the new president, we, the people, still don't know who that person is. Florida, the critical toss-up state, lived up to its pre-election hype, with just 1,785 votes separating Al Gore and George W. Bush. Florida's 25 electoral votes and the presidency itself hang in the balance today. At the moment, Gore leads in the electoral vote count, the only one that matters, 260 to 246, but the candidate that takes Florida will capture 25 more, and the count as of early this morning had Bush ahead there. Of course, the one that does win Florida, that will put him over the 270 electoral votes needed to take the White House. If Bush does prevail, he could win the presidency with just one electoral vote to spare, while losing the popular contest by a couple 100,000 votes. That exact scenario has happened once before in U.S. history, back in 1876. Remember it? Rutherford B. Hayes won the White House with just one electoral vote to spare, but he lost the popular vote to Samuel Tilden.
I recall we had to stay up real late that night, too. How exactly will Florida election officials go about this recount that has the world waiting now? And what about voter complaints about confusing ballots and even missing or forgotten ballot boxes? Questions now for CNN's John Zarella, who's in Fort Lauderdale. What's going on, John?
Well, Lou, they're trying to begin to sort out the mess, so to speak, here in Florida and get the beginning of the end of the process underway. About 40 minutes ago here in Fort Lauderdale at the Voting Equipment Center, they began the recount of some 587,000 votes, and that's the number of votes, 66% of the registered voters in Broward County, Florida, who went to the polls yesterday, and the recount is underway. After 100% of the vote was counted, actually 60% of the folks in Broward County voted for the vice president, 30% for the governor from Texas. What you can see there behind me is a room where in this particular room, a representative of the Democratic Party and a representative from the Republican Party, along with their legal counsel, are here to monitor the recount here in Broward County. Off to the right, there is another room, and that is the vote counting room. And those people in there are literally manning counting machines. We've got some videotape that we shot just a few minutes ago from another angle where you can actually see the ballots being placed in these counting machines, That's going to be all 587,928 that were cast here in Broward County, put into those machines, and during the course of what's expected to be about 3 or 4 hours, they will be recounted. Now, just a few minutes ago, the Broward County Elections Supervisor, Jane Carroll, came out from behind the glass there and told us that the recount is underway and that this isn't the first time they've done recounts here in Broward County. And she says in the past, it's never made much of a difference. There hasn't been a big change, and she doesn't expect there to be much of a change in the numbers here today.
We've never done one that changed the outcome of the race. We've even done them when people were only one vote apart when we started for small city races, and they ended up one vote apart at the end with the same winner.
580 Cal. Now they do expect that, again, it will take about 3 to 4 hours to finish the count here. Now there are other issues outstanding that still have to come into play. As you mentioned, Lou, that they have in Dade County, there was a missing ballot. There was a ballot box that was actually discovered this morning when some workers showed up at a church preschool and found a ballot box there. We're not clear at this point as to what was in the ballot box, if it was an empty ballot box, if there were actually ballots in that ballot box. We do know that the ballot box was found in a precinct that is heavily Democratic. If there were ballots in there, no idea how many were in there. In Palm Beach County, another problem. The way the ballot was laid out in Palm Beach County, apparently on that ballot, there were some complaints from people who voted who said that because of the proximity of the names and the way they were laid out, they thought they were voting for the vice president, but in fact they think they may have voted for Mr. Buchanan. So, another discrepancy to be resolved in Palm Beach County. How you resolve that one is anybody's guess, but there are still some wild cards here in Florida, even beyond the actual recount that has begun and will take place in all of Florida's 67 counties. Could be a long day, long night, and may not be done and finished until sometime late tomorrow afternoon. Lou?
And John, both campaigns are sending in representatives, former secretaries of state, James Baker for the Republicans, Warren Christopher for the Democrats. What will their role be in supervising this recount?
I think that's exactly the operative word. It's really supervisors or observers to make sure that everything goes smoothly, that if there are any issues that arise, if there are any red flags that appear anywhere in the state, in a county here or a county there, that they will be there to raise the flag to their party and say, hey, wait a minute, we don't think this is actually going right here. We need to take another look at that. And they'll be on the ground to talk to Florida elections officials and make sure that whatever snafus still may occur get straightened out right away.
And they should be in there today, wouldn't you think?
And some of them, as I said, are here now. There are representatives here now in that room monitoring this election, one from each of the parties along with their legal counsels.
All right, and keeping watch over it all, John Zarella down there in Fort Lauderdale. We're going to check in now with Jonathan Carl, who's with the Gore campaign in Nashville. And apparently we're getting some reaction from the Gore campaign to all of this.
Well, we have some new developments here. Warren Christopher, who, as you heard John mention, is the person that's headed up the delegation that will oversee the recount in Florida for the Gore campaign. The former Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, is en route here to Nashville. He is expected here before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, local time. He will meet with Vice President Gore before turning around and going back down to Florida to oversee this operation. There's already a team in place down there in Florida that includes some of the Vice President's senior advisors, including Ron Klain, who is his former Chief of Staff. In the meantime, as they follow that recount in Florida, look for possible irregularities, look for possible legal challenges, the Gore campaign is also waging a public relations offensive, or preparing to do so. What they are pointing out here is that Vice President Gore appears to have won the popular vote, and they're doing more than that. They're also pointing out that he has won the popular vote by what they consider to be a serious margin. Even though it's close to George W. Bush, they're saying that Vice President Gore, with nearly 50 million votes, has garnered more votes than any previous Democratic candidate in history, including Bill Clinton in 1992 and 1996. This is a point they want to be making over and over again, because should George W. Bush win in the state of Florida, he will, of course, win the electoral vote, making him the president, but they want to make it very clear that Al Gore is the one that has won the popular vote here. And who knows, some aides, we haven't heard this from the vice president himself, but some in the senior circle, some Gore partisans, will be looking very carefully to see how those members of the Electoral College actually vote when they get together on December 18th. Will they be reluctant to vote for a candidate who lost the popular vote in George W. Bush? So they'll be looking very carefully at that. It's unclear, Vice President Gore has been on record now for some time saying he fully respects the Electoral College and the current system, so it's doubtful that he himself would complain about this fact. Nevertheless, his partisans doing everything they can to point out that, in fact, Vice President Gore has won the popular vote here, and not only that, but by apparently getting an historic level of votes for a Democrat. Lou?
All right, John Carl in Nashville. We're expecting momentarily in Palm Beach County, Florida, the election supervisor there to step out and bring reporters up to date on what John Zarella was talking about, the confusing ballot, where folks thought because of the layout of the ballot that they were voting for Patrick Buchanan rather than their intended candidate, Al Gore. So that's another element or a factor in this process now going on in Florida, and we'll keep you posted on that. And when that election presser gets underway, we'll take you right there. Natalie?
And CNN's Gene Meserve has been with the Bush camp awaiting the news like everyone else. Let's find out what's going on in Austin, Texas. Gene.
Natalie, Governor Bush had been invisible to us all morning, meeting with his senior staff at the governor's mansion, but about 45 minutes or an hour ago, he came out into the garden with his running mate Dick Cheney and gave us his read on the situation.
This morning brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it to be, that we have won the election. The recount is already underway, and I understand the Secretary of State of Florida has announced to the media that it will be completed by 5 p.m. tomorrow.
And Governor Bush announced that he is dispatching James Baker, the former Secretary of State, to Florida on his behalf. The Democrats have dispatched another former Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, the two of them to observe what is happening there. The press secretary for Mr. Bush indicating that he really doesn't have any questions about the voting. He just wants to have Secretary Baker be a calming influence and make sure everything is done impeccably and well. The governor went out of his way in his remarks this morning to reach out to the supporters of the vice president. He said, if elected, as I expect, I will work hard to gain their confidence. We will do everything we can to unite the nation. This, of course, a theme that he sounded repeatedly through his campaign. He wanted to be a uniter rather than a divider. He and his staff were asked today about whether he had a mandate because the popular vote and the Electoral College vote, if he does win, would not mesh. They indicated that there's a history in this country of the nation uniting behind the winner. They trust that will happen. And as I indicated right at the top, Governor Bush expressing confidence that when all is said and done, he will be the winner in this election. Natalie?
All right, CNN's Gene Meserve there in Austin. Thank you, Gene. In a moment here, we will talk with voters across the country. We have CNN correspondents posted at a couple of cities to hear what you think about how this election is unfolding. We'll also look at the balance of power, the Senate and House races, and how they shaped up. We'll take a break. CNN Today. We'll be right back.
Election coverage continues here on CNN, of course, because it's too close to call still in Florida. And we have CNN's Mike Betcher, who's keeping in shape by running up and down steps at the state capitol. He has some new information to impart. Mike, what's going on?
Well, Lou, I'm trying to stick to the elevator stairs, to the stairs rather than the elevator, so I can make this happen. So far, no results. I was just up there a few minutes ago. They say it's going to come in county by county, and then it will be certified by what's called the State Canvass Commission. And that's consisting of 3 state officials, including Governor Jeb Bush. Now, for the Democrats, they say that this process has gone from 0 to 65 in about 5 seconds. They're upset about it. The Democratic National Committee is here now. More people will be coming. We're speaking now with Jenny Backus with the Democratic National Committee. What about the process? You say it's moving too quickly.
Well, obviously we want a very rapid answer to this because the entire country is waiting to see who the President of the United States is. But we think that the results will show differently, and we don't think this election's over. And what we're upset about moving quickly right now is the fact that this is all being done in the dark of night. Where's the sunshine in the Sunshine State? This is done very quickly. The processes that we interpret in statute, we have questions about how the Secretary of State is interpreting them, and we're really very concerned. There's a lot of questions here. There's a lot of very angry Floridians. They're calling us. They're calling the state party. The Democratic Committee is here in Florida at the request of the Florida party, and we want to work with them to make sure that every voter got their voice heard. This is the future of our country. Al Gore won last night the popular vote of this country. Now there's some questions about whether or not this election is over and if we won this election. We haven't had a chance to look at the numbers. The voters haven't had a chance to make sure that their voices were heard.
Now, the Republican officials in this state, from the governor, Secretary of State, and others, say they are following the law. And it looks like a done deal that this election will be certified tomorrow, no matter on the recount, no matter who wins the recount. What will you do if the Vice President loses the recount and that's certified? What is next?
Well, I'm not going to speculate that far because there's a lot of options that we can do and that the Florida party can do and that others can do. People are talking about taking away somebody's constitutional right to vote. There are thousands, literally thousands of reports of irregularities. In Palm Beach County, we spoke about it yesterday during the election. We got reports of questionable ballots. There's reports of voter intimidation. There's ballot boxes that are missing. There's the results on the Secretary of State's own webpage that seem to have mysteriously increased by 1,000 votes. These are lots of questions, and I think the voters of Florida and the voters of this country deserve some answers. They need to be done in a timely fashion, but they need to be done in a bipartisan fashion.
But you brought up the L word, lawsuit, in this press conference. You're planning to file lawsuits, the DNC or voters?
There's many different options out there. There's voters that have called and told us they're going to file a lawsuit. It's their right if they feel like their right to vote has been tampered on. We're gathering information. Our lawyers are looking very closely. Florida lawyers, we've had calls from more than 25 different lawyers in different precincts and jurisdictions around Florida that are raising questions. At this point, we're gathering information. We're going to be responsible about this. We know how important it is. This election is not over. And we are not going to concede it yet. We are looking at the votes that are coming in, and we have a lot of very serious questions.
So, should we expect to see a huge presence of the Democratic National Committee here setting up camp because this is the state that will decide? There are only 3 of you here now. What's going to happen now?
The way that it works is that we want to make sure that Floridians have a voice in this process. We're not coming in from a high. There is a compelling and immense national interest in this election because it's going to determine the presidency, a presidency that Al Gore won by the popular vote. But this is about Florida. We are here to work with Floridians. We will definitely have some National Party folks in. This is too critical, but we need the input from Florida lawyers, from Florida voters, people who've been left out of this process. Florida voters need a voice in this, and I think the evidence right now is pointing to the fact that they may have been denied that voice.
Has the Democratic National Committee, in its considerations, thought about and weighed what a long, drawn-out battle over this election would do to the integrity of the system and if it would hurt the country?
That's an excellent question, and that's why we don't want a long, drawn-out battle, but we want to make sure that it's fair and that it's not swept under the rug. We need to make sure that this is too important for people to play partisan games with. We need a very quick resolution, but we need one that is interpreted and seen on both sides. And it's not just the Democrats and the Republicans. That's not what's so deeply concerning here. It's the thousands of people in Palm Beach, in Dade, in counties all across Florida who feel like they were denied their access to vote. They were denied their opportunity to choose the next president of the United States. And that is contrary to everything that this country has been founded on.
Jenny Backus, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is not going to end anytime soon, it doesn't look like, although the State Canvass Commission by tomorrow will certify the count, whatever that count is. Now, the counties must certify the count twice before it's passed to here, and then the State Canvass Commission will certify. And then there are the matters 10 days down the road. They must certify ballots that were posted overseas. Those ballots only had to be mailed yesterday, and some of those could come trickling in. In 1996, there were 2,300 of those. So depending on what the margin is, there are a lot of variables, even lawsuits coming to play here, perhaps. We'll try to keep you informed, and as soon as we get some results from these counties coming in, we'll pass them along to you, Lou.
Okay, you're going to be a busy man over the next day or two. Mike Betcher down there at the state capitol. In Tallahassee, we are also now hearing that we're going to be hearing from the Vice President, Al Gore, out of Nashville. When that happens, we'll bring that to you. And when we come back with this talk of lawsuits in this election battle in Florida, we're going to be speaking with George Washington University Professor of Law, Jonathan Turley, when we come back. With the vote count in Florida set to determine the presidency, any ballot irregularities, intentional or inadvertent, could be extremely critical. Jonathan Turley is a professor of law at George Washington University and a constitutional law expert who joins us from Washington. Professor, have you ever seen anything like it?
No, we haven't seen anything like it in this country unless you were around in 1876, which I doubt. It's a very bizarre and somewhat nightmarish situation. You know, the Constitution is designed to bring some level of certainty and acceptance of the person elected for president. And we simply don't have an easy means to deal with some of the scenarios that could come out of this. There's one particularly nightmarish scenario which we simply don't have a constitutional means to deal with it easily.
You may have heard the DNC spokeswoman just a moment ago speaking of putting some sunshine on the recount process in the Sunshine State and implying that there may be some legal options available to the Democrats here. What would those options be?
You know, it's not uncommon at all these days to have challenges of these types of recounts, and it's very common for those challenges to go on for months. It's very common for hundreds or even thousands of votes to be invalidated. We just have never had to do that in a case in which a national presidential election could be reversed. That's the nightmare situation. If these candidates are separated by less than 2,000 votes and the losing party challenges, we could have a situation where the person to be inaugurated could later be found to be invalid. And that's a very serious possibility. It is very common for ballots to be thrown out once we have a review, particularly mailed ballots, mail-in ballots. And if that happened, we just don't have a good constitutional option.
Do you anticipate anything like that happening? It didn't happen in 1960. Nixon declined the challenge.
You know, it's going to be hard to not yield to this temptation. Let's assume that Governor Bush has declared the winner in Florida by only 2,000 votes. The Gore people realize that there are a number of controversies already identified in Florida that could easily reverse that. These controversies are the very routine type of challenges that are made in local races. If they believe that they could overturn that result, there's a strong temptation to do so, particularly if they claim the moral legitimacy of winning in the popular vote. It's a temptation that, particularly in the heated environment that we're in, will be very hard not to yield to. But if Vice President Gore, in this hypothetical, yields to that temptation, we will be in uncharted constitutional territory.
It's 72 days until inauguration. A lot of that time could be eaten up if these scenarios, these nightmare scenarios you're talking about should in fact be affected. But beyond the recount in Florida, if Bush is certified as the winner in Florida and the 25 electoral votes go to George W. Bush, that would give him a one-vote electoral margin, 271. Now, the question is, and there's a lot of debate going on in the country now about whether or not the Electoral College should even be employed in our election process. That's another story. However, the electors, those folks who will be voting on December 18th, do they not have the option of switching if they want to? Could not a couple of electors say, hey, the guy who won the popular vote should win the electoral vote and vote in that way?
Well, it has happened, and in fact, we have had a handful of electors that just simply changed their minds. About half of these electors are bound by state law to vote the way the states go, but it would only take a couple, obviously, to change the result. And what you have is a political system designed and functioning for the 21st century. And in that system is a part that was designed in the 17th century. And that part has failed. It is not well suited for our current sort of pressures. And how this all comes out is a very good question, but what we do know is two things. One is we could very well end up in a situation which we have had no preparation and no constitutional provision for. And second, no matter how this comes out, we will not achieve what the framers wanted to achieve, and that is a feeling of certainty among the electorate that they know who is the legitimate president of the United States. There will be lingering doubt to that fact, no matter how we go forward, and that is a real problem.
How do you think many Americans, maybe half Americans, feel today knowing that the man who won the popular vote might lose this election when they realize what the system really is all about?
Well, you know, they have a right to be confused. This was a system developed in the 1700s, and even back then, a lot of people thought it was uniquely stupid. And, you know, now it's become even more obvious how ill-suited it is. But the biggest problem is that the relative value of votes under this system are dramatically different. If you vote in Florida, you have enormous amounts of power as a voter. If you vote in Washington, D.C. or Wyoming, you don't, simply because where you are voting. And that is a very uncomfortable position to be in when you claim to be a democracy.
Professor Turley, thanks so much. Jonathan
Thank
Turley
you.
with George Washington University, a constitutional law expert. Natalie, what's next?
Well, you asked him about what he thought about how Americans feel. We're going to find out. We've talked with the constitutional law expert about this. Let's talk to the guys down at the local barbershop. CNN's Jeff Flock is doing that for us in Chicago. Jeff?
That's right, Natalie. It's on everybody's mind today, and that very issue that you were talking about there, the potential of a popular vote winner not winning the election, is on everyone's mind here. I want to go around what is called the Hubbard Street Hair Studio here in Chicago and get a sense for what's on people's minds. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that maybe the Electoral College needs to be amended. Maybe it's outmoded and we don't need it, and we should go with the popular vote.
We're hearing a lot of that today as people think about what has transpired here. What are you thinking, Vince?
I'm thinking pretty much the same thing. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm awfully happy that everybody came out. I think it was about a 70 to 75% return vote, and I'm happy for that. But I also think in this particular case that something has to be done with the electoral vote college.
You know, some people got fooled overnight. I want to show you a newspaper headline, which if you're able to see that, this is the Daily Herald. You can see Bush wins cliffhanger. I'm joined by Rick Pearson here of the Chicago Tribune, and you guys at the Tribune. I know that if I look at the newspaper, Bruce, if you can see that, that's as close as you got to it, too. You didn't make that mistake.
Well, there was that problem in 1948 that we are very deliberative in when we call races.
That's the Dewey defeats Truman headline, although this one may turn out to be correct.
Oh, that's exactly right. I mean, this thing could go on for weeks, if not months. History of recounts is, after this recount is done in Florida, basically it establishes a base number for Bush. That brings the lawyers in, and it's up to Bush's lawyers to defend those numbers.
Rick Pearson has a lot of experience with this. You covered the 1982 gubernatorial race here in Illinois that went down to 5,000 votes statewide, right?
That's exactly right, and it ended up with a Supreme Court ruling 3 days before Inauguration Day.
Wow. Before we get away, I want to get to one more sense of somebody in the chair here. This has been on everybody's mind today. You said you stayed up all night?
Correct. It's about 5 in the morning.
What possessed you?
The interest, the history, the fact that a presidential election could come down to, 1,200 or 1,500 votes.
I'll give you the last word. How do you think it's going to shake out?
Gore.
Do you really?
Definitely.
Okay. Heard from in Chicago, of course, remember, the Democratic Party here in Chicago is a long history and strong. So we're in Chicago. That maybe skews the viewpoints a little bit, but you can tell that out here all over the country, this is an issue that's on everybody's minds and everybody's tongue today. We're listening. I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Chicago.
Thank you, Jeff. That's some folks in the nation's heartland, the Midwest. Let's head out to the West Coast now and hear from CNN's Jim Hill, who's talking with people in L.A. Jim?
Well, Natalie, this is the pantry in downtown Los Angeles. Since about 1924, people have hashed over politics here along with their hash browns. and talk about some history today, shades of Harry Truman. Here we have the Pasadena Star-News declaring Bush squeaks by, giving Bush 282 electoral votes. Not true, of course. Another newspaper, the largest Spanish language newspaper in this area, La Opinión, Gana Bush is the headline. Bush wins, subheadline Gore pierde, Gore loses. Not true in either case, of course. The Los Angeles Times telling the story that it is in fact neck and neck, and Florida is where all eyes are now watching this unfold. We can talk to a few people here who have agreed to chat with us. Right over here, we have Robert Feinstein. Robert, you've been following this, you tell me. Your opinion on how this is all coming down to one state and really a handful of votes.
Well, I can remember in 1960, I was born in 1953, and that was very close. Similar situation, very exciting. I was up at 5:30 this morning watching CNN, and I think the next couple days will be very important.
Do you get the idea that history is in the making now, and we may see some unprecedented kinds of situations that unfold from here on out?
I agree. If the electoral votes differ from the number of votes total votes that were cast in the election, yes, that would be quite interesting.
And how does that sit with you? As things stand right now, we have Mr. Gore ahead in the popular vote, with the possibility that if Florida goes to Bush, that Bush would win.
Well, again, the voters ultimately make the decision. It'll be up to them.
Okay, well, thank you, Robert.
You're welcome.
Two more people who've agreed to talk with us right over here. This is Pablo and Allison. Allison, how about your opinion on this idea that the popular vote, it's possible to go one way, and the electoral vote another way?
Well, I'm really glad that Gore got the popular vote, and I'm just hoping that with the recount and then with the absentee ballots that Gore might get the electoral college as well. I'm just still holding out hope for that.
Pablo, how about you? We have a situation now in Florida where it comes down to perhaps 1,700 or so votes, and Gore, who's ahead in the popular vote, could possibly lose in the electoral college.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm focusing on Nader and the fact that a lot of the Nader support is Democratic support, and if just 1 or 2% of his support would have went to Gore, it would be decisive. And the fact that he has 260 electoral votes, and if he would have won his home state, then it would push them over. So there's all these sort of delicate situations going on. But the electorate has spoken, and the popular vote has gone to Gore, and by a margin of, I believe, 200,000 votes. And I was up until 2:30 in the morning watching this. That's why I'm having my breakfast at 11:30 this morning. And it's been a roller coaster. I remember when someone said that Gore had won Florida, and then later in the evening.
All right.
So.
Thank you very much, Pablo. By the way, this establishment is owned by Mayor Richard Riordan of Los Angeles, a political figure himself. Natalie?
All right, Jim Hill, thanks very much for letting us hear from folks there as well. We expect to hear from Al Gore speaking live from Lowe's Hotel in Nashville. We heard from candidate George W. Bush the past couple of hours on tape, so we'll bring you that when it happens. We'll also have a report on the balance of power in Congress. We'll take a break. More after this.
A key question now for whomever is elected president: will he be able to work with the Congress? It's all so close, even there. For a look at how this election has affected the balance of power on Capitol Hill, we're joined now by our Washington Bureau Chief, Frank Sesno. How does it look, Frank?
Well, Lou, it looks questionable. I mean, for months now, we've been hearing proposals about tax cuts, reforming Social Security, getting Medicare done, letting you put more money in your IRA or your 401k. Any of those things requires a president, a White House, and a Congress working together, establishing majorities, passing laws, ultimately signing them. Let's look at the numbers. Right now in the United States Senate, the Republicans have lost ground, but they're still in charge there, but narrowly. Here you can see it's 50 seats for the Republicans, 49 for the Democrats. There is one undecided. Which one is that? It's out in the Pacific Northwest, in the great state of Washington, where Maria Cantwell is challenging Senator Slade Gorton. Now, you see Gorton's up by about 4,000 just under 4,000 votes there. Folks in the Cantwell camp say they're fairly confident the absentee ballots will cut her way. Gorton says, forget it. The counting will go on probably for a few days. Let's go to some other very interesting races. To Missouri here. We heard a little earlier, Senator John Ashcroft conceding This a tough one here because he loses essentially to a man who wins from the grave, Mel Carnahan, who died tragically just a few weeks ago. His wife Jean will come in. John Ashcroft says he will not lend his name to any legal challenge, as some have suggested, toward this seat. In the state of Delaware, another Republican icon toppled, Senator William Roth, who has lent his name to such things as the Roth IRAs. You probably know that. You've put some of your money into accounts like that. He was beaten at age 79 by Governor Tom Carper. That was a very toughly fought race there, and one that's revolved to some extent around age and the future. So the Senate very close. Over in the House, it's close there too, not completely done. The Republicans still have control, but again by a narrower edge, at least for the time being. They have 220 seats that we're prepared to tell you about now that fall into their category, 211 for the Democrats. Remember, 218 is the majority, all right? So the Republicans, as you can see, just 2 more than the majority. There are 2 still undecided, and there are 2 independents, one of whom cuts either way. Now, all of this adds up to one dependable fact in Washington, Lou, and that is that criticism and advice are about the only things here that are free. And the advice is already coming from both sides, that if it's George W. Bush who's the president, he's going to have to play like Ronald Reagan, with minorities and majorities like that, play right over the heads of the Congress to the people of the United States. And the advice to Al Gore, if he's in there, good luck. You won't have a honeymoon in any case.
When last we spoke, Frank, we were mentioning that historians are probably fast at work already writing this chapter in this democratic spectacle that we've been seeing, and you picked right up on that.
Well, you can't resist, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. So we strung just a few of them together. There are a lot of firsts we're hearing. We've touched on a few of them, but let's cut back. We have in this election the first First Lady who's elected to the Senate, Hillary Rodham Clinton. By the way, she's the first woman senator from the state of New York. We have the first woman likely to take the seat of her husband. That's Jean Carnahan. We just talked about Missouri. We have the first United States Senate in history that will feature 11 women, maybe 12. It's the first time a former First Lady voted for her son for president. That happens to be George W. Bush. And Lou, if you're keeping score, it's the first time $1 billion was spent on congressional campaigning.
You know, it's so extraordinary, Frank, because young people who are now just getting involved in the political process have witnessed the impeachment of a president, and now they're witnessing a presidential election, not one like it since the 1800s. This is quite extraordinary.
It is extraordinary, and Lou, I've talked to a lot of people here in Washington the last several days and today as well who say that that particular connection you made may actually have some bearing on what's happened. That the U.S. public has seen a gridlock situation and they want that ended. And in a sense, this is a message. Get to work, produce something.
Frank Sesno in Washington. We'll check back.
And again, we expect to hear from Al Gore live at any moment. We'll bring that to you when it happens. Thanks for watching. I'm Natalie Allen.
I'm Lou Waters. We'll be around. Take care.
CNN announces that we call Florida in the Al Gore column.
Now we're pulling it back into the undecided column because some bad data came from certain precincts in Florida.
George Bush, governor of Texas, will become the 43rd president of the United States.
Unless there is a terrible calamity, George W. Bush, by our projections, is going to be the next president of the United States.
George W. Bush, the governor of Texas, is projected now to win the presidency of the United States.
The vice president has recalled the governor and retracted his concession.
I think we can hardly believe our ears.
And the winner is? Despite the headlines and media calls, the race is still up in the air. Florida decides, but how long will it take? And which way will the votes fall?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Talk Back Live. And boy, do we have something to talk about today. The winner and the next president of the United States will be declared at a later time. And eager media thought it was all over by 2:18 Eastern Time this morning. Now it is up in the air as all eyes focus on Florida. Joining us now, John Zarella, CNN Miami Bureau Chief. John, What's going on down there? What's the latest vote count, and when might we know something?
Well, Bobby, what's going on right now behind me in a couple of rooms back here is that they have begun the recount of the ballots here in the state of Florida. And here in Broward County, 587,900 odd votes to recount. It's going to take them about 3 or 4 hours to complete that. The results will then be sent up to the state of Florida, Tallahassee, and that's where the announcement will be made. Now, it may be sometime tomorrow before all of the 6 million votes in the state of Florida are recounted. And here, although the process will be over, you know, there are people from both parties that have been here and are here monitoring what is going on. And Ed Pasquale is joining me. And Ed, you are a representative of the Republican Party here to monitor, and I guess that means just that, right?
We're here to observe the process and ensure that the recounting process goes well.
When you first got here, I know there was some back and forth talk. What was that all about? Was it just laying the ground rules, or how did that all shake out?
Yeah, there wasn't much back and forth. There was just a discussion with representatives of the Democratic Party and Republican Party, as well as the canvassing board here in Broward County and their lawyers, to have an explanation of what would occur and have an explanation of how long the process would take.
When did you get the word that you were going to be in this position today where you had to become a monitor of a recount in Florida?
Earlier this morning. I was here late last night ensuring that the final tallies occurred and everything, make sure the process worked.
Come as a big shock to you because at one point, well, there were so many changes back and forth from 7 p.m. last night until early this morning. Then all of a sudden, a 50,000 vote lead apparently evaporates, and all of a sudden you're faced with a recount.
Well, I'm certain that both sides felt more like yo-yos rather than political campaigns. Certainly the emotions were running high on both sides, and sometimes we felt good and sometimes we didn't feel so good.
How do you feel now? How does the party in Florida feel now?
Well, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the party, but I will share with you that we're confident George W. Bush and Dick Cheney in Florida appear to have taken the majority of the votes, and we believe that come at the end of this process, certainly to make sure that all the integrity issues and confidence issues are dealt with, that we'll be calling Governor Bush, President-elect Bush.
Ed Pasquale, thank you so very much for taking time to join us here. And again, the process could last, Bobby, for about another couple of hours. And then again, it goes up to Tallahassee, where the announcement will be made on the individual counties and precincts as to how they have voted. Bobby?
John, lest we forget, the reason the recount is going on in Florida is because the vote is excruciatingly close there between Gore and Bush, and that is because of absentee ballots, confusing ballots, lost ballot boxes. Bring us up to date.
Right. A couple of issues that came up in West Palm Beach, Florida. There was concern that the way the ballot was laid out, that what actually might have happened is that certain people who went to the polls and thought they were voting for the vice president actually hit a button or actually punched through on the ballot card where Pat Buchanan's name was. And there was some concern about that, just the way the ballot was laid out. And then in Miami-Dade County, some folks went in, workers showed up this morning at a church daycare center and found a ballot box sitting there. And when they shook it, it sounded like there was something in it. So they called the Department of Elections. They came and picked up the ballot box. And lo and behold, there wasn't anything in it, but a lot of supplies, as it turned out. We just got that word a little while ago. So nothing that would affect the election there. But there are still other issues that are outstanding. As you said, the absentee ballots. There are ballots from overseas, a couple of thousand international ballots that have to be counted. Could be several days, 10 days before those ballots are counted. And we talked to the supervisor of elections here, Jane Carroll, about an hour or so ago. And Ms. Carroll was telling us that although this was what she thought was the largest recount in Broward County's history ever, that she did not think that it would change much. She said there might be a handful of votes that might change one way or another, but that from past experience in recounts here in Broward County, and they're pretty good, and the chances are you would not see a major swing, and she said there's not much likelihood at all that this recount here in Broward could affect the outcome of the presidency. Although in Broward County, I must say that there were more than 300, there were about 60% of the voters here that voted for the vice president, only 30% for the governor from Texas, and that really has kept the vice president in the ballgame in Florida. There's this enormous vote difference here, 377,000 to 177,000. Bobby?
All right, John Zarella, thanks very much. Appreciate it. We just happen to have with us on the phone now Elaine Kligman, who is a woman in Boca Raton, Florida, who says the ballot was so confusing there in Palm Beach County that she fears that she may have voted for the wrong candidate. Elaine, are you there?
Yes, I am.
So what happened? Who do you think you voted for?
Well, I hope I voted for the vice president, but it was so confusing. It was such a tight little thing with holes that you had to put in and arrows. Now, in between the arrow for Governor Bush and the vice president was an arrow for Pat Buchanan. And if you had problems seeing, or you couldn't see it properly, you could have pushed in the wrong hole.
Yeah, we're looking at a sample ballot now while you tell us about this, and the top hole I see is for Pat Buchanan, where I could see where people could accidentally
It's like
them.
beneath.
You don't remember which one you pushed?
I think I did Gore. I'm pretty sure I did Gore. But I'm telling you, there were a lot of other people who weren't sure. And do you know what? Some of them took their ballots out and asked for new ballots. And were given new ballots before because they were sure they made a mistake. It was very, very difficult.
Did anybody think to ask one of the polling people at the polling places for help?
Well, certain poll places did advise the people before they went in to vote and showed them what it was. Other places did not. And most people didn't realize what was happening until they got in.
What if you had made a mistake? What was your recourse? Were you supposed to call someone or go back down there, vote again? What?
You have no recourse, not that we know of. I mean, we called Mr. Wexler, his office, but I don't know what they can do. I mean, do you think all these people in Palm Beach would vote for Pat Buchanan? I mean, isn't that a little absurd?
We'll take your word for that. And, hopefully you voted for the person that you wanted to vote for, and we appreciate you joining us on the phone today. Let me go to Milo in the audience quickly. You're from Florida. Are you from that area?
Yes,
did you
actually,
say?
I'm originally from the Palm Beach area.
And you say that you were getting reports of the same thing from folks you know down there?
That's right. We still have family members in the area. And yesterday, before this became such a critical issue on a nationwide level, we heard that there were some people who were literally walking out of the polls crying and complaining that they had mistakenly voted for Pat Buchanan. And I must agree with the caller. Knowing the demographics of the area, I cannot believe that 3,500 people cast a vote for Pat Buchanan. And I think Representative Wexler is very concerned about this. This is uncharted territory for our nation, and it's going to be very interesting to see how we deal with this.
All right, a couple emails as we go to break. Kevin in New York says, this is a disgrace. Aren't we the country with the most advanced technology? Why are we still voting with pencil and paper? We should have a voting period of 24 hours that is simultaneous throughout the nation. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Up next, Governor Bush claims a cautious victory in Florida. But is the race over? We'll ask Bill Press and Robert Novak. As we go to break, please take part in our TalkBack Live online viewer vote at cnn.com/TalkBack. Today's question, who do you think will win this election? George Bush or Al Gore?
I'm Rhonda Schaffner on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, tracking trading action for you on this day. It is a split decision on Wall Street the day after this election. Dow Industrials bouncing around near unchanged levels. The Dow is up only 7 right now. Merck is helping to lead the advance. It's up more than 4. Pharmaceutical stocks, oil stocks, and tobacco stocks all moving higher, but techs are sharply lower. The NASDAQ is down 133 points. That's the latest from Wall Street. Talk Back Live continues now.
This morning,
brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it will be, that we have won the election. The recount is already underway, and I understand the Secretary of State of Florida has announced to the media that will be completed by 5 p.m. tomorrow. America has a long tradition of uniting once elections are over. Secretary Cheney and I will do everything in our power to unite the nation, to call upon the best, to bring people together after one of the most exciting elections in our nation's history.
Joining us now, Bill Press, co-host of CNN's Crossfire and The Spin Room. Also with us, Robert Novak, the other host of Crossfire and syndicated columnist with the Chicago Sun-Times. He also hosts CNN's Evans, Novak, Hunt, and Shields. Gentlemen, that soundbite right there, that was about an hour ago. Did I miss something? I mean, as a matter of form, was that soundbite just a bit premature?
Well, you missed it, Bobby, because what that was he was talking about when he said this morning. He meant 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when they had the news that he had won the state.
Bobby,
but
that soundbite came out only about 45 minutes ago, and certainly sounded like Mr. Bush was claiming victory.
Bobby, you know what we call that in the trade? Spin. These are the same people who said they had 320 electoral votes 2 days ago. Yesterday they said 200. They said they had 290 in the lockbox. Today they're saying they won Florida. They may have, but we really do not know.
Well, then should they be out there claiming victory until? I mean, people are taking this recount in Florida very, very seriously. So
it doesn't matter. Bobby, don't pretend this is all on the level, all this spin. Don't take it seriously. It has nothing to. Nobody's going to vote anymore in Florida. Right. See, that's the thing. If this were an election, we could be serious about it. But the people all voted a very long time ago, yesterday, and they'll be counting. They'll be counting the votes, and what George W. Bush or what Al Gore or any of their minions say has nothing to do with the count.
No. Well, I think all George Bush was doing was try to rebuild the morale of his troops, who obviously are not only tired but a little disappointed after their premature victory celebration.
Well, what do you think, Bill? Do you think that Al Gore still has a good chance then?
I think it's time to stop predicting, but since you asked me to, I think he's got a shot. I would not say a great shot, but as Bob says, whatever's there is in the bag or in the box, and we'll know at 5 o'clock tomorrow. If I had to give it odds, I'd say it's probably, put it this way, I've been involved around several election recounts in my political time. I have not seen one recount yet that flipped the outcome of an election.
Everything Bill's been involved in politics, he's lost in. So he shouldn't really say. I would say it's 100 to 1. They're not going to get this return on a recount. And besides, what few other ballots are going to come in are coming in from the servicemen and women abroad, and they are traditionally very heavily aligned to the Republicans. So you've got to, as a famous mayor of the District of Columbia once said, get over it. George W. Bush is going to be president.
So with just a separation perhaps of a few thousand votes, Bill, you don't expect Al Gore or his legal advisors to pursue this further or not?
Well, first of all, you got to go through the count. I think it's very unlikely there will be enough ballots that have not been counted to make a difference, and particularly to offset what should be a heavy percentage of the absentee ballots for George W. Bush. So if that popular vote in Florida continues the way it is, George Bush wins Florida, he wins the Electoral College, he loses the popular vote. Al Gore knows what the Constitution says, and he has said he will respect it. And I believe him, and I think he should, and I think the country will.
And another thing is that you got to remember that all that's going on now is a recount. This is not a challenge. There's no accusations of fraud. It isn't a matter of contesting or challenging ballots. They're just counting them over again.
All right, talking about predicting or not predicting, let's review last night. What happened there? What happened there when, I was shocked, for one, when the Florida column went to Gore as early as it did. and then, of course, was retracted later on in the evening, and then we had Bush winning the election with Florida 218 and then not. What happened?
I don't know. I think we have a lot of self-examination to do. You know, it just seems to prove you can't trust the pollsters and you can't trust the networks. None of them. They all got it wrong.
I think they were too quick on the trigger, and they have little formulas they use with sample precincts, with exit polls, and if this does this and that does this, voila, we've got a winner. But the thing that bothered me, everybody can make a mistake, even Bill and I make mistakes occasionally, but the thing that bothered me was that after this happened, they made two more mistakes. One mistake was they prematurely said that Slade Gorton, the Republican senator from Washington, had been defeated by Maria Cantwell, and then they had to pull back on that. I was just amazed that they would declare that close a race unless they were sure. And then much worse, of course, was saying that George Bush had carried Florida when it was obvious he was losing votes as more and more of them came in from Dade County and Broward County. I'm not a Florida expert, but I knew it was going to be a lot closer, and I was amazed that CNN and the other networks called it, particularly after getting their fingers burned on the previous time.
Bobby, I got to say, I think all the networks, ourselves included, have put too much importance on, too much emphasis on, too much faith in the pollsters from the beginning of this election. It's been pollster-driven. The polls have been all over the place, and they followed through all the way till last night when it was a different kind of poll, but it was still an exit poll. And we just followed like sheep right over the cliff when the experts said this is the way we ought to go. Forgetting, for example, in Florida, there are 2 time zones. What I heard one time last night is they didn't even account for the second time zone, so the polls might have been open later or some more votes coming in. I mean, these guys just blew it.
Let me get a feel from some of the viewers last night. Alan, your thoughts?
It's all about entertainment. It's about getting the ideas first and the facts be damned. And for all those journalists who are crying, it's not my fault, methinks thou dost protest too much.
Eric?
Like, I still think that the media jumped the gun because, like I said, there's only 25 states that are required by law to actually go with the popular vote. And we have no guarantee that some of those other states are going to go with the popular vote. So we can't be sure until December when they actually do make their votes themselves.
Wait a minute. Can I say something to that, Bobby?
Yeah.
I think this gentleman is saying that he thinks the electors are going to go into the Electoral College and vote for whoever they want to. Please, this is not going to happen. There was one faithless elector many years ago who didn't vote. The people who are electors, and I think Bill can back me up on this, are party hacks. They are picked there because they are absolutely without a single original thought of their own. They will vote for the party person who wins the state.
But Bobby, can I very quickly? You know, this may be way out there, but let's face it, we are all way out there already, okay? So, if you're one of these electors, and you know that we're faced with an archaic institution that everybody thinks we ought to get rid of,
I
and
don't.
you're faced with a situation where you've got one guy winning the popular vote and your guy maybe even winning the electoral vote by 1 vote, are you going to vote for your party? Are you going to vote for the people? Or are you going to vote for principle? There may be one principled person there.
Bill, you don't even believe that because you're too practical. You're too practical a politician. You know these people are not. They're not guys like Bill Press or wild fellows. They are very solid citizens. They will vote with the party.
I believe that there's even a party hack somewhere with a soul.
I gotta take a break.
Maybe we'll find him.
I like the Electoral College,
that one person. I got to take a break as we do some emails. Ron in Massachusetts. It is unconscionable and should be illegal for any news organization to declare or project a candidate to be the winner while an opposing candidate has a greater number of counted votes. Cameron says the media provides a valuable service to the public by covering these elections and should not be criticized for their errors. They would not intentionally mislead the viewers. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Good afternoon. Well, if ever there was a doubt about the importance of exercising democracy's most fundamental right, the right to vote, yesterday put it to rest. No American will ever be able to seriously say again, my vote doesn't count. The American people have now spoken, but it's going to take a little while to determine exactly what they said. The process for that is in motion, and the rest of us will have to let it play out. I want to congratulate Vice President Gore and Governor Bush on a vigorous, hard-fought, truly remarkable campaign. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you advise the Vice President to rescind his concession last night?
No, sir. I didn't talk to him about it at all, one way or the other. I talked to him afterward. We had a great talk later, you know, when the situation was as it is now, and we were laughing. He was in a good humor. We talked about the unpredictability of life and how he'd done all he could, and he was pleased that he was ahead in the popular vote at the time. I don't know what the latest totals are, and we had a very good talk. And he congratulated Hillary, and they had a nice little visit. But I was just like you last night. I was a fascinated observer. Thank you.
To concede immediate lead. Good shot, Randy.
Bringing you the world for 20 years. This is CNN.
There would be no early morning suspense for George Bush and his supporters. By the time the Vice President walked into the Brown Convention Center in Houston, it had long been evident he would become the country's 41st chief executive.
The people have spoken, and with...
It was clear in 1988 that George Bush was really running for Ronald Reagan's third term. You know, if Reagan could have run for a third term, he would have won. So, I mean, it was kind of a don't rock the boat campaign in 1988.
When I said I want a kinder, gentler nation, I meant it, and I mean it.
It was apparent for some time before the election took place that Bush was going to be elected. So election night, you know, was a big celebration, but it was almost an atmosphere of, we did it, and now we're going to celebrate what we knew we were going to do.
Thanks for everything, and God bless America. Thank you all very much.
After his Wednesday morning news conference in Houston, George Bush returns to Washington. He'll meet first with his running mate, Senator Dan Quayle, later in the day with President Reagan. Thursday, George Bush and his wife leave for a long weekend in Florida for what is called strictly private time. Gene Randall, CNN, with the president-elect in Houston.
Welcome back. Joining us now is Tom Rosenstiel, Executive Director of the Project for Excellence in Journalism and Vice Chairman of the Committee of Concerned Journalists. And joining us here in Atlanta is Douglas Brinkley, a Distinguished Professor of History and Director of the Eisenhower Center for American Studies at the University of New Orleans. He is the author of several books, including his latest, Rosa Parks. Welcome to both of you. Tom, thank you. Tom, let me start with you quickly, because I wanted you to react to how the media handled this whole thing last night, and whether or not you know, you think possibly that chips away a little bit at the confidence of the American voter in the system.
You know, the press's first job is to get it right, and we got it wrong repeatedly, and we got things wrong, pulled them back, got them wrong again, the same thing, calling Florida. We called various Senate races back and forth. This was not a good night for the press. It was not a good night for exit polling. I think there'll be scapegoating and name-calling. I think that the VNS service may undergo some changes. I think the way we do exit polls may undergo some changes. I'm not sure television's had as bad a night as this.
Doug, it's not unprecedented in history, some of the things we saw last night, that, one candidate winning the popular vote and the other one the electoral, or the charges of voter fraud, these kinds of things. When did we last see that?
Well, there are a lot of historical analogies we can make. The most famous that everybody's talking about is 1876 between Hayes and Tilden. It's obscure, but you're going to be hearing a lot about it on television more because it drug on for month after month after month trying to decide who actually won that election. But in more recent memory, the closest was 1968 when Richard Nixon was the Republican, Hubert Humphrey the Democrat, and you had George Wallace breaking away from the Democratic Party and forming that third party, which took 12 or 13% of the vote and gave the election to Richard Nixon. And that one was it's such an incredibly close election. And of course, 1960 between Kennedy and Johnson, where it was just 100,000 plus votes difference, is another one of those real squeakers. And one of the odd things is we all remember Richard Nixon for what? Watergate and dirty tricks. But one of the great acts of statesmanship was Richard Nixon in that election in 1960, not challenging the Daily Machine in Chicago, not challenging Illinois, and basically stepping down and showing a great deal of courage and grace in saying, okay, I lost. And it's going to be interesting to see how Governor Bush and Vice President Gore respond. One of them is going to be a loser. Are they going to be a sore loser? Or are they going to be able to handle themselves with the type of dignity that Richard Nixon did in 1960?
We had a member of our audience bring up a few moments ago that she remembered the Dewey-Truman matchup, and of course that infamous Chicago headline. And Tom, it's just, last night everybody screwed up, if you will, a number of times. With the speed of information the way it is today, it becomes increasingly more difficult to remain vigilant in terms of accuracy. I mean, back then all they had to worry about was one headline or so.
Right. Today we've got a score of papers with headlines that look like that. Speed is always the enemy of accuracy. It gives you less time to check. The question now that's raised by this election, and it's raised by the internet on a regular basis, is whether that idea that if you read it or see it on TV, read it in the newspaper, that journalism is there first to get it right, whether that principle is sort of reached the point where it's obsolete. Is the press now at the point where we're using the Matt Drudge rule? 70% of the time we get it right, that's good enough. Technology makes it easier to be wrong, easier for the press to be a conduit of information rather than a filter. And that raises a big philosophical question about what's the role of a journalist now.
I think one of the problems of last evening was that the television media is so anxious to break the story. And once one network, whether it's Fox or NBC, says, we declare Florida for Gore, nobody else wants to be behind. And I think in a panic, you get producers saying, let's call it for Gore, let's call it for Gore. Well, those decisions were made last night with at one point with about 20, 30% of the vote in. The big loser is not the Electoral College. We are so lucky today that we have an Electoral College. Why? Think about the state of Florida right now, and we're having to do this recall. Imagine if we only went by popular vote. We would having to be recounting every precinct in America on the popular vote and getting not just absentee ballots to the state of Florida and counting those, but all 50 states would have to be doing that. We would be in a very difficult situation. I think the Electoral College worked. Who lost were the exit polls. The media cannot report exit polls. They are not scientific. We should not be grabbing onto them like there's some, truth serum.
Are Bob and Bill still there?
Yes.
Get your reaction to that about not reporting exit polls.
Well, of course, we're not supposed to report exit polls until after the polls have closed in the state that the exit poll was taken in. Now, CNN has been very, very tough, even with its own employees, in trying to keep these from being leaked to Drudge or anybody else, and done a good job. But let me tell you, Bobby, other news organizations who belong to the Combine are not at all careful about leaking the polls, including some big newspapers who have access to them. And at about 2 o'clock or 2:30 yesterday, these polls were in the hands of both parties. They were putting out emails and faxes to all their politicians across the country, making decisions on it. I really do believe, I agree with Professor Brinkley that this thing is out of control, not only on predicting states, but it's being used by the politicians as a election day weapon for influencing the vote.
So what do we do, Tom?
Well,
I'm sorry, Bill, you're there. Okay,
No, I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to jump in. Bob and I were both at a restaurant yesterday in Washington where these exit polls were coming out, and people were reading them and cheering or whatever, depending on where their candidate was. But what's happening also is that just to elaborate a little bit on what Bob said, the campaigns are using these exit polls on election day to put more people into key states or key cities where they can influence the turnout, thereby basically rigging the election. That maybe rigging's too strong, but influencing the election for sure. And that's not the purpose of the exit polls, and maybe it's time to just get rid of them.
Tom, do you think we should?
Well, the one thing is that exit polls have historically been the most accurate kind of poll we have, because it's actually measuring what people have done rather than what they might do. The other thing is they're a fabulous tool for understanding the election afterwards. Why did people vote the way they did? Who voted in certain ways? They're a tremendous educational tool. The problem is not the poll, it's the way we use them. And the real concern here, I think, is in part that television, we have a First Amendment in this country, but television is not entirely governed by the First Amendment. The airwaves are considered public. And if we abuse these privileges, and particularly getting in the way of elections, influencing elections in a way that makes the press even more unpopular, we invite restrictions on the press, legal restrictions on the press, which, although we might not realize it, would be legal.
I have to take a quick break. We'll continue here in just a moment.
I'm Jan Hopkins on Capitol Hill. The markets are lower on this day after the election, in part because of the uncertainty, especially the NASDAQ. It is off sharply, down 172 points at this point. Technology stocks are selling off. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had been higher earlier in the session. Technology stocks doing better, but now it is in negative territory as well, but just slightly. Coming up on Street Sweep at the top of the hour, we'll be talking politics and the markets and the economy. Haley Barbour, the former Republican National Committee chairman, will be one of our guests, and the current senator from New York, Charles Schumer. He'll be talking about his new partner.
We're back, and I'd like to move off the media topic for just a second because we haven't gotten to the Nader factor, and Marcia has a comment about that.
You know, I was a Nader supporter for the whole election, but when we got down to how close it was between the two candidates at the end, I got really angry at Nader for not shutting down his campaign and giving his support to Gore.
Doug, was he a spoiler?
Well, historically, he will be seen as a spoiler because of the 2% he's gotten, the 96,000 votes in Florida. Ralph Nader is permanently in the history books, and the Green Party will, because if Nader did not run in Florida, that one state, Al Gore would definitely be president of the United States. So in that role, it depends on how you feel about Mr. Nader. I think he had every right to run the Green Party, but he can never escape the fact that he was the spoiler of this election.
Bill? Bob?
Absolutely agree. He was the spoiler of this election. Al Gore would be president today if Ralph Nader had not been on the ballot in Florida. Ralph Nader said his purpose was to build the Green Party. He did not build the Green Party. He did not get his 2%. He had a massive ego ride around the country, and he ended up denying Al Gore the presidency, probably. Thanks, Ralph.
Let me disagree with that. I don't think he was the spoiler. I think the people who voted for him are the spoilers. I mean, the idea that these people were dissatisfied with Al Gore, people on the left, people who are green, and they didn't have a right to vote for somebody, I think it offends me. Let me make one other point. You know, in state after state that was very close, like Wisconsin, like Florida, there are so many of these close states, the Buchanan vote, most of which would have gone to, I believe, to George W. Bush, really spoiled Bush from winning the state. He would have won Wisconsin without the without the Buchanan vote. So I think it's a silly construct to say, gee, this guy has spoiled the election for our candidate.
Well, the problem with that is, I think, Bob, in 1992, you would have said Perot had spoiled the election for Bush back in 92 when he got 19% of the vote. I think these third-party candidates are spoilers sometimes in American politics, and it's amazing with the minuscule 2% in Florida, he's become a spoiler. But, you know, when you look at American history textbooks, you're going to see graphs of who ran, and you'll see 0 with Buchanan, and in all these write-ups with the whatever he gets, 3% national, they'll all mention in Florida the Nader factor did matter a great deal. Call it a spoiler, call it a different name, but I think Ralph Nader has definitely had an impact and affected this relation for the worse for Al Gore.
So now
Bobby?
yeah, go ahead.
You know, there's one point. Ralph Nader is something that you can't blame on the media. He got very little coverage.
This is
he got very little coverage throughout the campaign until the point in the last week or so that he was a spoiler, and then all the coverage was about how he could actually tip the election to Bush exclusively. He got no coverage about his ideas in any real meaningful way. So the people who voted for him were compelled by his ideas and seeing him on TV a little bit, but the press didn't help Nader very much at all.
No,
They probably heard him.
I think we gave him more coverage than we'd given him all year at his exit speech earlier today. But anyway, I gotta take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Let me go up to the audience here, and Doug.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very interesting that Bill Press and his crowd, now that we're in the situation that we're in, it was totally thought out by our founding fathers and has every reason to exist the way it does with the Electoral College. Now just wants to throw the whole system out. I think it's typical, again, of Mr. Press and his crowd. I also wanted to make one other point, if I could.
May I respond to that one first?
No, not just yet. Because I felt very badly. I felt very badly for the poor gal in Boca who got mixed up on her ballot with Buchanan and so forth. And I really do think that's a crime. But I also want to add that, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, we as individuals in this country have a wonderful right to vote. But it is our job not only to know who to vote for, but how to vote, to wait in line to vote, to figure out how to work the machines to vote, and etc. I think it's a crying shame that might have happened to her, but it's an individual responsibility.
Let me first of all agree with you on your last point. It is our right to vote. We have to use it. And anybody who says it's an option not to vote, I think is an idiot and is just dead wrong. No matter who you vote for, you should exercise your right to vote. This election proves it. On your first point, I got to tell you, you're all wrong. And it just proves that you and your crowd don't listen to me. Last week on television, I said, when it looked like Al Gore was going to win the electoral vote and George Bush the popular vote, that we should get rid of the Electoral College. It's long been my position, and I know Bob disagrees, he's going to jump in, but let me just point out, the original Constitution didn't give the right to vote to women, it didn't give the right to vote to blacks, it didn't allow us to directly elect U.S. senators. We have now given the right to women to vote, to blacks to vote. We directly elect our U.S. senators. I think it's time we updated the Constitution and allow us to directly elect the president. This is a democracy. I trust the people.
I'd like to amend something that the questioner in the audience said. We like to refer to Bill as not Bill and his crowd, but Bill and his ilk. Bill Press and his ilk.
It's a nastier word.
But of course, I'm for the Electoral College. I was for the Electoral College when it looked like it was going to be in Gore's favor, because this Bill Press follows a simple-minded majoritarianism. The majority is always right. I don't believe in that. What would you do with the U.S. Senate, which is not on a population basis? And one of the biggest mistakes this nation made, we still suffer from it, is the direct election of senators.
We'll be back in just a moment. Let's take a quick look at our Talkback Live online viewer vote. The question was, who do you think will win the election? And 41% are saying Al Gore, 59% George Bush. And we are out of time. Doug Brinkley, thank you so much for being here. Tom Rosenstiel, thank you. And Bill and Bob, thank you very much. You can see more, by the way, of Bill Press and weigh in on this incredible election tonight on the Spin Room at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us again tomorrow at 3 for more Talkback Live. Street Sweep is next. Let's take a quick look at our Talkback Live online viewer vote. The question was, who do you think will win the election? And 41% are saying Al Gore, 59% George Bush. And we are out of time. Doug Brinkley, thank you so much for being here. Tom Rosenstiel, thank you. And Bill and Bob, thank you very much. You can see more, by the way, of Bill Press and weigh in on this incredible election tonight on the Spin Room at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us again tomorrow at 3 for more Talkback Live. Street Sweep is next.
Seconds to go until the closing bell. I'm Jan Hopkins in Washington, D.C. You're looking at live pictures from our nation's capital as America waits to find out who is the next president. Today we'll be talking with New York Senator Chuck Schumer and former RNC Chairman Haley Barbour, as well as presidential historian Alan Lichtman, about this presidential election cliffhanger.
I'm Tori Keenan at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's find out how the markets are doing in this final minute of trading.
An indecisive day for the big board stocks, but I'll tell you why it looks like investors are betting on a Bush win.
I'm John Metaxas at the NASDAQ. Semiconductors, networking, and internet stocks lead the NASDAQ to a 5% decline, down 184 on somewhat lackluster volume.
And we will have a live report from Florida where the vote recount is underway. It's Wednesday, November 8th, live from the New York Stock Exchange. This is Street Sweep. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Street Sweep. We want to invite you to join our live chat for questions and comments throughout our program at cnn.com/chat. Well, Wall Street waits in limbo as the next president of the United States remains undecided. Rhonda Schaffler has been covering all of the action from the floor here at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's join her now. Rhonda?
Terry, blue chips ending at session lows, although it was a very divided day here at the big board. Decliners just slightly out in front of advancers. And what we had were a couple of Wall Street brokerages coming in and weighing in on some of the so-called George W. Bush sectors. That includes drug stocks. We had some upbeat comments on that group. We saw tobacco stocks move higher, and that was also on some analysts talking up tobacco on what appears to be a George W. Bush victory in their eyes. And we also had some oil stocks move higher. So you definitely saw this play into sectors that are seen to benefit under a Bush administration. That said, though, it was an incredible weekday for all the tech and telecom-related issues. And in the past, when we've seen those groups of stocks sell off, we see investors move their money into these other sectors that I've mentioned, some of which are seen as defensive. For a further look at that selling of the tech side now, let's turn to John Metaxas for the NASDAQ.
Rhonda, a very strange feel to this market here as we ended up with more than a 5% decline, down 183 points at 32.32. Volume not really strong, so this wasn't a sell-off on strong volume. Only 1.6 billion shares changing hands. But you could tell the unease in the market and the fact that we started at break even and just pretty much deteriorated the rest of the day. Some of the commentators saying not really related necessarily to the presidential election and the uncertainty there, but to some of the old concerns that have been dogging some of these tech stocks over the last few days and weeks. Semiconductor stocks continued weaker today. Philadelphia Semiconductor Index down more than 5% on the day. Networking Index down more than just about 6%. Goldman Sachs Internet Index down about 6% on the day. Computers down 7%. Industry telecom. There you see on the 6-day chart from 3,400, the bottom fell out today. A very negative session. Every sector lower. Decliners ahead of advancers by 2 to 1. Maybe investors should demand a recount. Only kidding, Jan. Back to you.
Thanks, John. The buzz here in the Capitol, like it is around the country, is a mix of anxiety and anticipation over this presidential election that still has no winner. The state of Florida's votes are being recounted, and CNN's John Zarella joins us now live from there with the latest on the recount. John, what exactly is going on at this point, and when can we expect a conclusion?
Well, I don't think we're going to get a firm conclusion today. The word out of Tallahassee is, at least the word earlier today was, that it might be sometime tomorrow before all of the 6 million votes that have to be recounted in the state of Florida are recounted. We are here in Broward County at the Voting Equipment Center, and this is where they are counting the 500,000 or so votes, 587,000 votes that were cast last night here in Broward County, Florida, second most votes cast in the state, 66% of voter turnout here in Broward County, and they've been doing it for about 2.5, 3 hours now. In the room behind me, you can see there, they are continuing the process of recounting the votes, and when that is done, the final tabulation, the number will be sent up to Tallahassee, where that information will, of course, be then disseminated to the rest of the nation and the world as to who's winning and if any ground has been made up or lost. One of the election supervisor here in Broward County told us a couple of hours back that she thought that there could be a sway of a couple of votes here or there, but she didn't believe that even with the size of the recount, 587,000, that there would be much of a chance that there would be any major change in what the outcome was. This is John Zarella reporting live from Broward County, Florida. Jan?
Thanks, John. History was made last night as First Lady became Senator-elect, and 3 incumbents were toppled, but the Republicans will remain in control of the U.S. Senate. This afternoon in New York, Hillary Rodham Clinton announced victory and expressed her appreciation, saying she was excited to get to work on behalf of New York.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you.
By Hillary's side last night was New York Senator Chuck Schumer. He joins us now from our New York bureau. Welcome, Senator Schumer. Now, are you and Hillary going to act as a team?
Yes, I think we'll be a good team. We were a good team in 1998 when Hillary came up and campaigned for me and helped me win election to the Senate. And the last week I've been with her almost all the time, helping her get elected and giving her advice in the campaign. And I think it'll be a great team for New York.
But it looks as if you're going to be part of a minority in the Senate, so it's going to be difficult to get things through.
Well, you know, Senator Moynihan and I were able to accomplish quite a lot in the Senate. And in the Senate, thankfully...
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you, Senator. I'm sorry. We need to go to Atlanta and Lou Waters. We have breaking news.
All right, Jan, we are getting first results in the recount, which, as you noted, is already underway in Florida. Mike Betcher is keeping watch down there in Tallahassee. Mike, what do you got?
Well, Lou, there has been a change for both candidates in the plus column. The net change after 4 counties is plus 23 for Vice President Al Gore. The total as it stands right now after 4 counties have been counted is 2,909,146 for Governor Bush, 2,907,385 for Vice President Gore. That is plus 11 for Governor Bush, plus 34 for Vice President Gore, so a total of plus 23 for the Vice President. Now, the 4 counties that have been counted are Gilchrist. There was no change in that count. Baker County, no change in that count. We're told that Lee County and Hamilton County also faxed in their results, but very minor changes, as you can see by this. They expect the recount to kind of go this way, to be minor changes back and forth. And if you look at this, Lou, both sides gained votes, but with Vice President Gore gaining 23. So that's the latest. The campaigns haven't even seen this, and that was just released just a couple of minutes ago, Lou.
Okay, Mike Betcher is keeping track. Plus 23 for Gore, plus 11 for Bush in the recount going on now in Florida. Jan, back to you.
Thanks, Lou. Let's go back to Senator Schumer. We were interrupted by that recount information. A little bit more for Mr. Gore. Do you think that he can end up winning?
Well, you know, the way recounts work, there can be one significant mistake and it changes the whole election. If they record something as 1,300 votes instead of 3,100 votes or vice versa, that can mean a big difference. And I've seen that happen, at least in my state of New York, occasionally. So I think what we'll all have to do is just wait for the recount and have a little faith in the process and see what happens.
Do you think that we're going to see 4 years of gridlock?
Well, I hope not. And I think whomever is president, whether it be George Bush or my preference, Vice President Gore, will work in a bipartisan way. The vote is so close in the Senate, probably 50-50. The vote is so close in the House, a difference of 3 or 4 votes, that no president will be able to get much done unless he works on a bipartisan basis. And
Thanks very much.
Yep.
Senator Schumer, thanks for joining us from
Thank
New
you.
York. And joining us now in Washington is Haley Barbour. He's former Republican national chairman, now a political consultant. You just heard the latest recount information. You're still confident that Mr. Bush can pull it off?
No, I think that recount confirms the fact that there's not really going to be a change in Florida. When the absentee ballots come in from overseas, Bush's margin is going to go up some. And Florida has spoken. They're going to give their 25 electoral votes to George Bush, and he's going to be the next president. A small margin in the Electoral College, the closest election in my lifetime, but he'll still be president.
Well, you heard Senator Schumer saying that if it's so close, even if it's Republican control all across the board, things have to be done in a bipartisan way. Now, does that mean that there's going to be a cabinet that includes Democrats?
You know, Jan, it's really good for George Bush. He campaigned and said to the American people, I will get rid of the bitter partisanship in Washington. And he's going to now be put in a position of where his agenda has to be one of good policy that can win bipartisan support and be enacted for the American people. This is the ideal situation for somebody like George Bush that says, I'm a united.
Okay, we unfortunately lost our satellite feed from Washington, but we want to talk about what this all means for your portfolio, and I'm joined by Vince Farrell. He is our guest host for the hour. And you know, it's one of the oldest adages on Wall Street that the stock market hates uncertainty. Given that, this should be a nightmare for investors.
Well, that's a first judgment, Terry, but I'll tell you, you have great certainty here. The certainty is you're going to have gridlock, or let's put it more positively, you're going to have coalition government. At this point, it doesn't matter to the market whether Mr. Gore or Mr. Bush wins, because you have such an evenly divided government. Nothing's going to get through, so you're not going to have a great big spending program, and that's what the markets would not like. If you had an agenda that was accomplished, it would be expensive. Whether you agreed with it or disagreed with it, it'd be expensive. So I think what the market's doing today is just reverting to the normal course, questioning the fundamentals. There's a Fed-induced slowdown going on. The NASDAQ still has to decide if 3,100 was the low, and we just went right back to it. I don't think the market action today has anything to do with the election.
So if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you see the NASDAQ down triple digits. It's a rush to judgment to say that that's because of the uncertainty.
Of course, you'd rush. That's the judgment you'd make, but I really don't think it's pertinent here, because what the market wanted was a gridlock government. That's what we got, whether Bush wins or Gore wins. So now we're just going to look at fundamentals, and the fundamentals we still don't know. We don't know how big a slowdown it is and what is going to happen to earnings estimates.
Okay, and we'll continue to talk about this a bit later in the program. And for a closer look at what particular stocks Vince thinks will be active, be sure to log on to our website at cnnfn.com. Click onto the Street Sweep Shakers section for that. And still ahead on Street Sweep, we will check back with Rhonda and John at the NYSE and the NASDAQ. Also hear from a presidential historian and get perspective on this race with no outcome yet.
Street Sweep Shakers is brought to you by Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. In this world, it's not enough to merely be connected. Move your money. Get well connected. For more on the markets, log on to cnnfn.com/shakers.
Well, if ever there was a doubt about the importance of exercising democracy's most fundamental right, the right to vote, yesterday put it to rest. No American will ever be able to seriously say again, my vote doesn't count.
That is for sure. This has undoubtedly turned out to be the most exciting election finish in recent memory. But to put it into historical perspective, we bring in presidential historian Alan Lichtman. Is there a precedent? Have we seen this before?
Oh, yes, we've seen much worse. In 1876, in the waning days of Reconstruction, conflicting returns were sent from 3 southern states that would decide the election. Congress didn't know what to do with it, so they formed a commission. And ultimately, the commission had 8 Republicans and 7 Democrats. And by a vote of 8-7, it awarded every electoral college vote in dispute to the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes, who became president of the United States 2 days before inauguration.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long did it take? It took that long.
Took till March 2nd before they finally announced the formal result.
Do you have any suspicions of how this one might end up, but you suspect that there'll be some precedent in history?
Oh, I think there might be. You know, we've never had an election go into the courts. It's possible if that recount is really close, there have been some allegations of irregularities in the vote, it could end up in the courts challenged by Gore if he decides to go that way. That would be unprecedented.
But you suspect that we'll hear it within a couple of days?
I think they say we should hear by tomorrow at 5 p.m. the results of the recount, but of course that may not end at all.
We actually will be hearing from Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, in just a moment. So we will, in fact, go to break at this point. We're still waiting for the governor of Florida to speak, but let's continue our conversation with Alan Lichtman, a presidential historian. You know, if it goes that the popular vote is with Gore and the electoral vote is with Bush, would there be a move to dissolve the Electoral College and just go with the popular vote?
There will be a hue and a cry throughout the land to purify our democracy by making everyone's vote count the same. However, you can only do that through constitutional amendment. That's 2/3 of both houses of Congress and three quarters of the states. Probably the small states would stymie that in the Senate. We're not changing our electoral college system anytime soon.
You know, it's interesting. Markets hate uncertainty, and that's what we're living with at this point. I mean, how much longer is the uncertainty going to last? And when is it going to have a big effect on markets? Do you have any look in history that gives us an answer?
Well, as I said, in 1876, it lasted for months. I mean, the choice of a president is too important to be deterred by markets.
We have to end there. Thanks, Alan Lichtman. Terry, back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Jan. And for a closer look at today's markets, we finished at our lows of the day here for the Dow. And for after the bell coverage, let's rejoin Rhonda Schaffler here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Rhonda.
Terry, that lower close for the Dow came despite a big gain in Merck. Pharmaceuticals across the board moving higher. Some of the brokerages making upbeat comments on that sector based on the election results. We know at this point, Lehman upgraded Merck to a buy from an outperform, setting a price target of $110 a share. Microsoft moved lower along with many other technology stocks here, and that was due to some negative comments. We have to go now to Atlanta and Lou Waters for some breaking news.
Florida's governor has stepped into the room in Tallahassee. We're going to see what he has to say about the recount now going on in Florida.
We welcome you here under very extraordinary circumstances, but we're happy that you're with us. I'm pleased to be joined by my friend, Florida's Attorney General Bob Butterworth. As you've learned from the Secretary of State's office earlier, because of the closeness of the presidential election results here in our state, an automatic recount, as abided by law, of Florida's ballots are currently underway. From the beginning, I've always said that Florida would be a hard-fought state, and in fact, the Attorney General and I sit next to each other in cabinet meetings, and we have discussed how close and how hard-fought it's been all the way from the very beginning to the end. And we thought it would be close. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine it would be this close. I have the greatest confidence in the independently elected, bipartisan group of county supervisors of elections that exist all across our state, as well as our independently elected Secretary of State. These public servants will perform the mandatory recount with the utmost diligence and professionalism. I, along with Attorney General Butterworth, are firmly committed to protecting the integrity of Florida's election process and will seek swift enforcement of Florida's election laws. Voter fraud in our state is a felony, and guilty parties will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Both of us have pledged to work together with Secretary of State Katherine Harris in this regard. Furthermore, to ensure that there is not the slightest appearance of a conflict of interest, I have chosen to recuse myself from serving on the Elections Canvassing Commission. Under Florida law, this commission is the ultimate certifier of election results. Florida law requires that my replacement on the commission be appointed by the director of the Division of Elections in the Department of State. The stakes are high, and the circumstances demand responsibility by both political parties and by each of you. Both candidates, in my opinion, were treated unfairly by the early projections in Florida, as were the voters. In fact, maybe people outside of our state didn't know that we also have people on Central Time Zone, and so the projection made at the beginning, in my opinion, put in play or put at risk some of the voters in the Panhandle part of our state. I've been disappointed by the lack of care exercised by some of those in the news media who have casually repeated or broadcast unsubstantial allegations of voting irregularities. Given the incredible weight of the circumstances at hand, I would hope and expect that news organizations will adhere to the highest standards of accuracy as they report on the events taking place here in our great state. Finally, I'm incredibly proud of my brother and the substantive issues-based campaign that he waged. I hope I'll never have to go through another evening like I did, and I'm sure that the Gore family would, if they were here today, would say the same thing, Attorney General. It was one of the most amazing and emotionally intense evenings of my life, but I'm very proud of what my brother did. He ran a tough campaign. I believe he will be elected, but the rule of law will determine that in our great state. With that, I would like to introduce my friend, Attorney General Bob Butterworth.
Governor, thank you very much. And as we had joked with each other off and on for the past few months, we thought it was going to be very close, and the polls definitely confirmed that. The state of Florida is in a national spotlight right now, in a world spotlight. What happens here in the state will determine the next presidency of the United States. Therefore, the integrity of our state is also at stake, and the future of the confidence that people have in our state. And I'm confident that the Secretary of State will proceed with the recount process as quickly as possible, and that all issues associated, as the governor stated, with the balloting will be fully examined. All of us in Florida are aware of the great importance of this process. All of us recognize the importance of ensuring that every vote is properly counted. I can also assure the rest of the nation that there is no way that Governor Jeb Bush or Secretary of State Harris would certify election results, and now the governor will not be doing that, but someone else will in his place, that they had any doubt at all that may not be in perfect order. Thank you.
Any questions?
What was it like? What were you thinking, especially when you got tired later on?
It kind of depends on what part of the night you're talking about. I didn't go to sleep. Well, I went to sleep for about an hour, but I was having dinner with my family when the results came in that showed that, at least the initial results, that Vice President Gore won. So I decided after, frankly, apologizing to my brother that I didn't do what I had hoped I would be able to do along with a lot of other people, which is to help him carry the state. So I decided to start making phone calls around to talk radio in Sacramento and Seattle and Medford, Oregon, and other places where the polls were still open to urge people to vote for my brother in those states where clearly it could have made a difference. And then somehow the results were overturned, and so there was a moment of a period of a couple hours of incredible anxiety, and then the results were changed again, and I thought, frankly, prematurely on the last one. As I said, I believe when it's all said and done that obviously this is a close election, that my brother will win, but it was a very emotional time and amazing. I mean, I can't describe it other than to tell you that hopefully this will be a lesson to be very careful about projections in states as dynamic as Florida. Look, I mean, one thing that we're a little bit different perhaps because we have a fast-growing population. We have a lot of people moving in and out, and we have a large elderly population, and we have a growing young population. Because of that, every 4 years, we have a whole new group of voters. And to try to extrapolate out in a state this size with a sample size for these exit polls and project a winner, I think is perilous. I hope that in the future maybe people will be very cautious about it. Yeah.
What about the situation of Democrats today that they have been shut out of this whole recount process, that the Republicans are being overly secretive and are back-channeling information to George W. Bush?
Absolutely not. I mean, right now, as I understand it, the recount process is taking place in 67 counties. My guess is that of those 67 counties, a majority of the counties have supervisors of elections that are Democrats. And they have a process, and it's underway, and that process should be allowed to continue on. There's no information that I'm aware of that's even relevant until all of the information comes to the Secretary of State's office, I believe. I think she asked for it to be done by 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Was the Secretary of State correct when she said it will take 10 days to know the results of this election?
It's possible if the absentee ballots from the military are, which I think the law requires that they be counted over a 10-day period, and if it takes 10 days to do that, then it could take that long. But a lot of that would probably, I think it probably depends on, and General, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that first the recount of the existing ballots has to take place first, and if there's still enough of a number of ballots in the military ballots, overseas ballots, that would change the difference, then I guess we would have to wait that long.
Governor, you mentioned the wide and varied reports of voter irregularities around the state. Have you heard anything that concerns you? Who will look into these, and how long will that take? I
have not seen anything that has concerned me after a review. The one that did concern me was a box I heard of the votes that was in a precinct, and it turns out it was school supply precinct where a school was taking place, and there were school supplies. And it went on for a while on one of the stations. I watched it this morning, and that gave me a little concern, but it turned out that when the box was actually open, there were crayons and things like that, I guess. So, but there's a process. The point is that there's a process in place. If there are real concerns, let the process work. But please don't over-exaggerate the incidences that, the accusations. Let's let this be done in a thoughtful way. This is hugely important business, and what's at stake is the next leader of the free world. And I think that everybody ought to allow this process to work. It is a transparent one. You all can see how it goes, and I think it'll work out fine.
What does the Bush family think about the Electoral College? Earlier this week, some Republicans suggested it was a sham if it wasn't in sync with the popular vote. Your brother's going to lose the popular vote. Is it honorable to still win the Electoral College in this case?
Yes, it's honorable. You didn't, fortunately, get me on record saying that it was a sham. I mean, this is our process. And in fact, I think that one of the beauties of the Electoral College is that candidates in this election, in this close election, you saw both the Vice President and my brother go to smaller states that otherwise probably would have been left behind. They went to places where that extra 3 electoral votes or 4 electoral votes made a difference. And that's not a bad thing, to be able to campaign across the depth and breadth of our great country. Instead, I mean, you might find people just going to the major urban areas. I don't know. I know that the best time to be discussing all this is after this election is determined, and allow people to thoughtfully review what's appropriate for our country.
Bob Butterworth, what should the state of Florida do, Bob? What should the state do about the situation in Palm Beach County, where you had an unusually high vote for Buchanan?
Well, I believe that some people will be assessing that particular vote. I'm not privy right now to have. I've not asked what the vote was in Palm Beach, and if anybody believes that there was a problem for some reason that vote is out of line, I believe someone will make a complaint to an appropriate authority, whether it be to the Secretary of State or whether it be to a civil court or to the local state attorney.
But this is the second election in 12 years statewide in which the shape of a particular ballot in a particular county has caused controversy. The last one, of course, was Hillsborough County on the McKay Mack election in 1988. Is there something more, anything more the state should be doing, could be doing, to assure that these problems don't happen before they happen?
Well, it's not going to. That's the question for tomorrow. The question of today is that under the laws of the state of Florida, after all the votes are counted, as they have here in the state, someone has won by less than 0.5%, and it's an automatic recanvassing, and that's what we're involved with right now. So the system does work that way, and now it's the job of Secretary of State and others to make sure that every proper vote is recounted. If there's a problem with the ballot, it would then be her responsibility to look at it, or for other people to bring it to someone's attention, which could be a local prosecutor or just a civil lawsuit. So
the law says that the ballot needs to be published and be given ample airing prior to the election. And in the precincts, the ballot should be shown as well. And so this ballot, as is the law, was published, I believe, in newspapers. It may have been sent out in mailings. In some counties, that's the case. So people had ample opportunity to challenge the ballot itself. And this ballot itself has been used in previous elections. I'm not sure it's been used in Palm Beach County, but it's been used in other counties as well. So again, General Butterworth is right. There's a process to look at these things, but the challenge probably should have occurred as the law allows, which is prior to the election.
Final question, final session.
When do you think we're going to get a final decision out of Florida, whether we get absentee ballots in or not? When do you think we're going to finally know who's going to be our next president?
I think we're going to have to wait and see what the recount, the first phase of this, the recount brings, which we expect to have information by 5 o'clock tomorrow. And if there are, at that point, I think then we can assess whether or not these overseas ballots are going to be the deciding factor.
How many of those state officials taking steps to see? Are you or other officials taking steps to see county by county how many ballots, absentee ballots they handed out, so you get a total? How many might be out there?
I'm not, because from what I've been told by at least my staff, the Secretary of State wanted to make sure that there weren't any distractions for the recount. That may happen after the recount of all the ballots. It's extraordinary work. It's not an easy thing to do. I'm confident it can be done in this day-and-a-half period or 2-day period, and after that it might be appropriate to look at the total universe and find out how many actually have been sent in. The supervisor of the Division of Elections head is the person that appoints that person, and they'll. No, I don't.
Governor, you talked about recusing yourself. Do you have any contact with any election officials by email or by phone or any way last night to try and get any information?
Election. I got about 500 emails last night.
Can you guys sit down in the front? We've got cameras here.
What's the question again?
Did you have any contact? So you talked about recusing yourself.
Right.
Did you have any contact with any election official, either on a local level or the Secretary of State's office, either by email or by phone, about this whole matter, trying to get information?
I did not have emails. I called someone who was passing on information, trying to get information, because at 3:30 in the morning, we were trying to make a determination, not knowing what the Vice President was going to do about whether to go out in front of 20,000 people and make a statement. And my advice was to be very cautious, because it was impossible to know exactly what the vote count was going to be. And so I did make an inquiry and basically made the assessment that it was not appropriate for my brother to be making any kind of statement of victory, although I believe that while this is close, that he will win. Thank you.
That's it, guys. Thank you.
The eyes of Texas, Tennessee, and indeed the nation on the Sunshine State, the Governor Jeb Bush and his Attorney General giving assurances, bending over backwards to assure a thorough and fair bipartisan recount of the Florida vote. The governor, in fact, recusing himself from the Election Canvassing Commission. That is the group of folks that will finally certify the Florida vote. The governor said, "I believe my brother will win, but the rule of law will determine that." We had heard earlier in the day that by 5 p.m., the close of business tomorrow, that we have an idea of who won Florida, but the governor is leaving open the possibility that some of the absentee ballots that are coming in from overseas from military personnel may factor into this, and we may or may not know for sure by the close of business tomorrow whether or not we have a president-elect. So we wait now for Al Gore, who is expected in Nashville to step out and make his statement in about a minute or two, we understand. We will take a quick break. When Al Gore steps out, we'll have that for you live.
We are about to hear from Al Gore on this incredible day. Here he is at the microphones in Nashville.
Yesterday, the people of our country joined together to make a great national decision to choose the next president of the United States. We still do not know the outcome of yesterday's vote, and I realize that this is an extraordinary moment for our democracy. Joe Lieberman and I want to thank the nearly 50 million Americans who gave us their votes and confidence. And I want to express my deep and profound gratitude to all of those who cast their ballots, however they cast them. We now need to resolve this election in a way that is fair, forthright, and fully consistent with our Constitution and our laws. What is at issue here is the fundamental fairness of the process as a whole. Because of what is at stake, this matter must be resolved expeditiously, but deliberately and without any rush to judgment. Despite the fact that Joe Lieberman and I won the popular vote, under our Constitution, it is the winner of the Electoral College who will be the next president. Our Constitution is the whole foundation of our freedom, and it must be followed faithfully toward the true result ordained by the American people with their votes in our respective states. We are now, as we have been from the moment of our founding, a nation based on the rule of law. When our founders pledged their sacred honor to bring forth this republic upon which the hopes of humankind still rest, they affirmed the bedrock principle that Americans have followed ever since: the consent of the governed given freely in an election process whose integrity is beyond question is the living heart of our democracy. It is also crucial that the American people have full faith and confidence in the electoral process from which the president derives authority. Let me make my own resolve clear. No matter what the outcome, America will make the transition to a new administration with dignity, with full respect for the freely expressed will of the people, and with pride in the democracy we are privileged to share. And I want all Americans, indeed the whole world, to be absolutely assured of that. I don't believe it's appropriate for me to take questions or comment further at this time, but I am going to ask Secretary Daley and former Secretary of State Warren Christopher to follow this statement with comments of their own. Secretary Daley and Campaign Manager Donna Brazile met with Joe Lieberman and me, and we agreed to ask Warren Christopher to play a key role in the process from here forward. Thank you very much.
New York, this is Nashville. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me start by thanking the thousands of volunteers and staff and supporters across the country on behalf of Al Gore and Tipper Gore and Joe and Hadassah Lieberman for their hard work, for their enthusiasm, and for the excitement that they brought to the political process. We ran a great campaign. We had great staff and great volunteers, and I'm very proud of them today. Let me turn it over to Chairman Bill Daley.
Thank you, Donna. It is very nice to see so many of you
so soon after what I thought maybe would be the last time I would have the chance to see you. This has been an interesting 12 hours, and as the Vice President stated, one of great importance to all of us. It is one that has caused all of us to consider as we move forward in a dignified and a professional way how we do that. This morning, pardon me, we asked Secretary Warren Christopher to be the special advisor to me as we move forward in this process. Of course, as the Vice President said, we want this to move forward quickly but judiciously. And so we have asked Secretary Christopher to come here. He and I will be leaving shortly after this gathering to go to Florida. We have a number of people who flew down to Florida yesterday or early this morning to be part of the process and to try to gather facts and information as to exactly what is the process and how we proceed. And I'm sure there are a whole host of questions that you all have, and we can get to a few of those, but I'll start with just saying, as you can imagine, in such a short period, there is a whole host of information that none of us have right now. And we will not try to get into the guessing game or hypothetical games as best one can, understanding your need for some clarity through this process. And at this time, let me ask Secretary Warren Christopher to step forward and make some brief remarks.
Thanks, Bill. I watched the election returns in my home in Los Angeles area last night, and it went on a lot longer than I anticipated it would. Just about the time I was getting ready to go to bed, Secretary Daley called and asked if I'd join him down here to serve as his advisor as this process went forward, and I'm glad to do that. I mention that, though, because for me this is only 12 hours old, and I'm beginning to get briefed up on the matter to understand what the facts and issues are. Our purpose is clear. We want to ensure that the legislative process, the process of counting last night and the underlying voting process is fair, accurate, and that we resolve that in a timely way, given the importance of the issues involved. We'll have that as our target, try to ensure, make the American people comfortable in understanding that the process was done in a fair and forthright and honorable way, and that we have taken the steps to ensure that. As I say, I'm just beginning to get briefed up on the matter, and we'll continue to do that through the next 12 hours or so, but we'll be glad to try to answer any questions you have at the present time.
There's no question he is ahead in the popular vote and ahead in the electoral vote. There is one state left to be decided. We believe when those votes are counted and that process is complete, totally complete, Al Gore will have won the Electoral College in the popular vote and therefore will be the next president. No, wait. No one's challenging, trying to drag anything out. There's a process that is moving forward, less than 12 hours old. I think the American people who voted overwhelmingly, and the largest number ever voted for a Democrat, I believe, since Lyndon Johnson at least, that those people's rights should be protected. And not only is the Vice President ahead in the popular vote, he is ahead in the Electoral College. I think each state has different rules as to the binding of their electoral members. Obviously, I think there is a presumption that those members who are voting vote based upon the election, the numbers that come out of that state. So, but there are different rules for different states. I believe the vast majority of them are legally bound, and I would assume if you're legally bound, you believe you're morally bound.
Secretary Daley, Secretary Christopher, how close is the country now to a sort of an unprecedented constitutional crisis because of the situation?
We're not, I think, on the edge of a constitutional crisis. We're following rules laid down by the laws of Florida. What's taking place here is very much in the context of what is anticipated under Florida law. We intend to follow that, and so, as I say, this issue is only 12 hours old. I will have to agree, I think all of you would second this, this is really an extraordinary event. Last night was an extraordinary night. None of us have ever seen anything quite like it, but I don't have any reason to think we're on the edge of a constitutional crisis, and we don't intend to try to provoke a constitutional crisis. We want to ensure, as I said before, that the election in Florida, as well as the election in the whole country, was accurately and fairly counted, and to do that in a timely manner, taking into account the ultimate importance of the matter.
You talked about moving this ahead in a timely way. I wonder if you have any sense of how long the process will take, and also what your options are in terms of challenging any apparent irregularities that are.
I think it would be inappropriate at this time. Again, this is all, people are trying to gather facts, information, and then make judgments. So I think to get into some time constraints or timeline would be inappropriate at this time. They just can't, no one has that amount of information yet to make that judgment. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about the 2 phone calls between the Vice President and Governor Bush last night?
I think they were pretty straightforward, and I think Chris has talked about them already, and I'd leave it at however he's designated them.
Secretary,
Yeah, Jim.
what gives you cause to believe that in the recount you will prevail?
I believe that when you finish this vote, looking at the vote that was expressed by the people of Florida for Al Gore and the different areas of contention right now, geographically within the state, they seem to be areas that have been predominantly for Democrats, and especially Al Gore and Joe Lieberman. But that process has to move forward. That process has to be completed, and then a judgment will be made. Yes, sir.
Well, Secretary Daley, can you tell us now, if the recount finishes and concludes with Governor Bush still holding a narrow lead, could this be over tomorrow, or can you tell us now that it will not be over?
I can't say with certainty when this will be over. Governor Bush of Florida just said in a live press conference that this is the first step in the process. And he, I'm not quite sure, quite frankly, what he meant by that. He knows the process of Florida better than I, but this is the beginning of the process, not the end of the process.
Do you intend to challenge the validity of the number of ballots?
Again, there's a fact gathering going on right now in Florida. Secretary Christopher will be there. I think you all are reporting at different times, different allegations or irregularities that have been reported by different people, and I would assume there will be people in Florida who may determine to do that. Yes, sir.
How serious do those allegations have to be? What's your threshold if this recount confirms?
Again, this is all, I don't think anyone's done the research yet on some of these and the fact gathering. Some may turn out to be bogus, some may turn out to be very serious, but that's the process that's moving forward, not only within the confines of the people of the government of Florida and those who are responsible for the election process, but also through the media and through other organizations and individuals who may feel that their rights have been violated.
Dan, do you expect this to be all resolved by January 20th?
I would assume that this would be resolved well before that, but again, I'm not going to, it's not for me to decide. Yeah.
What do you think of the appearance of the Vice President behind that podium today?
I don't know, he likes the podium.
Is that in any way symbolic of how you
I think he
view
stood
this
behind this podium probably numerous times. I don't know.
If you said keep the process open until you've exhausted all angles with these voter irregularities?
I think that's a question that nobody can answer right now because it's not been determined exactly how you would define actually completed a resolution of, again, individuals can take actions in Florida if their rights are violated, and that may be occurring. Generally, that occurs.
those types of actions, really? And has the campaign yet spoken with lawyers about what your options are legally?
We're in the process of speaking with lawyers. Mr. Secretary Christopher is one of the top lawyers in America. We have lawyers that have gone to Florida, and there are lawyers in Florida who are experts in election laws and so forth that we'll be discussing these matters with, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bill Daley talking with reporters about where we stand in this election process. We, of course, heard from Al Gore as well. Bill Daley will now head to Tallahassee, Florida with former Secretary of State Warren Christopher. That's the Gore side of the team that will look over the process that's taking place in Florida, where all eyes will be watching this recount in Florida. The Bush team from Texas is sending former Secretary of State Howard Baker to do the same for them. We heard earlier from George W. Bush from Austin saying he still believed he will prevail in this recount in Florida. We heard just now from Al Gore saying this is an extraordinary moment for our democracy. The Constitution must be followed. He said we need to resolve this fairly and expeditiously. CNN's John King is with the Gore people there in Nashville. John, it was another incredible moment in this saga. Al Gore, very matter-of-fact and straightforward as he spoke today.
That's right, Natalie. This is a remarkable day after an incredible night. That was the first reaction we've had directly from the Vice President to all of this. Governor Bush and Dick Cheney came out and spoke earlier. The Vice President speaking there, Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Joe Lieberman at his side, but saying nothing. Note the Vice President did not only say he was looking forward to an accounting of the vote, the recounting of the vote, he also raised questions about another thing the Gore campaign is raising its hand about, what it considers to be some voting irregularities in the state of Florida, specifically some questions about ballots some voters received. Many Democrats, at least according to the Gore campaign, as many as 2,500, complaining that they thought they were voting for the Vice President, but instead found themselves voting for Pat Buchanan. Whether they can do anything about that, though, is a big question. Jeb Bush, who was live on CNN a bit earlier, the governor of Florida, saying that this ballot was published well in advance of the election. If anybody had any questions about it, they should have raised them then. The big issue now, what happens with the recount, the lawyers on their way to Florida, this process scheduled to be completed by this time, about an hour from now tomorrow. The question then, once Florida announces the results, will be whether either side decides then to challenge them. Natalie?
And are the Gore people saying anything, too, about these absentee ballots that didn't have to be postmarked until yesterday that are still out there?
Well, they certainly concede the point made by the Bush campaign that the overwhelming majority of these ballots, one Gore campaign strategist in the early morning hours this morning told me he thought probably about 2/3 of them at least would be for the Republican candidate. Those are military, mostly military overseas personnel, and the Bush campaign has had a strategy of reaching out to those voters, actively seeking them to vote by absentee ballot. So the Gore campaign believes most of those would indeed be Republican votes. So obviously, if this recount changes the margin about 1,700 votes in favor of Governor Bush now, if the recount changed that margin in favor of the Vice President, the size of that margin could be significant because of those recount votes. But as everyone is saying today, let's deal with the recount first, then we'll worry about those absentee ballots if necessary.
Both campaigns were all ready for some sort of whatever celebration last night. What is expected to happen there in Nashville? Is this where Gore will stay? And what about all the supporters that had gathered last night?
Well, Gore will indeed stay, and I don't know how much you can see over my shoulder. You might hear a little background noise. They are breaking down the site here at the War Memorial in downtown Nashville. This, where there was supposed to be a big victory celebration last night, or had the Vice President conceded outright, his concession statement would have come here, and we came just moments from getting a concession statement. The Vice President just a few blocks away when he decided, based on new information from Florida, to retract the concession he had made to Governor Bush. So there will be no big outdoor rally here. The Vice President, though, we're told, will stay in Nashville, in Tennessee, at least a few more days, at least until this time tomorrow night, when we should have a much better idea what the state of Florida will be saying as it tries to certify its now very controversial presidential election.
And that recount is underway as we speak. John King in Nashville. Thanks, John. Now for more, over to my partner, Lou.
And CNN's Gene Meserve is with the Bush campaign. Gene, how are they holding up there in Austin, Texas?
Well, you heard Bill Daley a few minutes ago projecting that when all is said and done, Al Gore will win this election. You are getting the exact contrary read on the situation from the Bush campaign. The governor was sequestered for most of the morning with his senior staff, but he emerged a couple of hours ago with his running mate, Dick Cheney, to make some remarks. What he said was, we're waiting for the recount, but when it's all over, we think we will win. We think this whole matter will be wrapped up by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. He didn't even discuss the possibility of this going on any further. He certainly is convinced he's got this one, or at least that is what he's saying publicly. Lou?
Are we expecting to hear from Governor Bush anymore today or tomorrow, or are they pretty much intending to wait for this recount total?
Bush, Lou, we never know exactly what they're going to do, but my guess is that this is the last we'll hear from him. This was a very public statement. He brought the press pool over. He came over and made remarks. His communications director expanded upon those. They let the pool in to take some pictures of a luncheon, and then he shooed the press corps out. My guess is we will not see or hear from him again until there is something more to talk about. That would appear to be 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but I'm guessing.
You know if there's any communication between Austin and the Florida State House? We just heard from Jeb Bush in which he bent over backwards to assure the public of a fair and accurate recount here, in fact recusing himself from the commission that finally will certify that recount.
Well, we certainly know that Jeb Bush was here last night with his brother. Certainly they were discussing and looking at the results that were coming in from Florida. He did leave this morning. I have no idea, Lou, whether there has been any communication since then between the brothers Bush.
All right, Gene Meserve in Austin, Texas, keeping watch down there.
And we will continue to follow this incredible, amazing story. There aren't enough adjectives to describe it.
No sleep again tonight.
That's right. Thanks for staying here with us. Inside Politics is next. I'm Natalie Allen.
I'm Lou Waters. Stay tuned. Take care.
Confident that the Secretary and I will become the President-elect and the Vice President-elect in short order.
We still do not know the outcome of yesterday's vote, and I realize that this is an extraordinary moment for our democracy.
A question mark looms over the presidential election. When will the Bush versus Gore squeaker finally be decided?
The answer appears to hinge on a recount in Florida. We'll have an update on the tally, the controversy, and the unreality of it all.
I thought that maybe it had all been a dream, but then I realized I was awake the whole time.
This is a special edition of Inside Politics with Bernard Shaw and Judy Woodruff at CNN Election Headquarters and analysts Jeff Greenfield and Bill Schneider.
Thanks for joining us. It may be a case of shock or sleep deprivation, but on this day after the vote, it is difficult to adequately describe how exciting and bizarre the presidential election has been and continues to be. At this hour, there still is no official winner as the make or break state of Florida presses on with a recount. While Al Gore appears to have won the popular vote nationwide by nearly 200,000 votes, the battle for electoral votes remains undecided. That is because the results from Florida, as well as Oregon, turned out to be too close to call. With a total of 32 electoral votes in those two states outstanding, Gore has 260 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win, and George W. Bush has 246. But Governor Bush says he fully expects to win Florida. It's 25 electoral votes and the White House once the automatic recount now underway in the Sunshine State is completed. CNN's Mike Betcher is in Tallahassee following the recount. Mike?
Well, 18 floors above me in
Why?
the state capitol here, Bernie. They are counting bit by bit at these counties as they are starting to filter in. We have some late totals for you. 6 counties have been reviewed so far. The total right now for Governor Bush, 2,909,153. That's an increase of 18 votes for him. With Vice President Gore, the total is 2,907,403. That's an increase in 52 votes for him. So both candidates have increased their vote tally in this review. That is a net gain for Vice President Gore of 34 votes. Let me give you a little background on how this is going down across the state of Florida. In every county, the election board, the canvass board there, is supervising this recount. That information is then being faxed or phoned in to the Division of Elections here under the Department of State in the state of Florida. They're coming in bit by bit, but they should pick up steam here within the next hour. At that point, within 7 days, the counties must certify those vote totals Then the state election canvass commission must certify them. They'll become official at that point. Now, there are 3 people on that state board. One of them is Governor Jeb Bush. Only about 30 minutes ago, he recused himself from that board. There will be a new member appointed. We don't know if that member will be a Democrat or a Republican. As far as we know, it has not been named yet. So it's a very fluid situation, but Governor Bush here in Florida, Jeb Bush, was upset about allegations that there was widespread voting fraud in his state, and he said so during that press conference.
I, along with Attorney General Butterworth, are firmly committed to protecting the integrity of Florida's election process and will seek swift enforcement of Florida's election laws. Voter fraud in our state is a felony, and guilty parties will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Both of us have pledged to work together with Secretary of State Katherine Harris in this regard. Furthermore, to ensure that there is not the slightest appearance of a conflict of interest, I have chosen to recuse myself from serving on the Elections Canvassing Commission.
Now, Governor Bush pointed out one specific example of where an allegation that there was fraud was not true. For example, there were stories earlier in the day that an election, a voting ballot box had been found in a precinct in a school in Palm Beach County. He said when they opened it up, it turned out to be school supplies, crayons, pencils, and the like. But the Democratic National Committee was here today, too. They're starting to pour people in here. They are accusing the state officials of proceeding too quickly in this vote recount. They say there was widespread election abuse in terms of people being coerced not to vote, problems with some ballots. They made those accusations here. They did not back them up at that time, but they said that they've been getting a lot of allegations. I sat in the Attorney General's office here today on a couple of occasions, and there was phone call after phone call after phone call. Jenny Backus is with the Democratic National Committee, and she made those allegations to us earlier today.
People are talking about taking away somebody's constitutional right to vote. There are thousands, literally thousands of reports of irregularities. In Palm Beach County, we spoke about it yesterday during the election. We got reports of questionable ballots. There's reports of voter intimidation. There's ballot boxes that are missing. There's the results down the Secretary of State's own webpage that seem to have mysteriously increased by 1,000 votes. These are lots of questions, and I think the voters of Florida and the voters of this country deserve some answers. They need to be done in a timely fashion, but they need to be done in a bipartisan fashion.
Now, the Florida Department of State was going to post these election results on their webpage, but it crashed. A lot of interest. They're trying to get that back up, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way, going up and down 18 floors every time there is a new election result. But right now, to summarize, after 6 counties have been reviewed and other counties have reported in, we just don't have it yet, but Vice President Gore has gained 34 votes, so very slim gain there for the Vice President. Bernie?
Mike, in summation, when will the American people know the Florida recount results?
They have to know by 7 p.m. tomorrow night, the recount results. I believe, my opinion, and in being up there all day and talking to people, we'll have it much sooner than that. But the recount only includes the physical counting of ballots. It doesn't look into allegations of voter fraud or problems with the process, just that. What'll happen next are legal challenges, and that was threatened by the Democratic National Committee. They said they had private citizens who would do that. No telling, Bernie, how that's going to slow things up. But in terms of the state of Florida saying we have certified these elections, that process will happen in 7 days. The recount will happen by tomorrow. It has to, by tomorrow evening. And then the certification has to happen within 7 days. And then there's a further certification of overseas ballots, which includes military personnel and people who are traveling. That certification is given 10 days after the election. So if this vote tally starts to narrow more, Bernie, and they have to go ahead and count the overseas ballots, we might not know for 10 days.
Mike Betcher with the up-to-the-minute latest from Tallahassee. Thank you. Judy.
Well, all the current election uncertainty comes after a roller coaster of a night. At one point, the television news organizations declared Governor Bush the winner, then retracted it as the razor-thin margin of the Florida race became more clear. CNN's Candy Crowley has been covering Governor Bush through it all.
The once declared president-elect hopes to soon regain his title.
This morning brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it will be, that we have won the election.
After an astounding night of doubt, then triumph, then uncertainty, a sense of the surreal has pierced the trademark optimism of the Bush camp.
It was an amazing night. As you all know, since you lived through it, I watched it this morning on television, some excerpts, and I thought that maybe it had all been a dream, but then I realized I was awake the whole time.
His running mate by his side, the Republican nominee, was low-key but positive as he recounted the evening, including that second phone call from Vice President Al Gore to retract his earlier concession.
Listen to what he had to say. I didn't have much to say.
Were you amazed that it took place that way?
Well, I was. I felt like I was fully prepared to go out and give a speech and thanking my supporters. And he withdrew his earlier comments, and here we sit.
Sitting and waiting isn't easy, but the hottest spot may belong to Florida Governor Jeb Bush, who spent the long night in Austin.
There was some consternation with Florida's governor during our family dinner when somebody jumped the proverbial gun, as we say. And so he's the person that really went through some, obviously some interesting emotions. I was confident that when it was all said and done, that Florida would be taken off the declared, state role, and that cooler heads would prevail.
Jeb Bush left Austin Wednesday morning to return home to Florida. Former Secretary of State James Baker is also headed to the state to look after Bush's interests there. The Bush camp also has a lawyer on the ground in each precinct to monitor the recount. Should Bush prevail, winning may be the easy part. He would assume office, having lost the popular vote.
I want to assure them that should the election go the way that we think it will, that I will work hard to earn their confidence. America has a long tradition of uniting once elections are over. Secretary Cheney and I will do everything in our power to unite the nation, to call upon the best, to bring people together after one of the most exciting elections in our nation's history.
Though they concede the unusual circumstances of this election and the unusual circumstances if Bush should be installed in the Oval Office, aides say that a mandate is not necessarily always something you get in an election, though they would love to have had one. A mandate, said one aide, is something you can get when you're in office, and depending on how you lead. Judy?
Candy, what gives the people around Governor Bush and the governor himself confidence that once all these votes are recounted, once all the questions are answered, that he will still be the winner in Florida?
Well, they say they're confident, but that's a trademark of the Bush campaign. It always has been. This is a campaign that has talked optimistically. They thought they would win by 5 or 6 points in the general election. They thought that they would have a much larger victory in the electoral count even than the one we're talking about. So they tend to talk optimistically. But yes, I would tell you that publicly and privately, they say, look, most of these recounts historically, they've looked it up, come out the same as they were before the recount. So yes, they are more up than down.
All right, Candy Crowley in Austin, thanks. A short while ago, Vice President Gore called for the outcome of the presidential election to be decided deliberately without, quote, a rush to judgment. CNN's John King joins us with more from Gore's home base of Nashville, Tennessee. John.
Well, Judy, we watched here at the War Memorial last night and into the early morning hours as this drama played out. They're cleaning up here now and breaking down. There will be no victory celebration nor a concession speech here. Instead, the Gore campaign huddled at the headquarters watching this. All eyes now, as we've discussed, on the state of Florida. A short time ago, the vice president gave his first reaction to all of this. His campaign aides still saying they believe he will ultimately win this election. They're highlighting the fact that he did indeed win the popular vote. The vice president, though, did not make any public statement of an expectation of victory. Instead, he was very subdued in his remarks, urging Florida to conduct a quick and fair recount, urging the nation not to rush to judgment about who should be the president-elect.
Yesterday, the people of our country joined together to make a great national decision to choose the next president of the United States. We still do not know the outcome of yesterday's vote, and I realize that this is an extraordinary moment for our democracy.
The vice president left without taking questions. His running mate, Senator Joseph Lieberman, said nothing. The Democrats believe the less said by the two candidates, the better right now, as this remarkable political story, unprecedented in our history, also looms now as a legal controversy. Former Secretary of State Warren Christopher will lead a Gore legal team that also includes two former top vice presidential aides, Jack Quinn and Ron Klain. Before heading to Florida, Mr. Christopher stopped in Nashville for a quick meeting with the vice president.
Our purpose is clear. We want to ensure that the legislative process, the process of counting last night and the underlying voting process is fair, accurate, and that we resolve that in a timely way.
Nashville was a mix of exhaustion, excitement, and exasperation. The crowd that waited late into the night at times seeing victory within reach, then apparent defeat, and then again a final reason to hope.
Our campaign continues.
The Gore camp took note that despite predictions to the contrary, it was the vice president who won the popular vote.
He got the most votes across the entire length and breadth of this country, so we're very proud of him, and we're looking forward to a quick resolution of the Florida vote count so that Al Gore can be the next president of the United States.
But it is the Florida recount that will decide the Electoral College winner. And though the Bush lead is narrow, fewer than 2,000 votes, recount veterans say the odds are heavily against the vice president.
It's better to be ahead in the recount. And actually, if it is, as the Bush people think, 1,800 votes, it sounds like a little amount, but actually in a recount, that's a lot of votes to overturn to actually win a state.
The president urged calm and patience.
The American people have now spoken, but it's going to take a little while to determine exactly what they said. The process for that is in motion, and the rest of us will have to let it play out.
Now, in addition to watching the recount closely, the Gore campaign raising other questions. Anecdotal evidence, they say, suggests as many as 2,500 people, maybe more, meant to cast ballots for the vice president, instead ended up voting for Pat Buchanan. A big question, though, as to whether they can do anything about that after the election. That essentially a complaint about the way the ballot was structured physically on paper. Now, though, the Gore campaign, all eyes on Florida, watching this recount, a team of as many as 70 people expected in the state within the next 24 hours. We should note many have been raising questions as to whether the Gore campaign would try to sway any of those electors in the Electoral College should Governor Bush be certified as the winner of Florida and win by just 1 or 2 electoral votes. The vice president today did not rule that out directly, but if you listen closely, he did say, despite the fact that he won the popular vote, that our Constitution calls the Electoral College winner the true president-elect. And aides reminding us today, remember, the vice president was prepared to come here last night, was just 2 blocks away, preparing to give a concession speech when he realized Florida was closer than he believed. If Governor Bush is ultimately certified the Florida winner, Gore campaign officials telling us the vice president would quickly be prepared to concede again, but they're not ready to do that just yet. They believe, although they acknowledge the odds are high, that they have a chance of reversing the results and actually winning the state of Florida. Judy?
John, what gives them that confidence?
Well, simply there was so much uncertainty, so much back and forth last night. I'd call it not so much confidence as just the reality or the unreality of the last few days. They're not ready to give up because nothing has seemed set in stone these past few days. Every time something seems to be locked in, it changes again. So they say they want to get in on the ground. They want their lawyers to do the research. They say their Democrats in Florida are telling them they believe there could well be a swing in this election. History says there won't be, but history also doesn't know what to do with what happened last night.
True that is. John King in Tennessee. Thanks very much. And when Inside Politics returns, Florida, again, the deciding factor. We'll hear from Bush campaign press secretary Mindy Tucker and Gore campaign spokesman Chris Lehane.
With the race to determine the next occupant of the White House still up for grabs, we are joined by two members of the Bush and Gore camps. Bush campaign press secretary Mindy Tucker in Austin, Texas, and in Nashville, Tennessee, Gore campaign spokesman Chris Lehane. Mindy Tucker, first to you, and Chris Lehane, I'll have the same question for you. One of you will win and one of you will lose. Will the victory be sullied by this recount process?
I certainly hope not. I think we should all be proud of the democratic process we have here in America. As many people have pointed out today, if there's ever a day to realize that your vote does count, this is it. This has been a hard-fought race on some very important issues. It's close, and I think now what's going to be really important is whoever wins is a leader who can really unite this country. It's one of the things we've talked about throughout this campaign. We need someone who can work with Republicans, Democrats, and independents, because there are a lot of people out there who may not have voted for the winner, yet he's going to have to represent all those people. And I think that's something Governor Bush certainly understands and is looking forward to taking on that responsibility and bringing our country together.
Chris?
Well, we agree. We think the democratic process of this country has worked well for over 200 years. This is a nation of laws. We ought to respect our laws. But we think our victory is going to be sweet. We think we have won the popular vote. That's pretty clear. And we believe we're going to win the popular vote within the state of Florida and thereby win the electoral vote as well.
Mindy Tucker, it's Jeff Greenfield. Last week, when we were all speculating that Bush might win the popular vote but lose the electoral vote, some people in your campaign were telling journalists that if that happened, they were seriously considering a post-election challenge, radio talk show hosts and the like, arguing that the popular vote winner should, in fact, run the country. Now that it's pretty clear that you have lost the popular vote, could you have any objection if some Gore people did exactly what the Bush people were thinking they might do?
Actually, we could, because I saw that in one paper, and I still haven't found one single person here in the Bush campaign who knows what anybody was talking about. That's certainly not the feeling. Governor Bush has been asked several times about it and has said that the Electoral College has worked. It's part of our democratic system, and that the winner of the Electoral College is the winner of the presidential election.
Now, Chris, to you, just a few minutes ago, we heard the Vice President seem to suggest that that was his view, too. But all day, you, Mark Fabiani, have been at pains to point out that, in fact, more people voted for Al Gore than George Bush. So let's put it on the line, if you can. Is your campaign flatly ruling out a challenge to the electoral vote count once that count is complete?
Well, obviously, we're going to respect the Constitution and the precepts that are contained within the Constitution with regards to the Electoral College. But we believe it's not going to come down to that. We believe strongly that not only have we won the popular vote, but we're going to win the vote in Florida and thereby win the electoral vote and the popular vote. We believe it's extremely close in Florida, and if you begin taking a look at some of these votes in some of these counties where there have been questions about the votes, those are Democratic counties, those are our base, those are our voters, and it's a very, very small margin, and we believe if there's a fair, objective recount, that Al Gore is going to be the victor in Florida.
But Chris, forgive an old man's obsession, but the constitutional process the last time I looked also permits electors in many states to vote their consciences. So what I'm saying is, are you flatly ruling out an appeal to Bush electors within the constitutional process that say you might want to consider voting for the popular vote winner?
Again, not to belabor this point, but we believe that's a moot question. We believe we are going to win the popular vote and win the popular vote within the state of Florida and therefore win the Electoral College. And we're going to do this all consistent with the framework laid out in the Constitution. Your reference to the electors, I think the last time I checked, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think about half of them are obligated to vote the way they went in, and the other half can vote their conscience. And I think that's consistent with the constitutional framework. But our viewpoint here is pretty clear, and let me be absolutely clear about that and precise. We're going to win the popular vote, which we have done so already, and we're going to win the vote in Florida and therefore win the Electoral College. Last quick question to each of you, starting with you, Mindy. What was your best and worst moment overnight?
Well, it was certainly a strange night, to say the least. I think overall, it was a little bit disappointing that so many media organizations decided to call so many races early on. There were, in fact, Florida, for instance, was called before the polls in Western Florida, and the Panhandle were even closed. I think it was really disappointing that had happened. As far as the best part of the evening, I think just seeing the democratic process at work. We feel really, really good about our chances in Florida. We have not been set back by this. We're actually looking forward to getting this final recount done because we believe it will only affirm what we already know, and that's that Governor Bush has won the state of Florida and therefore won the presidency. We look forward to starting the next phase in this process and moving toward instilling a new president for our country.
And lastly, Chris, your best and worst moment overnight?
Well, the penultimate best moment was when we got the popular vote. I think the ultimate best moment is still to come, and that will be in the near future when we win Florida outright. I agree with Mindy in terms of the worst moment, and that was when some of these instant polls and exit polls and network predictions proved to be wrong. And I think it's a lesson for all of us on all sides of this that we need to be very, very careful as we move through this process in the future.
Chris Lehane, Mindy Tucker, sleep awaits you. Thank you. Still ahead, Understanding Florida. Bill Schneider with a closer look at what the voters had to say. Plus, calculating the Nader effect, the Green Party candidate's results and his impact on this presidential race. As the candidates sit on pins and needles awaiting results of Florida's ballot recount, our Bill Schneider has been poring over the results of the exit polls from that state. Any surprises in the Florida vote?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Florida's African-American vote was overwhelmingly Democratic as usual, more than 90% for Gore. But the surprise was that African-Americans accounted for 15% of the vote in Florida, which is way up. Blacks were 10% of the vote in Florida in 1996. Now, Jews nationwide voted about 80% for Gore and Lieberman. The surprise was that Jewish voters accounted for just 4% of the vote in Florida this year, which is down from 7% in 1996. Now, here's a big surprise. The Hispanic vote in Florida used to be heavily Cuban American and overwhelmingly Republican, but this year it was expected to be even more overwhelmingly Republican because of anger at the Clinton administration's handling of the Elian Gonzalez matter. In fact, however, Florida's Hispanic vote was evenly divided between Bush and Gore. How could that be? Because Cuban Americans are not the only Hispanics in Florida. In fact, they're outnumbered by other Hispanic voters, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and South Americans who tend to vote strongly Democratic, plus the fact that second and third generation Cuban Americans tend to be less Republican than their parents and grandparents. That's why Bush did not carry Florida handily, as a lot of people expected him to after the Elian Gonzalez affair.
Now, what about seniors in Florida?
Well, that is another surprise, Bernie. Seniors' interest in Social Security and prescription drugs was supposed to drive them to Al Gore. But Florida voters 65 and over actually voted for Bush by a narrow majority. Seniors tend to be among the most conservative voters on values, and a lot of them were disturbed by the moral tone set by the Clinton White House. Among Florida's seniors, values trumped interests, which is why Gore didn't carry Florida handily.
Well, pre-election polls showed, as I recall, that Gore would take Florida. Why did the state move into the toss-up column?
Well, this happened, Bernie, in just the last 3 days of the campaign. Most voters who decided how to vote before the last 3 days were for Gore. But last-minute deciders, 8% of Florida voters, tilted to Bush, and they made the state competitive. Did you notice that some Bush supporters in Austin last night were carrying signs that said, "Thanks, Jeb"?
Remembered. Thank you. Bill Schneider. Judy.
And joining us now to talk more about the election in Florida, Mark Silva of the Miami Herald and Tony Doris of the Miami Daily Business Review. Mark Silva, to you first. Could this recount that's now underway change the result and give Florida to Al Gore?
Well, it's certainly close enough. The last time we checked, it was roughly 1,700 votes that divided the two out of 5.8 million cast between them. So clearly there's the possibility among 67 counties for an advantage to shift. There remains these outstanding military absentee ballots that could have an impact as well.
And I want to ask you both about that, but first just about the recount. Tony Doris, do you believe the recount of the ballots that are already in there could shift the outcome?
Could make a big difference. Now, there's that, and there are a number of different irregularities between the ballot boxes that were found and not opened, and also the Palm Beach County situation. The numbers of voters that went for Buchanan there could be well out of proportion to any logic that would have withstood the test.
But that's not addressing the recount itself. I mean, isn't that what you're referring to, a potential challenge to the balloting?
That's correct. I'm referring to an immediate potential challenge in Palm Beach. As far as the count itself, I didn't know that there was any real problems with count other than some missing ballot boxes here and there, which any little irregularity like that, anything having to do with the count when the margin is this small, could make a big difference.
What is, Mark Silva, what has to happen next? We know that the state officials are saying they're going to try to finish this recount and get it done by tomorrow, but that's not going to be the end of it. Is that your understanding?
Well, that's correct. They're attempting to undertake really an instant canvass. After an election, there's always a canvass to certify the results, an orderly process that takes place quietly and over a period of time. Nobody ever pays attention to it because it's generally irrelevant. This is sort of an instant canvass that they're attempting to complete by tomorrow evening, which they probably will. Friday is a state worker holiday, I believe. But there remains these outstanding military absentee ballots, which, if this margin remains close, could arguably be part of the final outcome. And how can the state of Florida declare its vote if there are still outstanding ballots?
Do you have a sense, Mark Silva, of how those outstanding overseas ballots would turn? You're saying most of them are military, members of the military?
Well, we think so, but we really don't know. These are ballots that have been requested among all the 67 county elections offices. We're told there were some 2,300 of these in the last presidential election. We're told by the campaigns that they trend Republican, but that strikes me as a little bit of campaign spin. I'm told by other people with some familiarity with the Pentagon and overseas voting that they tend to vote like the public in general.
And that could shift the vote either way, Judy. I mean, there are a lot of minorities among the military. It's not just the hardliners that one might normally assume.
Well, let's just be very specific here. Number one, we're dealing with a recount, a simple recount that's now underway. But beyond that, we're looking at these absentee ballots, the ones, the military overseas ballots, as well as, I gather, are there still some in the state that have not been counted?
I think overwhelmingly the vast majority of the normal absentee ballots have been accounted for. The question is, as they look at these things, will they disqualify some which don't have the certification? We recently in this state went through a tightening of the absentee ballot process after some absentee ballot fraud in Miami, which overturned a mayoral election in Miami.
But so we're talking about the recount, we're talking about absentee counting, we're also talking about potential fraud or I don't know, what do you want to call it? The questions about the ballots in Palm Beach County, whether the place where you marked your vote was exactly where the name of the candidate was.
I think there's a real reason to believe that that could significantly affect the outcome in Palm Beach County. It's certainly something that bears investigating right away. Like I said,
why are you so confident that that could change the outcome?
Well, Palm Beach County, from what we know, is no great extreme right-wing, hardline conservative Pat Buchanan territory, any more than any other county in Florida. And yet, if the votes turn out to have been heavily Pat Buchanan, relatively, up in Palm Beach County, then that does look like there could well have been a lot of people who were fooled in the ballot box, and that might require a legal change.
All right, Mark Silva and Tony Doris, we thank you both for being with us. The story just gets more complicated and more complicated. Thanks very much. Bernie.
Thank you. Green Party candidate Ralph Nader did not reach his goal yesterday of 5% of the national vote, but he earned enough support to be considered, at least by some, a spoiler in this presidential race. Pat Neal takes a closer look at the Nader factor.
If it wasn't for Ralph Nader, Democrats say Al Gore would be president-elect now.
Ralph Nader denied Al Gore a clean victory in Florida.
The numbers bear that out. According to the latest tally, George W. Bush is beating Gore by fewer than 2,000 votes. Nader has polled more than 96,000. Analysts point out Nader's supporters overwhelmingly said they would have backed the vice president if Nader had not been in the running.
Take 80% of the 2% that Nader polled in Florida, and that's over a point and a half going to Gore. That gives Gore Florida.
And what does Nader think?
If Democrats are disappointed with the returns, they need to take a close look at their party and the empty campaign waged by Al Gore in this campaign.
The Nader factor also looms in Oregon, where the votes are still being tallied. The latest numbers show Bush with a slight lead and Nader pulling 5%.
It does appear that based on the earlier polling that the
Some people did peel away from Nader and go back to Gore, and that was probably based on the fact that they realized yesterday that the race was still very close.
Nader's appeal to independents and environmentalists also siphoned votes away from Gore in New Hampshire, which went for Bush. But even though Nader also did well in Maine, Vermont, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Washington, he did not cost Gore those states.
Congratulations, you did a great job. You ran a great campaign.
One person congratulating Nader, Reform Party candidate Pat Buchanan.
And I would currently advise Ralph, given the numbers I've seen, that he may be interested in Secret Service protection.
Buchanan, for his effort, only received about 1% of the vote.
As for Ralph Nader, even if he costs Al Gore the presidency, he didn't get what he wanted, 5% of the popular vote. That would have allowed the Green Party to receive federal funds in the next election. Pat Neal, CNN, Washington.
There is much more ahead on this extended edition of Inside Politics.
Still to come, a House and Senate divided.
When the last vote is counted, Congress will be virtually split between Democrats and Republicans. Is it a prescription for gridlock or opportunity for bipartisanship?
Chris Black on the new balance of power on Capitol Hill. Plus,
and I hope that the outcome of this election is a matter of comfort to Mrs. Carnahan.
A concession in Missouri after that state casts a vote for history. Also,
the First Lady spends her first day as a senator-elect.
there will be a Clinton in that capital city after the president leaves on January 20th. Hillary Rodham Clinton capped her historic run for the U.S. Senate with victory on Election Day. CNN's Frank Buckley reports.
Hillary Clinton greeted commuters and thanked supporters at Grand Central Station as a senator-elect. The First Lady looking forward, she says, to her new role as an elected public servant.
You know, it's like any new job. I mean, you've got to find your footing. You have to be, willing to work hard to learn the ropes and the rules, build relationships with people, all of which I intend to do.
Mrs. Clinton telling reporters in her first news conference as a senator-elect that health care, education, and upstate New York's economy would be her legislative priorities.
My first bill on my own behalf will concern the upstate economy and also parts of downstate that have not yet realized the full benefit of the economic prosperity that we enjoy.
Upstate voters helped to deliver Mrs. Clinton's victory, the First Lady running stronger in the region than Democrats traditionally do. Clinton also won big in New York City with 3/4 of the vote there and held her own in the suburbs, losing in Rick Lazio's base by only single digits. Lazio was back home in the suburbs as Republicans began to consider what went wrong. The congressman ran as the anti-Hillary, stressing the carpetbagger issue. But exit polling revealed only 47% were concerned. The majority was not. Women, once a problem in polling for the First Lady, came home to her with 60% on election night. Men were split. Mrs. Clinton said her new role would mean advocating for all New Yorkers.
I intend to, be a senator for everyone in New York. And, over the course of time, I think people who might have supported my opponent will understand and see that.
Mrs. Clinton also acknowledged President Clinton, who for the first time was the spouse in the background on election night.
I would not have been standing there without, the support and work of my husband.
First Lady said she stayed up all night long watching presidential election returns. Her loyalties on the matter very clear.
I'm very hopeful that not only will the lead in the popular vote, which the Vice President now has, remain and make very clear that he was the choice of a majority of Americans, but that as a result of the recount and the investigation that will be going on in Florida, he will get the votes that people intended for him to have and will be declared our president.
And Mrs. Clinton also answered those who wonder whether she has presidential aspirations of her own. Mrs. Clinton today saying no, she doesn't. She intends to fully serve out her 6-year term as New York's
junior senator. Judy?
Frank Buckley, thanks very much. Another closely watched and emotionally charged Senate race was the one in Missouri. The defeat of Republican Senator John Ashcroft also made history in an unlikely way. CNN's Kate Snow has the story.
I believe that the will of the people has been expressed with compassion and that the people's voice should be respected and heard.
Surrounded by teary-eyed supporters, Senator John Ashcroft conceded the race to the widow of his former rival, Governor Mel Carnahan.
And I hope that the outcome of this election is a matter of comfort to Mrs. Carnahan. And I hope that we can all accord her the opportunity to have the kind of necessary recovery time after such a great personal loss.
The one-term Republican is the first person in U.S. history to lose a Senate race to a deceased candidate. It was an incredibly close race, marred by allegations on both sides of voter fraud in the city of St. Louis, but the hundreds of votes in question would not be enough to give Ashcroft a win. And despite lingering legal questions about the constitutionality of electing a dead man to the Senate, Ashcroft said he will not challenge the election in court.
But I reject any legal challenge to this election in terms of the election for the United States Senate. I will discourage others from challenging the will of the people in the election of their United States Senator.
We take that as a good sign and a good faith announcement on their part, and just hope that all the other folks that may be listening to them follow their lead.
Still, some have suggested Ashcroft is waiting for someone else to do the job for him.
He says he won't participate, I won't encourage it, but that does not mean that he absolutely would not allow it to take place, because other people besides him have a right to make the challenge on behalf of the voters of Missouri.
Under Missouri state law, Mel Carnahan's name was left on the ballot when he died less than 4 weeks before the election. The governor is expected to appoint Jean Carnahan to the seat. She spent the day secluded at the family farm. With the Senate majority now looking to be in the hands of the Republicans, the victory by Jean Carnahan appears a little less important to the balance of power in Washington. Still, Republicans likely to go after this seat once again in 2002. Asked today if he would run in 2002, Senator Ashcroft never said no. Kate Snow, CNN Live, St. Louis, Missouri.
Thank you, Kate. And coming up next, the battle for Capitol Hill. We'll look at what's in store in the House and in the Senate.
While we still do not know who will be the next president of the United States, we do know he will face a divided Congress. CNN's Chris Black reports.
They don't have the votes. We don't have the votes.
When the last vote is counted, Congress will be virtually split between Democrats and Republicans. Is it a prescription for gridlock or opportunity for bipartisanship?
Power sharing is a unique concept. We recognize, and I hope they recognize, that the only way the Congress will accomplish anything is through bipartisanship. It simply will not occur in any other way.
The election has left Capitol Hill reeling. The outcome of the Washington Senate race is still uncertain, but the Senate will be divided between Republicans and Democrats next session, and the House Republican margin has most likely been cut to fewer than a handful of votes, potentially making passage of Social Security reform, tax cuts, and spending bills tougher than ever.
This is an American constitutional equivalent of cohabitation.
With no mandate for either party, even the controversial senator-to-be from New York, Hillary Rodham Clinton, is adopting a conciliatory tone.
Today, we're New Yorkers, and I'm going to get to work to represent the entire state of New York.
Both Democrats and Republicans say the ability to pass legislation in the next Congress hinges on the outcome of the presidential race. And efforts to bridge the partisan divide are already underway. CNN is told a coalition of moderate to conservative House Democrats are already talking privately about reaching out to George W. Bush if he wins the election. And moderate Republicans who side with Democrats on some domestic issues could prove to be a pivotal swing group.
The things that we really feel ought to be advanced will be advanced,
and the centrist in both parties will be a player in those decisions, just like they have been in the past.
An early test will be on campaign finance reform, with Senator John McCain vowing there will be blood on the Senate floor if his quest continues to fall short.
I think we will get a campaign finance reform bill done next year.
To top off all the confusion, the current Congress returns next week for a lame duck session. Lawmakers say the outcome of the presidential race and how it affects the unfinished business of this Congress will provide a good clue into how they behave in the next. Chris Black, CNN, Capitol Hill.
And when Inside Politics returns, who will be moving into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Judy will talk with Margaret Carlson and Tucker Carlson. They join us to discuss the election.
This late word in from Florida, CNN has learned that they have stopped the presidential vote recount for the day. They will resume counting tomorrow morning, and just as soon as we can get hold of the numbers from this day, at the end of the day, we will share them with you. Joining us now in Washington, Tucker Carlson of the Weekly Standard, and New York, Margaret Carlson of Time Magazine. All right, Margaret and Tucker, both sides, both Gore and Bush, are saying we are going to win once the Florida votes are counted. At least their campaigns are saying that. Where are we headed here, Tucker?
Well, it's interesting that they're both saying that, but the Gore campaign is also saying, in fact, Bill Daley just said, we've already won. Somebody asked him, the first question in his press conference was, do you believe you've won? And he said, yes, I do believe that. We've won the popular vote. And you keep hearing every prominent Democrat on television today, including the president and his wife, Gore himself, Fabiani, Chris Lehane, have all pointed out the fact that Gore won the popular vote. Now, this is true, but on some level it really is a matter of trivia, because obviously winning the popular vote doesn't make you president. But they keep pointing this out as if it has some significance beyond just being interesting, or, I mean, it is significant in a sense, but it's not, strictly speaking, significant as to who becomes president. So it does make you wonder what is the point here. And I think there is a point.
Margaret, are you getting the sense that the Gore people are not going to abide by an electoral vote win if that's what George Bush ends up with?
Well, I wonder, Tucker, if the point isn't that they want to, first make the, CNN has all day on its screen Gore 260, Bush 246. This sticks in people's mind. They won the popular vote, while they're looking for a way to challenge those 3,200 Buchanan ballots in Palm Beach. I think it's 3,200. To find a way. When Gore came on TV, he's got flags behind him. He's on the podium. There's, he takes no questions. He's looking presidential, and he's leaving it to other people to figure out, well, okay, let's keep this going slowly. Let's make sure it's right, but also perhaps let's find a way to challenge it.
So, Tucker, I'll ask the question again, where are we headed? I mean, are we looking at a process that is going to be drawn out over days and days with an outcome that not respected by half the people in the country?
Well, of course, it's not clear, but that is definitely the direction it seems to be moving in. Bill Daley, for instance, at the press conference said, individuals have a right to take action if their rights have been violated. And it seemed to me a clear reference to this Palm Beach ballot, which is, of course, an official ballot. I mean, it's not as if, some right-wing consultant came in the middle of the night and wrote it up in an effort to, confuse Democratic voters. I mean, it is the ballot, and apparently a lot of people misread it. So it is hard, strictly speaking, to see how one would go about challenging that, but that's the clear implication that the Gore campaign is making, that people's rights were violated. Jesse Jackson has said that bluntly. People's rights were violated by this ballot, so it's not inconceivable to me that that's the basis upon which Florida is challenged.
Here you have this very close race, and then you have an anomaly, which is that Pitchfork Pat managed to get 3,200 votes in Palm Beach. It raises questions. Now, maybe people, I don't know electoral law, and I've never met a member of the Electoral College. But we're all going to meet them. They're going to become the new independent voters, and they're going to be having little coffee clutches, and we'll be hearing from them.
I think we just lost Margaret's signal in New York. We apologize about that. But Tucker, let me pick up on the point that you and she were making. and really move it maybe a step beyond. What is it going to take for Al Gore, for the country, for the Bush people to accept and respect the results of this election once they're known?
Well, again, that's not clear because they will be known fairly soon. I mean, it seems at this point that by the end of tomorrow, it'll be clear who won Florida, given...
Except you won't have all the absentee votes counted.
Well, as far as I know, the state of Florida was saying, or at least earlier today, that they would be counted by the end of tomorrow. But in any case, by certainly the beginning of next week, it'll be clear who won. So the question then is, does the Gore campaign dare challenge it on other grounds? And I have to say, it seems to me that Gore will be under a lot of pressure not to, because, I mean, you know, people obviously are divided about who ought to be president, but probably united by the sentiment that there ought to be a president-elect. So it strikes me as a risky strategy if that's what they're planning on.
All right, Tucker Carlson and Margaret, who's no longer with us.
See you, Margaret.
Thank you both. I appreciate it. Well, there's still much more inside politics ahead.
In the next 30 minutes, the latest from Florida, plus a look at the history of recounts and some thoughts on the Electoral College and the popular vote.
Stay with us as Inside Politics continues.
Al Gore's facing the unknowns of the presidential election and the prospect he might be a popular vote winner and an electoral vote loser.
Meanwhile, George W. Bush stays upbeat that he will be the official victor once a recount in Florida is complete.
Okay, I know it's too close to call, but Florida is going to pick the next president.
Bruce Morton on the election twists and turns befitting the home of Disney World.
This is a special edition of Inside Politics. Here once again are Judy Woodruff and Bernard Shaw.
Welcome back to this extended edition of Inside Politics. All eyes are on the state of Florida, where the outcome of the presidential election apparently will turn on a vote recount. That process has finished for this day. It will resume tomorrow. With approximately 10 counties reporting their results, Al Gore has gained 109 votes and George W. Bush has added 92. Now, Bush still leads Gore in the Sunshine State by more than 1,700 votes. This afternoon, Vice President Gore urged that the recount be deliberate and fair, and it was his first public comment on the fact that for the battle for electoral votes, it remains too close to call.
I want to express my deep and profound gratitude to all of those who cast their ballots, however they cast them. We now need to resolve this election in a way that is fair, forthright, and fully consistent with our Constitution and our laws.
Earlier today, Governor Bush expressed his belief that when all is said and done, he will be the president-elect.
I'm looking forward to this being speedily resolved and that the vote that we believe we've got in Florida is confirmed. And when that happens, I'll be the president-elect and my friend will be the vice president-elect, and we'll begin the transition.
Both Bush and Gore have sent high-profile emissaries to Florida to help ensure that the recount is handled fairly. Bernie.
You know, while this recount in a presidential election is quite extraordinary, recounts in state and local elections are not by and large that unusual, and some in the past have gotten downright ugly. Our Brooks Jackson flashes back to one example.
Do you solemnly swear that
1985. Tip O'Neill was Speaker and Democrats had command of the House. Jim Wright was their leader.
The election procedures employed in the 8th Congressional District have been neither timely nor regular, and serious questions have been raised with respect to their fairness.
And Democrats refused to seat Richard McIntyre, even though McIntyre had been certified the winner in Indiana's 8th Congressional District. A task force, one Republican, two Democrats, including future White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta, recounted the votes.
The decisions were justified, they were supported, and they were right.
And on party line votes, the Democrats declared their man, Frank McCloskey, the winner by only 4 votes. Republicans called it a stolen election and walked out of the House.
This wound will not heal without a terrible price and a scar that will be with this House for many years.
And the bitterness didn't stop there.
I think it destroyed the personal relationships of many people in the House. It was as bitter a partisan dispute as I've seen in 20-plus years in Washington.
House Republicans were led by moderates then.
That really destroyed those people in the leadership who were believers in reaching across the aisle and dealing with other honorable men. And frankly, I think it played a key role in Newt being elected into the leadership.
That's Newt Gingrich, back then a backbencher without much power. Indiana 8 changed that.
I would say that it led to the Gingrich Revolution in 1994. It took a while to get there, but in the end, the Young Turk Republicans who felt that the election was stolen from them became the majority in the caucus, the House Republican caucus, and they wreaked bloody hell on the Democrats in retribution for what happened in Indiana 8.
Democrats said at the time it was the right thing to do.
I think it was a fair count, as close as possible, as fair as possible, given all the circumstances.
And Democrats who were involved still say the fight was worth it, despite the bitter legacy.
The legacy continues. I think that the Republicans honestly, genuinely believe that the Democrats stole it from them. And I think the Democrats honestly, genuinely believe that the Republicans were trying to steal it from the Democrats. And at the end of the day, a decision was going to get made, and no matter what decision was made in this race, there were going to be a lot of hard feelings.
The Indiana 8 recount is still remembered by many as the Bloody 8th, a seminal event in the history of the House, and a reminder that contested elections can stir bitter partisan passions that linger for years. Bernie?
Thank you, Brooks Jackson. Now turning back to this presidential race, Al Gore is leading George W. Bush in the popular vote, but he may, when all is said and done and decided, lose the battle for electoral votes and, of course, the election to Governor Bush. A scenario like that has played out only twice before in United States history. CNN's Charles Ziwi looks at the Electoral College process and the issues it raises.
Voters Tuesday didn't vote for George Bush or Al Gore. They voted for a slate of so-called electors picked by state party conventions. The election, in fact, produced a potential crisis, giving Al Gore a popular vote win and George W. Bush a victory in the Electoral College if he prevails in the vote recount in Florida. It's all because of the way the framers of the U.S. Constitution set up the Electoral College. A candidate who wins the highest number of popular votes in a state gets all of that state's electoral votes, one vote per elector, and the number of electors equals the total of the state's House and Senate members. Two states, Nebraska and Maine, allocate their votes somewhat differently. 270 of the 538 Electoral College votes wins the presidency. In 16 states, electors are legally bound to vote for their party's choice for president and vice president. 35 other states, though, allow electors, some with minimal penalties, to switch their votes. Constitutional experts say the Electoral College system is rife with potential for becoming a nightmare.
What you have is a political system designed and functioning for the 21st century, and in that system is a part that was designed in the 17th century, and that part has failed. It is not well suited for our current sort of pressures.
3 times in 1824, 1876, and 1888, the candidate who won the popular vote lost the electoral vote and the presidency. Supporters of the system contend it forces candidates to visit less populated states rather than building up huge leads in heavily populated areas.
The big population centers would get the most attention under a popular vote system, but it's not clear that states would get entirely neglected. A lot of states get neglected anyway under the Electoral College system when those states are locked in for one candidate or another.
Attempts to throw out the Electoral College are already planned, no matter how this presidential election turns out.
That's easier said than done. Any constitutional amendment to scrap the Electoral College must be approved by 2/3 of both houses of Congress and then ratified by 38 states. Charles Ziwi, CNN, Washington.
All right, we have more now on this issue of electoral votes and popular votes with Jeff Greenfield. And Jeff, as I come to you, I want to show our viewers what we now see from Florida. The recount is finished for the day, and here are the numbers. I think we can show them to you. Yes, The bottom line is that of the counties they've counted, Bush gains 125 votes, Gore gains 133, a net gain of 8 for the vice president. Now, you've been doing some thinking about this whole electoral college popular vote.
Well, it was very interesting today, earlier on the show, and what the vice president said, you got to listen to that language carefully. We respect the process. But that almost sounds like they are willing to accept whatever the electoral vote count is. The process, as we just heard, includes the very real possibility of electors changing their vote. And the Gore people all day today were saying, now remember, we won the popular vote. If it comes out 271 for Bush, if they can get 2 electors even to switch, or 3 or 4, changes the whole outcome. That's only the beginning. Say Gore does nothing. Now let's say there are 6 of those Bush electors who are committed social conservatives. And they go to Bush and they say, you know, unless you agree to ban RU 486, that pill, we will withhold our votes from you, or maybe, and it'll throw it into the House of Representatives. The potential for mischief because of human beings being electors is enormous. One other example. You know, I'm an elector, Governor Bush, and I've always wanted my brother-in-law to be a federal judge. Dealing, intrigue, threats, bribes, political commitment.
But aren't these people supposed to be loyalists through and through to their party and then to the nominee?
Yes, and they are generally picked for loyalty. They are state officials, local officials, donors. But what I'm saying is the human factor can never be ignored. And when it's this close, look, if the spread were 30 or 40 electoral votes, there'd be no possibility. If you're talking about 2 electors who could keep Bush in the presidency, and forget bad motives, they deeply believe in something. And they go to the Bush campaign and they say, we want your commitment. You said no litmus test on judges. We want a litmus test. We want a new highway in Topeka. Who knows what they could want? The possibilities for mischief now move from satirical novels to plausibility.
All right, well, boy, I have a feeling we're going to be talking about this one for more days than one.
I suspect so.
All right, Jeff Greenfield, thanks very much. And still ahead on Inside Politics, what message did the voters send Washington? Our Bill Schneider will be back with a closer look at the national vote.
Bringing you the world for 20 years. This is CNN.
1994 was the first time in 40 years that the Democrats lost control of the House of Representatives. It was a revolution in American politics. Just 2 years into Bill Clinton's term, suddenly he was handed the biggest setback any Democrat has had in decades.
Whatever extent that we didn't do what the people wanted us to do, or they were not aware of what we had done, I must certainly bear my share of responsibility, and I accept that.
It was a very dramatic setback for this president. Newt Gingrich became Speaker. It was a very exciting moment. Republicans never dreamed that they could capture control of both houses of Congress. So it really was a revolution in American politics.
But we're going to do it. We're going to change America. We're going to give America back to the people. That's what they wanted for a long, long time.
Democrats lost a lot of big states in 1994, and the Republicans kept those states in 1998 because times were good. And of course, Congress has remained under Republican control. So we're still living with the aftershocks of 1994.
At this hour, the race for the White House is still undecided. And as we've mentioned, the 2 candidates are separated by a slim margin in the popular vote. Once again, pulling up a chair, our Bill Schneider. Why was this election so close?
Well, as usual, once again, it was the battle of the sexes, the gender gap to be precise. Among men, the election wasn't even close. Men voted for Bush by an 11-point margin. The election wasn't close among women either. Women voted for Gore by an 11-point margin. So the election was a gender showdown fought to a standoff. Bush, the president of men, versus Gore, the president of women.
Were voters trying to send a message?
Not one message, Bernie, two. Voters were clearly of two minds. On the one hand, they never had it so good. A record 86% said the economy was excellent or good, and no fewer than half said their own personal financial situation had improved over the past 4 years. Message? We're fat and happy. Keep it up. On the other hand, there was strong sentiment that it was time for a change in the country. Nearly 60% said the nation's moral climate was seriously off on the wrong track. Message? Something is wrong. The top-rated issue on voters' minds was jobs and the economy. Voters who cited that issue voted strongly for Gore. But the number one quality voters said they were looking for in a candidate was honesty and trustworthiness. Voters who cited that quality voted 80% for Bush. So the prevailing mood of this election, I would say, was moral drift amidst prosperity.
Thank you.
Sure.
Bill Schneider. Up next, our Bruce Morton on Florida's moment in the electoral spotlight.
For the next 24 hours or more, Florida will be the virtual center of the political universe. Our Bruce Morton reports.
Okay, I know it's too close to call, but Florida is going to pick the next president. As Florida goes, so goes the nation. Wait a minute. Isn't one of the most prominent Floridians a large mouse? Are we all going to take voting orders from the Mickey? Sounds a little goofy to me. I mean, it's pretty, Florida, all those beaches, all those folks soaking up rays, and they all drop everything right and go running off to vote. That's why they came to sunny Florida. Some vote, sure, seniors. One friend of mine used to say just poll his father's condo, you'd know how the whole state was going to go. Yeah, well, where was his father election day when we really needed to know that? Some people are worried about security during the recount. Florida can fix that. Take all the ballot boxes to the Everglades, hire some alligators to handle security. No ordinary political crook is going to mess with them. On the other hand, Florida has the Space Center, all those astronauts and shuttles. You could stash any number of ballots up there in orbit somewhere, count them any way you liked, and who'd ever know? Florida does have serious politicians, the seniors, the Cuban Americans who vote and organize and are usually very loyal Republicans, but this is theme park country, beach country. Maybe we need a new park, candidate land, you could call it. Hidden boxes of votes buried around the park, the alligators on patrol, Mickey and his pals to keep things moving, and for the lucky winner who navigates all the political swamps and haunted houses, maybe a prize, a nice white house to live in. As Florida goes, so goes the nation. Okay, Mickey, tell us what to do next. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington, but I can be on the next plane to the beach.
Don't do it. That's all for this edition of Inside Politics. I'm Bernard Shaw.
And I'm Judy Woodruff. For the next 24 hours or more, Florida will be the virtual center of the political universe. Our Bruce Morton reports.
Okay, I know it's too close to call, but Florida is going to pick the next president. As Florida goes, so goes the nation. Wait a minute. Isn't one of the most prominent Floridians a large mouse? Are we all going to take voting orders from the Mickey? Sounds a little goofy to me. I mean, it's pretty, Florida, all those beaches, all those folks soaking up rays, and they all drop everything right and go running off to vote. That's why they came to sunny Florida. Some vote, sure, seniors. One friend of mine used to say just poll his father's condo, you'd know how the whole state was going to go. Yeah, well, where was his father election day when we really needed to know that? Some people are worried about security during the recount. Florida can fix that. Take all the ballot boxes to the Everglades, hire some alligators to handle security. No ordinary political crook is going to mess with them. On the other hand, Florida has the Space Center, all those astronauts and shuttles. You could stash any number of ballots up there in orbit somewhere, count them any way you liked, and who'd ever know? Florida does have serious politicians, the seniors, the Cuban Americans who vote and organize and are usually very loyal Republicans, but this is theme park country, beach country. Maybe we need a new park, candidate land, you could call it. Hidden boxes of votes buried around the park, the alligators on patrol, Mickey and his pals to keep things moving, and for the lucky winner who navigates all the political swamps and haunted houses, Maybe a prize, a nice white house to live in. As Florida goes, so goes the nation. Okay, Mickey, tell us what to do next. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington, but I can be on the next plane to the beach.
Don't do it. That's all for this edition of Inside Politics. I'm Bernard Shaw.
And I'm Judy Woodruff.
Tonight on Moneyline, who will be the next president of the United States of America? George W. Bush says it will be him, but Al Gore is not giving up. The very latest from the single state that will decide it all, Florida.
Could the drama go on for days, even weeks? That was one fear that drove blue chips, and especially tech stocks, under. Complete coverage of a post-election plunge.
This is Moneyline. Reporting tonight from Los Angeles, Willow Bay. And from New York, Stuart Varney.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline. I'm Willow Bay.
And I'm Stuart Varney. It will go down as one of the closest presidential elections in American history, and it is not over yet.
No, it is not. The fate of the White House hinges on a painstaking recount of votes in just one state, Florida, and the results of that recount have been trickling in. We'll check in with Wolf Blitzer, and we'll get the very latest with a live report from Florida. But first, Stuart takes a look at a dramatic day on Wall Street.
And dramatic it was. Investors today woke up, if they slept at all, after a night of political twists and turns. Early on, they showed resilience in the face of great uncertainty, with both the Dow and the Nasdaq trading higher. But as the election cliffhanger wore on, that resilience wore thin. And adding some tension, renewed concerns about profits and growth in high-tech business. After breaking back above 11,000, albeit briefly, the Dow lost its footing and ended down 45 points at 10,907. The volume relatively light at just over 900 million shares. The Nasdaq got pounded in its worst session in weeks, plunging 184 points. That's over 5%, all the way down to 32.31. The volume there also relatively light, just over 1.6 billion shares. The S&P 500 fell 22.5 points. That's about 1.5%. It moved down to 14.09. As for the bond market, little changed. Traders are waiting word on the election. The 10-year note up 2 ticks, the 30-year bond up about 1/4 point. Clearly, tech stocks bore the brunt of the selling today, and while profit fears were key, the presidential guessing game may have played a role as well. Alan Chernoff joins us now with more on that one. Alan.
Thank you, Stuart. In very broad terms, George W. Bush is more of a Dow stock candidate. Al Gore, more of a NASDAQ man. While there were other factors influencing today's trading, many investors today were doing exactly what they had done in the weeks leading up to the election, anticipating a Bush victory.
So-called Bush stocks picked up where they left off before the election, standing out as leaders of the stock market. Oil drillers, hospital management, tobacco, and pharmaceutical shares.
Certainly industries that would be most hurt by a Gore victory would be companies in the drug industry, particularly the pharmaceutical companies, also other healthcare related, tobacco companies.
Merck benefited from a Lehman Brothers upgrade. Lilly, Pharmacia, American Home Products, and Johnson & Johnson also continued gaining. Philip Morris, R.J. Reynolds, British American Tobacco, Lowe's, and Vector Group rose on anticipation of a more sympathetic administration taking over the White House. While Al Gore has been loosely tied to the technology sector, fundamental factors were mainly responsible for pushing NASDAQ stocks lower. Continued worries about cutbacks in telecommunications equipment spending weighed heavily on component suppliers. Volatile networking chip makers tumbled for the second day in a row. Xilinx, Vitesse, Applied Microcircuits, and PMC Sierra. Fiber optics firms slumped. JDS Uniphase, Corning, Ciena, and Nortel. And providers of high-speed connectivity equipment for storage fell. QLogic, Emulex, Brocade, and JNI.
Supply is finally catching up with demand in a sector that doesn't need that to happen real soon. So I think that that's why you're seeing a bit of a sell-off in the space. I don't think it's long-term.
Investors are particularly nervous that some long-time NASDAQ leaders have been breaking down, such as Oracle, down 17% this week alone.
Technical analysts who would not place any importance on the presidential election are feeling smug at the moment. As we reported, they had been warning the NASDAQ composite would hit a resistance level at about 3,500. Sure enough, after hitting 3,480 intraday on Monday, the NASDAQ has been pulling back. And Stuart, we should point out that even though traders are saying tobacco, pharmaceutical stocks actually would benefit under a Bush administration, there is no guarantee of that, of course, if even Bush does carry the election.
Correct. Alan Chernoff, thanks very much. Well, today's post-election reaction on Wall Street came in contrast to the last two presidential contests. And no surprise, given that during those trading sessions, investors at least knew who'd won. Well, both the Dow and the NASDAQ rose more than 1%. That was when President Clinton was re-elected in 1996. The Dow posted a modest loss the day after Mr. Clinton's first victory in 1992.
Today, of course, it was the NASDAQ that got pummeled with yesterday's losers, taking it on the chin again. Those telecom chip makers also hit hard internet stocks. John Metaxas joins us now from the NASDAQ market site with a look at the worst sell-off for the index in weeks. John?
Willow, that it was a day of uncertainty was evidenced by the slow and steady decline of the NASDAQ to close its session lows, but tempered by the lower than normal volume that we got today. Cisco Systems, a big loser, down 8%. Fears of that telecom spending slowdown helping to erase the gains this stock had yesterday and send it back down to the $52 level. In fact, all of the big caps here at the NASDAQ were low or strong, or sharp losses rather, for Sun Microsystems, down about 10% on the day. And the Cisco suppliers once again weak today. That inventory overhang for Cisco threatening to weaken the sales of such companies as Broadcom, which was down 14% on the day. Internet's also had a bad day, starting with Priceline.com, the second major executive in a week to quit that company. Marianne Keller saying in an interview she thinks that the experiment of selling cars online has failed. Priceline down $1 at $3.25. And eToys losing 78 cents at about $2.50. Henry Blodgett of Merrill Lynch coming out with some negative comments about the dot-coms, highlighting how difficult it has been for them to raise the money they need to reach profitability. He brought eToys down to a neutral, the stock falling to a new low today. NASDAQ down today sharply, and some analysts think we may test 3,000 before we can perhaps even make another move towards that 3,500 level. Willow?
John Metaxas at the NASDAQ market site. Thanks, John. There was hope today that the Dow might manage to end in the plus column, but that hope had vanished by the closing bell. The index ending near its low for the day. So let's go to Terry Keenan at the New York Stock Exchange for a look at the big board movers. Terry?
Well, Willow, gridlock and a landslide, that was the bullish spin that Wall Street was putting on the election results or non-results this morning. But like last night's projections, by the end of the day, many traders here were taking back their early call on things, and that is one big reason why both the NASDAQ and the Dow closed at or near their lows of the day. Art Cashin, the legendary trader down here, put it to me bluntly. He said a tight race is one thing, but if the Florida results wind up in the courts, Wall Street is not going to like it, and he attributed that concern to today's sell-off. Now, Greg Valliere of the Washington Research Group put an even more negative spin on things, telling me that no matter what happens, this election will go down as tainted, something that will hurt the credibility of the new president. That said, traders still were positioning themselves for what the market seems to believe will be an eventual Bush victory, buying those drug stocks, as Alan mentioned, and sending Merck to a new high. Taking a look at what else was moving in the Dow, Intel was by far the biggest loser among the Dow 30 today, falling 3.5%, a decline there of more than 7%. Citigroup and JP Morgan also losers in a weak financial sector. To the upside, in addition to those drug stocks, we saw some buying in ExxonMobil, even though oil prices were virtually flat. Procter & Gamble also up $1. As for the market breadth, it was negative, about 15 to 13 in favor of decliners. The telling number here, however, was that volume coming in at about yesterday's anemic levels, and that is one sign that the real gridlock today was on Wall Street, where traders were truly stunned by what happened in last night's election. Willow?
Terry, IBM had some news after the bell. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that may weigh on trading tomorrow. IBM currently trading down $2 at 98. The company held its fall meeting with Wall Street analysts today, and it said that wide availability of its newest mainframe will be delayed until the start of next year. And that, of course, is a big concern about the fourth quarter because IBM's revenues came in light in the third quarter. So that news weighing on IBM shares tonight. Willow?
Terry Keenan at the big board. Thanks, Terry. Stuart?
Now, the very latest on the presidential cliffhanger. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer, who has been following all the election results for a complete wrap-up. Wolf.
Thank you, Stuart. It was only 24 hours ago that the first polls began to close, and tonight we still do not know who will be the next president of the United States. One state holds the key, Florida. Officials there are scrambling to recount the state's nearly 6 million votes. The race between Texas Governor George W. Bush and Vice President Al Gore was so close in Florida that state law mandated a recount. Bush emerged this afternoon from the governor's mansion with running mate Dick Cheney to stake his claim to the Oval Office.
This morning brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it to be, that we have won the election.
In the initial count, with only absentee ballots from Florida residents living overseas still to be counted, the tally showed Bush was ahead by some 1,700 votes. And whoever wins Florida will win the state's 25 electoral votes. As the tally stands now, Gore holds 260 electoral votes to Bush's 246. Also still undecided tonight is Oregon with 7 electoral votes. Vice President Gore won the national popular vote, leading the governor by about 170,000 votes. Gore made his first public appearance later in the afternoon. He called the uncertain outcome an extraordinary moment for U.S. democracy. Gore also said the race should be decided quickly, but with no rush to judgment, and that the U.S. Constitution must be respected.
Despite the fact that Joe Lieberman and I won the popular vote, under our Constitution, it is the winner of the Electoral College who will be the next president. Our Constitution is the whole foundation of our freedom, and it must be followed faithfully.
As the candidates and the nation awaited the recount in Florida, that state's governor, Jeb Bush, brother of George W. Bush, promised that the process would be carried out fairly. CNN's John Zarella is in Tallahassee, Florida. John, tell us, what is the latest?
Wolf, actually, I'm in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and here at Fort Lauderdale, we are at the area where they did the recount in Broward County today, where they had to recount 587,000 votes here. They finished up the process about an hour ago. It's one of about half a dozen of Florida's 67 counties that are already reporting in the results of the recount. In Broward County, actually, the governor from Texas picked up 44 more votes, and the vice president picked up 43 more votes in the recount. So actually a net gain of 1 for the governor from Texas. The big story in Florida, this is the focal point, may narrow further even tomorrow in Palm Beach County. A big dispute brewing over the actual ballot and how it was laid out. People, about 2,000 voters up there, now beginning to claim that they thought they were voting for Al Gore, when in fact, when they punched their cards, they voted for Pat Buchanan because it's laid out in a format that makes it a little bit difficult to understand. There is now a lawsuit. It was filed this afternoon on behalf of 3 Palm Beach County residents by 2 Boca Raton attorneys claiming that the vote should be thrown out. There's also a grassroots effort going on now, going door to door, asking that petitions be signed in Palm Beach County so that people can get a new vote in Palm Beach County. Wolf?
John Zarella in Florida, thank you very much. Both Bush and Gore have dispatched teams of lawyers and campaign representatives to Florida to oversee the recounting, Bush sending former Secretary of State James Baker, while Gore sent former Secretary of State Warren Christopher. And that's the latest on this presidential cliffhanger. Willow will continue to give you all the latest developments as they become available, and we'll have a special election edition of The World Today. That's tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Back to you, Willow.
Thank you, Wolf. Coming up on Moneyline, the Republican Party may still hold the majority in Washington, but gridlock may rule the Hill more than ever. We'll check out why. And the confusion over the U.S. election was felt around the world, with overseas markets reacting to every new headline. That's ahead when Moneyline continues.
From CNN's Los Angeles and New York headquarters, this is the Moneyline News Hour.
It may be hard to believe, but there is one certainty in this most uncertain of elections. There will be gridlock in Washington. Even if George W. Bush carries the White House, his party maintained control of the House and Senate by only a thread. Many argue that a do-nothing Congress is a boon for business. But as Kelly Arena reports from Washington, others aren't so sure.
Gridlock is good. At least that's the message voters sent to Washington. No clear majority in Congress, no clear mandate on any one issue. A situation in which uncertainty is the norm, dragging on corporate America's agenda.
If every issue is jump ball, if every issue is one where a new coalition is going to be formed around that specific issue, then as a lobbyist, it can be a very difficult proposition.
Congress is already deadlocked over several issues important to business, including a prescription drug benefit, Social Security, and legal reform. And with an even smaller Republican majority, deadlock can be expected to stifle progress on those issues.
To be very serious, I can't think of any of those that are going to be easy.
Lawmakers are trying to put the best spin on the situation, suggesting it could force the two sides to cooperate.
It simply will not occur in any other way. They don't have the votes, we don't have the votes.
And some suggest even if bipartisanship fails, there are some good things to say about gridlock.
Number one, it allows the surplus to pile up even more because there'll be no pressure for big new spending or big new tax cuts. Number two, as many on Wall Street say, if there's gridlock, it means Congress does less harm.
But even Valliere admits there can be too much of a good thing.
That's because business is anxious for reform, and total gridlock or a total breakdown in inability to do anything doesn't serve any interest in industry's best interest. Stuart?
That's Kelly Arena reporting. Thank you, Kelly. Now, while the bulk of the congressional seats were already decided last night, it was the presidential race that kept people glued to their TV sets throughout the U.S. and indeed throughout the world. Overseas markets reacted to each twist and turn of the race in an attempt to factor in the winning candidate, an impossible challenge that sent markets higher and lower throughout the night and into today's trading session. Peter Viles has the tick-by-tick of the last 24 hours.
CNN announces that we call Florida in the Al Gore column. This is
7:57 Eastern Time, the first of three critical mistakes by the news media. Networks including CNN declare Gore the surprise winner in Florida. Soon there is talk of a Gore victory, and in Tokyo, markets react. The euro rallies on hopes Gore will defend it. U.S. Treasuries also rally, but stocks are slipping in Australia. 9:54 p.m., a stunning twist.
Stand by. CNN right now.
Networks backtrack, declaring Florida too close to call. The apparent momentum shifts to the governor of Texas. By midnight, global markets are reversing dramatically to price in a Bush victory. The euro begins to slide on fears Bush will not defend it. In London, shares of Philip Morris rally on hopes Bush will not attack tobacco. 2:18 a.m. Wednesday, the second and third media mistakes. Networks declare Bush the winner in Florida and the winner of the White House.
George Walker Bush, the 43rd President of the United States, a young man.
Newspapers make the same call, and within minutes, the Bush market moves deepen. U.S. Treasury futures fall in London, but NASDAQ futures begin to rally on the belief a Bush victory is bullish for stocks. 2:30, Gore believes he has lost and calls Bush to concede. But the Bush lead in Florida is shrinking fast. And at 3:41, this shocker.
The vice president has recalled the governor and retracted his concession.
Within minutes, markets reverse course again. U.S. bonds and European debt rally. NASDAQ futures fall sharply. One by one, networks declare Florida too close to call and declare the election outcome unclear. 9:30 a.m., the cliffhanger has come to Wall Street. Trading continues in Europe, where investors are betting on a Bush victory.
The stocks that popped up to begin with, the drug stocks, the tobacco stocks, the defense stocks, are still the winners on the day.
But the election was a drama that few could ignore. One by one, the players took the stage. 146, the governor of Texas.
This morning brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida.
Then the president at 3:27 with the warning, This drama is running on its own time schedule.
The process for that is in motion, and the rest of us will have to let it play out.
After the president spoke, the market weakened. But many investors, on this day at least, paid the political process a high compliment. They said the market was driven down mainly by other issues.
We all can spend a lot of time talking about this election, but the market, even today, has focused right back on the fundamentals that it was focusing on in recent months. You see the tech stocks week today. That's an issue that has nothing to do with the election. It has everything to do with worries about future growth and how to value that growth.
At 4 o'clock, the NASDAQ was off 184 points, and investors were facing at least one more night of political uncertainty. Peter Weil, CNN Financial News, New York.
And we'll be back in a moment with some of the day's other headlines. Stay with us.
The Moneyline News Hour continues. Here again, Willow Bay in Los Angeles and Stuart Varney in New York.
In tonight's headlines, Wall Street and the rest of the world on edge, with the presidency in the balance, watching minute by minute for word on the Florida recount. One victim of the uncertainty, tech stocks. The NASDAQ dives more than 5% as investors bail out of new economy heavyweights. Plus, the political pressure on the markets goes well beyond the presidential race. We'll check out what the balance of power in Congress may mean for corporate America.
But first, more on tonight's top story. A cliffhanger for the White House puts a chill over Wall Street. The NASDAQ posting its worst showing in 2 weeks as political uncertainty added to lingering worries about the valuation of tech stocks. The NASDAQ slumped minutes after today's opening bell, by the close plummeting 184 points. That's more than 5%, moving down to 32.31. The volume just over 1.6 billion shares. The Dow held its own for much of the session before slipping in the late afternoon. It ended 45 points lower at 10,907. About 909 million shares changed hands there. In the broader market, the S&P 500 slumped more than 22.5 points. But the bond market gained slightly on the day. The 10-year note up 2 ticks, yielding 5.85%. The 30-year bond up more than 1/4 point.
The tremors in the markets were felt most acutely by those who make their living on Wall Street. Like most Americans, brokers, traders, and analysts spent their day glued to the headlines, trying to figure out what the future will bring to the markets. Greg Clarkin spent the day taking the pulse of Wall Street traders.
They arrived for work bleary-eyed on the day after. Wall Streeters accustomed to split-second decisions had a no decision to deal with. They fielded calls and tried to buy and sell while keeping an eye on the election that just wouldn't quit. 9:30 Eastern Time in Merrill Lynch. The stock market opens and Merrill traders are in overdrive, tapping clients and making trades. A few floors away, Merrill trots out its big guns to tell what it all means to the markets and the economy.
Going into this election, it was said by many that what the markets were hoping for was some form of gridlock.
But even Wall Street has to be careful of what it asks for.
This election result does give the markets the kind of gridlock they wanted. The bigger problem is whether the president does end up with having sufficient legitimacy to carry out the duties that he has to carry out.
12:30 at Prudential Securities. Wall Street's still trying to make sense of it all. Trading is eerily quiet, and even market veterans who thought they had seen everything are finding it hard to believe.
It's such a Twilight Zone atmosphere, you know. Nothing is really resolved. It's an ordinary day, and you don't know who the President of the United States is, and you won't know for a couple of days. It really is bizarre.
But with one American institution up for grabs, life went on at another. 1:30 on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Traders find plenty to talk about with the Dow Industrials drifting. But the NASDAQ refused to be a bystander.
Juniper, Broadcom, 15 to go on each.
It's 3 o'clock at CE Unterberg Tobin, where tech stocks are falling, and a lot faster than many realized.
It's funny. If you were to look at the screen and see the stocks down, you'd go, oh my God, it's a disaster. But if you were to stand here in this trading room and listen to the noise level, you'd say maybe we're down 5 or 10 points. So it's a very funny kind of a sell-off today. It's sort of a stealth sell-off. No one's selling, yet the stocks are all down.
4 o'clock, closing bell back at the big board. Investors have voted. The Dow and the NASDAQ both down.
Now, why the sell-off on the NASDAQ did raise plenty of eyebrows here on Merrill's trading floors and others just like it across Wall Street, it was that baffling election that bumped the baffling stock market as the primary topic of conversation. Willow?
Greg Clarkin, thank you.
Sure.
Checking some of today's hardest hit tech stocks, Cisco Systems off more than 4.5%. Broadcom plummeted nearly 24.75%. Sun Microsystems dropped about 11%. JDS Uniphase sank more than 5.5%. And Qualcomm lost nearly 4.75%. Checking some other movers, eBay lost over 5%. EMC dropped nearly 9%. Inktomi off 5.75%. Amazon slipped more than 3%, and Corning, that sank 6.75%.
Coming up next, our continuing coverage of Election 2000. Republicans keep Congress but by a hair. What does the slimmest of margins mean for gridlock, and what does it mean for business? Plus, Wall Street and the waiting game, the price of indecision on the markets. Our guests weigh in on that one. Moneyline will be right back.
The presidential cliffhanger may have grabbed the headlines, but the outcome for Congress is no less dramatic, and the implications could be huge for business. Republicans have maintained a majority in both houses, traditionally good news for corporate America, but their already slim leads have become razor thin, the smallest majority in decades. Taking a look at the new balance of power in the House, 220 Republicans, 211 Democrats, 2 independents, and 2 still undecided. In the Senate, 50 Republicans, 49 Democrats, 1 race still to be decided. If it ends up a 50-50 split, it would be the first time in more than a century. Among the notable Senate winners and losers for business, Wall Street's own John Corzine, who poured his personal fortune into winning a New Jersey Senate seat. But as a very liberal Democrat, he may not be much of a friend to big business. Hillary Clinton, who easily captured the New York Senate seat. The drug and healthcare industries still haven't forgotten her healthcare reform proposal, which they viewed as radical. A high-profile loser, 79-year-old William Roth, father of the Roth IRA. The Delaware Republican is out of the Senate and out of chairmanship of the powerful Finance Committee. And hanging in the balance, Democrat Maria Cantwell of Washington State, the only Senate race still too close to call. She's a founder of streaming media pioneer Real Networks. Joining us now from Washington with more on what the new Congress means for business, Thomas Gallagher, political economist at ISI Group. Tom, welcome.
Thanks for having me in.
Let's start by talking about Congress. Let's start with the Senate. Do the key players here change?
I think they do. With a narrow majority like this, even a 50-50 split in the chamber, it's obviously still going to be controlled by Republicans. But I think this close margin really empowers the moderates, and there aren't a lot of moderates left. But I think that they're the ones who are really going to dictate whether anything gets done or not. So it's going to be people like Senator Breaux on the Democratic side, maybe Senator Specter, Senator Snowe on the Republican side. They're the ones that are really going to determine whether or not anything's going to get done.
Mm-hmm. And Breaux is, am I correct, Senate Commerce?
Well, he's a senator, moderate Democratic senator from Louisiana, and he is actually, his work provided the basis for Governor Bush's proposals on both Medicare and Social Security. So he's a natural one for Governor Bush to reach out to if he is elected, to reach out to try to forge bipartisan compromises. Part of the problem is there aren't really a lot of moderates left in the Senate, so I don't know how many people Breaux could bring with him, but I think that's the dynamic that's going to be at work with such a narrow majority.
What about these high-profile new senators? Let's start with John Corzine.
You know, I really wouldn't put too much emphasis on high-profile new members. After all, freshmen are freshmen. I think that there are actually some other interesting races, to me anyway, in terms of drawing implications for the financial markets. I think some of the most interesting races were those that involved incumbent Republicans in states that border Canada. Those were very sensitive to the prescription drug issue, and Republicans didn't do very well there. Senator Abraham in Michigan went down to defeat. Minnesota lost. The Montana race was very close, and Washington is still too close to call. I think that the message there is that even though the Republicans won, that there's a political price to be paid for defending the pharmaceutical industry.
And what about the senators that are leaving? What does the loss of Roth mean?
Well, the main implication there is a shift in the chairmanship of the Senate Finance Committee. I think the mutual fund industry loses a strong defender of the IRAs with the departure of Senator Roth. You get a new chairman of the Finance Committee. It's Chuck Grassley from Iowa. he really hasn't been tested a lot in the legislative process. Plus, I think another important point about the Finance Committee is that the ranking Democrat has also retired. That's Senator Moynihan. Now Senator Baucus is going to take his place. Roth and Moynihan work together very well on a lot of issues. So I think that there's we're moving back on the learning curve, if you will, on the Finance Committee, both for their developing legislation and for our trying to assess just what kind of legislation is going to come out of that committee.
Tom Gallagher, thanks. A lot of changes to digest and obviously a lot more to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stuart?
Willow, up next on Moneyline, Wall Street weighs in on the presidential election. With the race still not called, we'll take a look at what this enormous election means for the markets and the economy. A bond trader, a banker, and a money manager all join me after the break. With the presidency still up for grabs, Wall Street anxiously awaits the outcome. What does the decision, or the indecision and the uncertainty, what's the eventual outcome mean for the markets? Joining me now is David Alger of Fred Alger Management, Tony Crescenzi, he's the bond market strategist with Miller Tabak, and Peter J. Solomon of Peter J. Solomon and Company. Gentlemen, welcome to Moneyline.
Happy to be here.
David, first of all, the stock market reportedly likes gridlock. We do have a delicate balance of power. Is this election, therefore, good news for the stock market?
Well, I think it's good news because I think that by the time that Bush gets elected, and I'm quite convinced that he will be elected, and gets into office, there will be sufficient slowing in the economy so that his tax plan is going to be welcomed. It's not going to be any of this, the bond market is going to do badly if Bush gets in because he's going to cut taxes. Nothing like that. I think it's going to be welcomed, it's going to be very good for the market, and it's going to usher in a great new 4 years.
Tony, Mr. Bush wants to give out that tax cut, have it effective in the year 2002. Now, what does that do for interest rates as we head in towards that year? What does the Fed do?
Well, we know the Fed operates with the mindset that their policies operate with a long leg. It's akin to walking a dog with a long leash, if you will. And so I think the bond market will figure that the Fed will be thinking that there will be impact by 2002. So it could have some impact on that deliberations now. There have been some Fed members that have said off the record, on the record, that they feel the Fed might have to raise interest rates to offset the stimulative effects of a rate of the tax cuts.
Unlikely, though, if you've got a slowing economy.
Exactly. And in fact, today there was a Bush advisor who said they could speed up the tax cuts if they felt the economy was slowing too much, because it is slowing. We still see signs on the consumer level, particularly, of the economy continuing to slow.
Peter, you were for Gore, if I'm not mistaken.
Still am.
You still are. But what do you think would be the negative impact on the markets from a Bush presidency? Where's
Well,
the
I think actually the American people are pretty smart, and a gridlock, a continuation of current policies, is probably what they want, and that's probably what they'll get, both in the House, the Senate, and the presidency. I think a couple of things will happen. First, I think the spending programs of both Bush and Gore will be actually scaled back. I think Gore's domestic program will be scaled back, and I think Bush's military program will be scaled back, because I don't think there is a military problem. Secondly, I think the tax issues, the tax cut of Bush will be scaled back. I don't believe it was an intelligent program.
You just don't think he can get it through
No,
Congress?
he can get it through, but he'll scale it back. It was too large a program. I think he knew it early in the campaign. I think he should scale it back. So I think we will get lucky. I think we will have less spending on the one hand and a smaller tax cut on the other. And what the American people really want, which is what's good for all of us here, is debt reduction. So I think we'll get more debt reduction.
So what you're saying is that the Bush election is going to be great.
Well, I think the Gore would have been too. But I think what the American people are very wise. And what they said was, we want a continuation of the policies. We do not want large tax cuts on the right, and we do not want large spending programs on the middle. They want the continuation of economic policies generally as they are today, with some modifications.
Okay, is Mr. Bush working against Mr. Greenspan, Tony?
I would say he's not. I think that he is maybe going to help Mr. Greenspan in the sense that he puts the Fed out of the game if he's going to stimulate the economy in a way that the Fed really can't, because they're worried about inflation right now, because we do have some creeping up in the inflation rate, this consumer price index, for instance. And I think that it keeps the Fed from having to do the rate cut that they probably don't want to do right now, because it doesn't really call for it just yet.
David, could the Bush administration, could a Bush administration have any impact on the Microsoft decision, or is it all in the hands of the courts and that's the way it is?
Oh, no, I think that very, very big impact. I think that it's very possible that a Bush administration might overrule the entire decision to break up Microsoft. And if that's so, it's going to be very, very bullish for Microsoft. I think it could have a very, very big impact, yeah.
Well, anybody who reads that case believes that Microsoft violated the law. The question is, what is the remedy, not whether Microsoft violated the law. So I think it's highly unlikely that a Bush administration is going to go in and say that Microsoft did nothing. A federal court has found they did, and the evidence is overwhelming.
I just have to get one last question in before we close. What happens to the markets in the immediate future if this case in Florida, for example, goes to the courts, if it drags on for days on end?
I think it's a great negative if it drags on. I'm highly confident it will not drag on. We've had this process once before in 1960. At that time, Nixon took a rather statesman-like position, said, look, I lost it. It was stolen from me fair and square. And that was the position he took. It was a very statesman-like position.
Peter Solomon, Tony Credenza, David Alger, gentlemen, thanks for being with us on Moneyline.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and Moneyline will be right back for you.
The cliffhanger in Florida captured headlines not just across the United States, but around the globe as the world tried to figure out just what was going on in American politics. The media's premature call for Governor Bush had many governments jumping the gun, rushing to establish new ties with the incoming administration. Kitty Pilgrim takes a look at how the world watched the U.S. election.
From Beijing to Brussels, people gathered to watch American democracy in action. But when confronted with the Electoral College, many found the process befuddling.
American politics is very difficult for us Brits to understand.
In Japan, coverage of the U.S. election was broadcast all day long.
Every time I watch a U.S. election, it seems like an entertainment show to me.
When the U.S. media called it a Bush victory, the reply from overseas governments was swift and sure. South Korea's Kim Dae-jung sent a congratulatory message to Bush, as did China's official news agency and Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. France, the Netherlands, Turkey, and Indonesia all issued congratulations to Bush. In Russia, the government quickly affirmed that there would be no change of cooperation with the new Republican administration. Cuba displayed no confusion, predictably hard line, no matter what the outcome.
Either one is likely to become the 10th American president to retire without being able to bring Cuba to its knees.
Little did Cuba realize that straddling the fence would soon become the diplomatic dance du jour. British Foreign Secretary Robin Cook performed some verbal gymnastics, congratulating Bush if it is confirmed he has won. For many countries, a party change in the White House may mean a change in State Department policy, but the closeness of the election poses another problem for international policy.
The key point is, what mandate will the new president have? Will he be able to lead? Will there be enough of a consensus behind the new president so that he can take the necessary actions at home and abroad, particularly abroad if there's a crisis?
A lesson in government to the world, the American political process is not always very orderly and often holds some surprises. But for the folks overseas, it's often entertaining. Stuart?
Well, that is Kitty Pilgrim. Thanks, Kitty. Now it's time to bring in our esteemed financial editor, Myron Kandel. Myron, let's talk about the election for a second and Wall Street, because Wall Street likes gridlock. You've said that many times. It also hates uncertainty. It got both today, didn't it?
That's right, Stuart. And you know, it got no surprises. George Bush was supposed to win. He won very narrowly, but apparently he looks like he's won. The Democrats may have lost the House. They didn't lose the House. They came a little closer in the Senate than was expected, but there were no major surprises. And the fact is, Wall Street has liked the way the government is run over the last years. They didn't like the administration necessarily. They liked what happened, and that's what they're going to get some more.
But is it really gridlock? A Republican is in the White House. A razor-thin majority in the Senate, yes, still Republican, and the House is Republican.
But Stuart,
that's not gridlock.
Not gridlock, but no mandate. And that means
now, wait a minute.
There will be no mandate, and that's very important. He's got a razor-thin majority in both houses. He's squeaked in by the Electoral College and not by the popular vote. He's not going to do anything major.
1992, Mr. Clinton had 43% of the vote. There was no talk about a lack of a mandate then. Now, was there? And we're out of time. Sorry about that. Mike Kendall.
You get the last word.
Every time. Willow.
Up next, ahead of the curve, some of what you need to know tonight before tomorrow's markets open. You're watching Moneyline.
Checking some of what could move the markets tomorrow. Keep an eye on shares of Berkshire Hathaway and Benjamin Moore. Berkshire says it'll buy the paint maker for $37.82 a share, about $1 billion total in cash. The producer price index for October expected to show a slowdown from September. Also expect quarterly results from Dell Computer, Walt Disney, and The Gap. And some of the election 2000 nail biting could come to an end at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, when the results of the Florida recount are expected to be complete.
And finally tonight, as the presidential election comes down to the wire, a unique poll has already proclaimed a winner. That's eBay. The auction site predicted the winner of Survivor. Now eBay says, quote, the public has spoken. It's time to begin the inauguration planning for Al Gore. The polling method tallying the Bush and Gore related items sold on eBay. Using that indicator, the VP holds a consistent lead, and the margin is wider than the current electoral count. eBay says 323 pins and teddy bears for Gore and only 276 for Bush. That's Moneyline for this Wednesday. I'm Willow Bay.
And I'm Stuart Varney. Crossfire's next. Here's Bob Novak. Bob.
Stuart and Willow, thank you. The latest act in the Gore versus Bush electoral melodrama involves the counting of all 5.8 million presidential election votes cast in Florida. But let's say the recount by tomorrow night, as expected, shows George W. Bush still beats Al Gore. Will the Gore campaign encourage the filing of court suits charging fraud, or will it try to recruit unfaithful Republican electors to vote for Al Gore as the winner of the national popular vote? We'll ask two Florida congressmen, one for Gore, one for Bush, next in the Crossfire.
Confident that the Secretary and I will become the President-elect and the Vice President-elect in short order.
We still do not know the outcome of yesterday's vote. Tonight, believe it or not, it's still too close to call, and the recount continues in Florida. When will we know who's the next President of the United States?
Live from Washington, Crossfire. On the left, Bill Pratt. On the right, Robert Novak. In the Crossfire, Congressman Robert Wexler of Florida, an Al Gore supporter, and Florida Congressman Joe Scarborough, a supporter of George W. Bush.
Good evening. Welcome to Crossfire. Poor Al Gore. He won yesterday's popular vote. He got more votes than Bill Clinton did in 1992 or 1996, but that's not good enough. He didn't win the electoral vote count. It still stands at 260 for Gore, 246 for Bush. And so after all those months and all that campaigning and all of us pontificating pundits, it comes down to this, a recount in Florida to see who wins Florida's 25 electoral votes. Whoever does is the next President of the United States. Maybe we'll know this time tomorrow, maybe not. Before we check in with two Florida congressmen to debate the recount and allegations of voter confusion down in the Sunshine State, let's get the latest from CNN's Patty Davis, who joins us from outside the Florida Secretary of State's office in Tallahassee. Patty.
That's right. So far, 17 out of 67 Florida counties have reported their recounts. The Florida Division of Elections says that both Vice President Al Gore and Texas Governor George W. Bush are gaining, but it looks like so far that it is a wash. Vice President Al Gore has succeeded in chipping away only about 8 votes from Bush at this point. The difference still between them stands about 1,700 to 1,800 votes, with Bush leading. Still, Florida's biggest counties, Dade and Broward, have not reported, and the deadline on that reporting is tomorrow, close of business. And then there is the issue of those overseas ballots. We don't know how many are out there. There could be thousands. We just don't know. They have 10 days to get those overseas ballots in to Florida and could impact this election. Today, Florida Governor Jeb Bush recused himself from the commission that certifies the election. He is, of course, Texas Governor George W. Bush's brother. Jeb Bush saying he doesn't want to have any appearance of conflict of interest in this matter. Bill?
Patty, just one quick question. I know that Bush camp and the Gore camp have both sent squads of people down there. to be nearby as this recount is taking place. Are they actually in the room? Are there representatives from the Bush campaign and the Gore campaign in the room as the recount takes place?
Well, recounts are taking place all over in many counties, all over the state, and these election watchers for at least the Democrats, that is Warren Christopher, who helped Gore choose the vice president. On the Republican side for Bush, it is James Baker, the former Secretary of State. They're keeping an eye. They're hearing reports. I don't know if they're actually in the same room where the votes are taking place, but I assume if they wanted to have access to that they could.
Not that far away. Patty Davis, thanks very much, Patty. Thanks for joining us from Tallahassee. Bob, let's get to our guest.
Congressman Robert Wexler, as a very staunch Gore supporter, you've been all over the television today in a state of outrage over a ballot in Palm Beach County in which you say stole about a couple of thousand votes from Al Gore. Let's take a look at it. It's right up on the screen there. And, you know, I think you really have to be not paying attention not to get this right. It's very clear that the arrow on the left points to where you're supposed to push it for Al Gore. You have to really go up into a different area to push for Pat Buchanan. You know, I'm a senior citizen myself, Congressman, and when I voted on yesterday, I was very careful in the District of Columbia to vote for the right person. I think your constituents ought to be a little more careful, but certainly you can't call this voter fraud.
Well, Bob, I have not suggested anything fraudulent. What I have suggested is that the Palm Beach County ballot, the way it was put together, caused extraordinary confusion, and that is undeniable. I saw the hundreds of people coming out of the polls yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes. They came out oftentimes hysterical because they thought they pressed the wrong punch number, and instead of voting for Al Gore, they voted for Pat Buchanan. You need to understand why the confusion. Ordinarily, Bush would be first on the ballot and then Gore second. That wasn't the case here, even though the names appeared Bush and then Gore, because Pat Buchanan's push number was in between. And there is an additional issue, Bob. The Palm Beach County ballot appears, I now understand, to actually violate Florida election law, because Florida election law requires that all of the push numbers that you have to press to be on the right side of each name. And in this case, they were on the left side of 4 candidates.
Well,
and Florida law requires, Bob, that it go Bush and then Gore. The fact that Buchanan's
Can I get a word in edgewise, Robert,
that?
please? Can I get a word in edgewise, please?
Of course.
You ever hear of Teresa Lepore?
Yes.
She's a Democrat. She's the supervisor of elections.
Yes,
and she devised it. And isn't it true that these ballots are circulated in advance of the election? And if you don't like the ballots, you're supposed to make your protest then. You weren't on the job for your constituents, were you, Congressman? If you didn't like the ballot, you should have done it before the election.
Well, 2 things, Bob. In fact, many people did complain that the ballot, the sample ballot they received, created a lot of confusion. There were many complaints. But also understand, until you stick that ballot in the actual machine, it's hard to understand just how confusing it is. But let me raise one other point, Bob. I, or anyone else in Florida, cannot waive the right to have a legal ballot.
What are you going to do about this? Tell me what you're going to do about it.
Well, I think we have to wait and see what the canvass and the recount says. If George Bush is more than 3,400 votes ahead, then there is no issue. But if there is not the margin of victory that is required, then all Americans should wonder. We do not want to have an illegitimate election result.
Congressman Joe Scarborough, I want to put this ballot up here again. It's been 2 minutes since we saw it, but I think it really, Congressman Wexler makes a point here. The point is, on this ballot, when you see it, Al Gore's name is the second on the left, but the way it's put up there, if you want to vote for the second name, you push the 3rd bubble, because the second bubble belongs to Pat Buchanan. Now, Joe, I'm a young man. I'm not a senior citizen. I'm a young man like you. I find that confusing, Joe. Don't you say if you vote for the second man, you ought to push the second bubble? No.
Well, I think anybody, I think most adults could look at that ballot and understand that you follow the arrows. But let me tell you what's going on here. I woke up this morning after about 15 minutes of sleep, and the first story that the Democrats were circulating this morning was that there was a missing ballot box found in an African-American part of Miami, and it was going to throw the election. Hold on, but it's connected to this other thing. So the news and the Democrats followed that story for 6 hours until they found out that there were crayons and school supplies in there and that it was a hoax. Then we turned our attention to this next story, and what's interesting to me is this. First of all, as Bob said, you have a Democratic supervisor of elections. Secondly, Florida law says if you're going to challenge it, Bob should have challenged it and other Democrats should have challenged it beforehand. Thirdly, and most importantly, there is absolutely no, hold on, this is important. Now, Bob spoke for about 5 minutes, and I'm going to get this point out. There has to be some evidence that there was this confusion and artificial bump. And let me tell you something. Pat Buchanan, I got this down. Pat Buchanan got 0.79% in Palm Beach County. He ended up in 4th place behind Ralph Nader. It was the identical result in all different counties. 4th place, and
You're
also
wrong, Joe.
no, I'm not
wrong
wrong.
about that.
He Congressman,
with all
due respect. Votes.
All right, go ahead. Joe, let's get the numbers right. Pat Buchanan got 3,400 votes in Palm Beach County, which represented Buchanan 20% for the whole state, even though Palm Beach County only represents 7% of Florida, and he got votes in districts that I know nobody would vote for Pat Buchanan.
Pat Buchanan got 0.79%, less than 1 percentage point in all of Palm Beach County. And again, the law is the law, and the law is
that's right.
If you thought this was bad, you should have done your constituents a service and told them before the election.
Congressman,
because that's what the law says.
You're
supposed to do. And because
the law
you lose,
is the law,
now
and
you're
Palm
coming
Beach
forward.
I have a question.
Congressman,
I have a question. Congressman, stop, please.
You need to talk to your
Time out.
Democratic supervisor of election.
Time out. Congressman Scarborough, I got a question for you. First of all, I just have to correct you. This story about Palm Beach did not come up late today. This story was already reported yesterday. It was talked about yesterday. It was on the wires yesterday, long before that other box was discovered.
But I want to come back to the news coverage all day today.
I want to come back to your numbers. The fact is, as Congressman Wexler pointed out, this is a county that is 66% Democratic. And there were 3,500 people that voted for Buchanan, giving Buchanan 20% of his statewide vote. You know that's bogus. You know those numbers have to be bogus.
Listen to these numbers, and I actually dug them up before I came on.
So did I. I've got them right here.
I couldn't believe this. Here are the numbers. Al Gore actually received 62% to Bush's 35%, to Nader's 1.2%, to Buchanan 0.79%. Now, 4 years ago, and that was about 3,400 votes, and everybody says, oh, he would have never gotten these votes, Reform Party, all that. 4 years ago, Ross Perot, the Reform candidate, got 10 times the amount of vote in Palm County.
Ross Perot's not Pat Buchanan.
30,000 votes.
Okay,
it's not just Robert Wexler's district. Also, Mark Foley represents Palm Beach County. Also, Elsie Hastings does. Also, Clay Shaw does. It's a very diverse county.
Okay, we're going to have to take a break, gentlemen. Gentlemen, we're going to take a break. No, wait a minute. Take the debate online tonight. First, with Congressman Robert Wexler, and then Congresswoman Tilly Fowler, right after the show at CNN.com/Crossfire. But we'll be back to talk about Ralph Nader in Florida and more of this great vote count after we hear from a dear old friend talking about the Florida count.
Well, if ever there was a doubt about the importance of exercising democracy's most fundamental right, the right to vote, yesterday put it to rest. No American will ever be able to seriously say again, my vote doesn't count.
Welcome back to Crossfire. Who wins Florida? Whenever they get around to figuring out the state's votes, is the next president of the United States. And if it hadn't been for Ralph Nader's 95,000 votes in the state, that next president almost surely would have been Al Gore. So does George W. Bush owe the Green Party candidate a little thank you note? We're asking two Florida congressmen, Democrat Robert Wexler, who is in West Palm Beach, and Republican Joe Scarborough, who is in Pensacola. Bill Press.
Congressman Scarborough, let me ask you that question right off the top. I mean, Ralph Nader, as Bob said, we got 95,000 votes in Florida. Al Gore is only behind by about 1,600 votes now. So George Bush didn't win Florida, if the vote stays that way. Ralph Nader won it for him, didn't he?
Well, you know, there are 1,000 different issues that go in, and I mean, obviously the Ralph Nader vote, you can look at the numbers you just gave, and I think it's fairly evident he had a huge impact not only in Florida, but not possibly in a couple other states. But you know, Republicans said the same thing in '96 about Perot. They said the same thing in '92 about Perot. Bottom line is there were a lot of bottom line is that there were a lot of missed opportunities, I think, from both camps, Al Gore and George W. Bush. And I know Al Gore certainly, if he doesn't win this, he's going to be disappointed. But I think he, as well as George W. Bush, can look to missed opportunities and not blame Ralph Nader.
All right, now you're Governor Bush. Hold on, Congressman, just a second, please, if I can. Because I want to shift here. You're Governor Bush today, Jeb Bush, was out there talking to some pious stuff about respecting the voter laws of Florida. Congressman, we all know Florida. In the last election in Miami, there were 36 people who were charged with rigging the ballots. The guy who won was thrown out. I mean, when you got an election in Florida, you can expect, I mean, American people have to be suspicious there's a lot of election fraud going on, don't they?
I don't think there's a history in Florida as much as there is, for instance, in some of the larger cities in the Northeast or the Midwest. But again, the main thing is we have to look at the process, and I certainly hope Republicans, and let me finish a sentence, please. Can I finish a sentence?
Go ahead.
This is a very important issue, and we shouldn't be playing political gamemanship. What I was going to say was this. It is extraordinarily important that tomorrow night at 5 p.m., whether it's George W. Bush or Al Gore, that we handle this like responsible adults, because I do not want an illegitimate president for the next 4 years, be he a Republican or a Democrat. We need to behave like grown-ups, not jump to conclusions, wait till 5 p.m. If Al Gore has any challenges tomorrow night that are credible, then he needs to bring them forward. If not, he needs to concede it like Richard Nixon did in 1960.
All right, I want to come back to Florida's record, because last year, you may know, they cleaned up the voter rolls in the state of Florida, and here's what they found, Congressman, that there were 50,483 felons who were registered, shouldn't be, 47,000 people who were registered in more than one place in Florida, and 17,702 dead men registered. Now, a dead man won in Missouri. How many dead men voted in Florida yesterday, and how do we know?
I can report to you, and I've got the information here, that all the dead men and all the convicted felons voted for Bob Wexler. And I think you got like 75%. Congratulations on that, by the way. Those are two good constituencies. But you know, again, you could say this about any state. But let's just wait and see how it returns.
I was beginning, Joe, to respect your demeanor, because this is a serious issue. Let's not play politics, and let's not play games.
I was just joking with you, Bob. Don't lose your sense of humor tonight. I was just joking with you.
The presidency is on the line, and the legitimacy of American politics is on the line.
I agree.
Al Gore won the popular vote in this country.
Right. Congressman Wexler, can I ask you a question, please?
Excuse
me. Can I ask you a question?
I
want to ask you a question, please, because we only got about 2 minutes to go. Let's just take a look at the vote totals in Florida. Governor Bush is ahead by 1,725 votes, just a little over 1,700 votes. Now, 17 counties out of the 67 in the state have been counted so far, and there is a net gain so far of 8 votes for Vice President Gore. Can we assume that tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, Vice President Gore will not have overtaken it in the recount, being realistic?
I don't think we can assume anything. We only know certain things. Al Gore won the popular vote in this country, and that Governor Bush is essentially ahead by 1,700 in the swing state of Florida now. We do know that probably 17,000 votes were disqualified in Palm Beach County. Why? because people voted for 2 presidential candidates because it was so confusing. This isn't my characterization. This is the Palm Beach County Supervisor's characterization, sending out a warning to her poll workers late in the afternoon to warn people how confusing the Palm Beach County ballot was. The Palm Beach County ballot violated federal law.
We've discussed that. We've discussed that, Congressman.
An illegitimate election.
Congressman, I want you to take a listen to what the national chairman of the Gore campaign, Bill Daley, said this afternoon.
We believe when those votes are counted and that process is complete, totally complete, Al Gore will have won the Electoral College and the popular vote, and therefore will be the next president.
Do you honestly believe that when they finish counting this count tomorrow, that he will have Florida? Because I can't find anybody else in Florida who believes that.
I believe if they let all of the people in Palm Beach County vote the way they wanted to vote and stop disqualifying all the votes because of the confusion, and if they follow Florida law with respect to the Palm Beach County ballot, yes, Al Gore will win Florida and therefore be the next president.
That's got to be the last word. Congressman Robert Wexler, Congressman Joe Scarborough, thank you both for joining us. All eyes on Florida tonight. All eyes on Florida again tomorrow. And we'll see you back again on Crossfire soon. Thank you. Bob Novak and I back soon with our closing comments.
Coming up on a special edition of The World Today, the presidential race remains very much up in the air. We'll devote our entire hour to the latest developments, including the recount of ballots in Florida. How long will this last? And is it possible that a few hundred votes in Florida out of 100 million cast nationwide will determine the next president of the United States? The World Today follows Crossfire's closing comments.
Now you can find out what's coming up in the Crossfire. Sign up for a daily email sent free of charge telling you what we are planning for that night. Log on to cnn.com/crossfire to sign up for your daily Crossfire email.
Get the latest on the recount in Florida from 2 members of Florida's delegation. First, debate Congressman Wexler. Then Congresswoman Fowler online right after the show at cnn.com/crossfire. And don't forget to join Bill and Tucker Carlson in the Spin Room tonight at 11 p.m. to have your say about the election.
Yes.
Spinner, you know, this is serious business. Yep. It truly is. And I believe that if this recount tomorrow night doesn't show much difference, and so far it hasn't shown hardly any difference, and then you have the overseas votes, which will probably show a gain for the Republicans. They always do. I think it is time for Al Gore to pack it in to say, okay, be a good patriot and a good American and not start weeks and weeks of political litigation over silly stuff like the ballot in Palm Beach County.
Well, Bob, there's no indication that he's going to do that. I think that Al Gore will do the right thing, respects the Constitution, once there has been a careful count in Florida that everybody can have confidence in. If that happens by 5 o'clock tomorrow night, fine. But if not, then take time to get it right. No rush, Bob, right?
It's going to be by 5 o'clock tomorrow night.
Maybe not. From the left, I'm Bill Press. Good night for Crossfire.
All right, I'm Robert Novak. Join us again next time for another edition of Crossfire.